Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. But it's right through the smoke, at least going to guarantee one as X stands ground.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of Core in the knife right through Kumi's heart. But
Operator on high, Blaze into the run it back. Paint's gonna give it the old college try, but Vita quickly failed away. Paint making some space, and Dash covering his back!
Still pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collab. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for Energy.
YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making that first pick. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight. Barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see Fly a little bit to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and Core, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
Only 4 teams remain here in Stage 3, fighting their way through this grueling bracket, trying to become your Stage 3 champions and get that coveted spot to play. And welcome everyone to VALORANT Challengers North America. We're on the final week here, the final couple of days, and it has just been so exciting. I cannot wait to dive in today and get the last couple of days done with. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today. I'm joined here by Jaws and by Dan. Jaws, I mean, this has just been incredible. I mean, this has been a whole year of Valorant Challengers leading up to this. So much on the line for these teams, and we've really seen that come alive in the battleground.
Yeah, and we're not even done there yet, right? We've got last chance qualifiers coming up soon, and you're like fighting for your place to place up against some of the big teams in North America. It's going to be scary, I think, for a couple of teams playing here today. I'll say that. I mean, M80 and SRB look so good, poised to win it feels.
I mean, you're talking about things looking scary. They have been scary. I mean, Dan, even just looking at matches yesterday, Jaws talking about, you know, the M80 and the SRB, but of course, looking at this lower bracket, SRB sent there early, and it's a grilling one. But of course, not the only one fighting for their lives here. Nightblood Gaming going up against NRGA. I mean, this was a banger series.
It was incredible. These are teams that we've been talking about for quite some time, since Stage 2 pretty much, and even going into this playoffs, we were talking about how Nightblood were the underdog. We wanted to see how far they made it. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to them yesterday, but it was really close. It was a back and forth between the two. It really felt like it was a couple of those individual moments that we saw in the type of energy, we saw for Renz, we saw for Shandex, that allowed them to close it out at the end. I kind of wish we didn't have to say goodbye to any of the teams that we have at this point, but you know, that's just how it had to go, and it was a great win for Energy.
And then this one here, Jaws, was crazy. Lower bracket, Core versus SRB. 2 favorites going into this as well, fighting for their lives. And it was, again, an incredible series.
Yeah, man, Xander was popping as well. You saw the clip there, obviously. Core 2, and I'd have to echo Dryad's sentiment. It's kind of sad seeing some of these teams kind of dip out of the competition. I think Moose has been really fun to watch as well on the side of Core. It's just SRB. They want to take it all the way. I don't think being down in the position they're in is going to be something they're looking happy about. I mean, at the end of the day, they're expecting to be in the finals versus M80, but it will take a little bit longer now before they can actually do that, being in the lowers.
And I mean, solving some mistakes as well. Talking to, like, yesterday, talking about the fact that yeah, they had done so many mistakes in their upper bracket match, which put them into this spot, right? And of course, as the competition gets dwindled down, you're going to be facing tougher and tougher competition. The fact this was a matchup within this lowers was absolutely crazy, right? And it's not going to get easier from here on out. And of course, for SRB, one of the two teams that can still qualify via those circuit points, they need to get the best placement possible to make sure like they can control their own fate still and not all is lost. But I've loved being able to see the teams push to the absolute max here, and SRB is going to have to continue that run going on forward today. As their lower semifinals, they'll be taking on that NRGA squad. And of course, we'll also have an opportunity to crown our first grand finalist of the day, Dan, with M80 versus SAD in the upper finals.
It is going to be a great matchup. I know everybody's talking about M80. Everybody has them as their favorite for sure. But with SAD, they have been looking better and better. They played each other kind of recently, and it was a close fight. SAD Esports were able to take a map away from M80, and it feels like throughout this playoffs, they have been warming up, improving, getting better. So it feels like it might just be the last final challenge for M80.
Hey, I mean, for M80, they definitely have their sights set at the top. This is just going to be the next challenge, not the final challenge. But of course, what are the teams playing for? Taking a look at the circuit points again. The first place spot or grand, like whoever wins stage 3 gets a spot for play-ins, their opportunity to compete for champions here. And of course, whoever has the most circuit points will then go on to play the LCQ at the end of the month to try and be one of those teams could get their spot as well. Core, they've been eliminated, so they have gotten their points in. So yes, they look first place on here, but as it stands, M80 and SRB haven't been allotted their points yet, aka Core also is done. So to put it all here frankly for you, if SRB, M80, or SAD win, they get play-ins. Whoever they play in the grand finals should be the first place point. If SAD win, I mean, then it's just going to go between SRE and M80. Like these are the three teams that can make it. But of course, add esports, a little bit of different stakes going on into all of it, which should make this upper finals match, Dan, a super exciting one.
I really like that you said to put it simply, and it is the most complicated stage that we've ever had. Honestly, I get it. You know what? To make it even easier, if you see stars, they can still get points. Points good. Points qualification.
Point is good.
Except Saturday, they just can't get enough points. They just can't get enough points. You're contending against teams that have twice as much as you, but yeah, there's a lot going on. Hopefully, we try to simplify it a little bit. But again, as we gear up for our first series of the day, getting started with our upper finals match. Of course, M80 going up against SAD. M80 looking great off of points. A win would just further cement that. SAD Esports, of course, need to win it all. And looking back at M80's run through the regular season, it was an incredible run. They only dropped a couple of maps along the way. And I mean, Jaws, SAD Esports was one of those teams they dropped a map to, and talking to SAD after their win to put them into upper finals, they said that they should have beat M80. Like, they should have taken that. So I'm excited to see them prove that today.
You say a couple. Yes, specifically two maps they've dropped this entire stage. Like, are you kidding me? One against SRB, that was a Haven. And yeah, Fracture versus SAD. And I want to see how the map draft is kind of chalked up between both the teams, because I got a feeling M80 are going to ban that map. Look, you beat us on it. That's fine. We're just going to ban it and then play on a little bit more comfort. But it feels like comfort for every single one of them. And specifically M80, their ability to shut down star players is just so key to their success. I mean, the Nightblood Gaming game where they just put Sonikar out back and just kind of left him there in the cold, and it was just like, what? You can't do anything now. They're just so good. They're so clinical, and it's not really much else you can say about them, to be honest. They're almost flawless.
M80, they're on a 13-match win streak. They haven't lost a single game since that Swiss stage of stage 2. Stage 2, they were champions, and going into stage 3, they look even better. Like Joss is saying, they have only lost a couple maps so far, and they continue to look the favorite for that reason. This is a team that made some changes halfway through the year, and they just look like a tier 1 team, honestly, and it just makes sense, right? You have Koja was part of that tier 1 for quite some time, Caillou as well, and it's a combination of everybody else that has been getting that experience throughout the years that are kind of ready to show it this time around, and maybe even dream about having the chance to play in front of the Riot Games arena.
I mean, I love that you call out that this already is looking like a tier 1 team, because we have talent that definitely should be at that level and has competed at that level as well. I mean, you talk about the changes that have happened midway through. Kaplan and Caillou, that combined leadership has been so good for the team. And I mean, everyone has been allowed to shine and step up. Bonnie has been electric. Alvin and Spaz, their impact has been huge. But to start off talking about this team, I want to talk about Nismo, because we saw Nismo kind of retire and take on the coaching position when we're looking back at stage 1. Then when Caillou and Kaplan joined the fray, he goes back to playing, and I'm so glad he has. I feel like, Dan, this is a man with just something to prove, someone who's been talked about for years as he's competed in challengers as to, yeah, why haven't we seen him on this stage? And he is so close to making that a reality.
Since that day 1, since the first day that he played a match in Valorant, we all knew that this is one of the players that we wanted to see at the very top, and he has played in tier 2 for quite some time, but it feels like that break that you said he took from playing when he thought that was going to be the end of his pro player career, when he went into coaching for M80, that is what he needed. That was the slight change that he needed to reset to go again, because yes, he was always a great player, he was always a difference maker for sure, but now he looks better than ever. I think he's top 3 in stats in playoffs so far, and he has always been known for his KO, for his raise, but the level at which he's playing these is something that we've really never seen before, and a massive reason why M80 is having so much success.
And to be able to hit this form at this timing, I think is just incredible for him. I mean, we've seen him get so close in the past when we're looking at M80 and these Ascension runs, right? When we've looked at Nismo's own past. But he's been somebody that throughout, even if M80's fallen just that little bit short, he's always been performing at such a high level. And again, here in the upper finals, so close to that grand final spot. So close. So close. But of course, on the opposing end, looking to stop that run and get a little bit of revenge, we have none other than SAD Esports. I mean, I had said in the head-to-head that, yeah, they thought that they could have beaten M80, and Nismo actually, after their last matchup, had commented in the interview like, oh, dropping a team, like a map to a team like SAD, and they took it personally. Like, while he was talking in his interview, like, he wants to get this win, like, he wants to get his get back there, and I feel like this is a team, Jaws, that is so capable of that. Again, we were all expecting an M80 SRB in this upper finals, and SAD Esports with that win, like, they show that they're here to contend.
Yeah, it was a pretty close game too, that versus SRB. What was like 13-10 on a couple of the maps. Like, they were an underdog going in. If you predicted them in the chat, like, you got a hefty payout channel points, put it that way. But I think with how SAD have been playing too, if they can rise up to the occasion, rise up to these big teams and big names as well. I mean, this M80, maybe they should be like slightly scared to face them. Look, they've already taken a map off them. That'll do, I think, for an M80 team that have only lost a couple in this stage. So yeah, I'm looking to SAD to bring some of this underdog energy. And that would be even more the case as well if you're facing some VCT teams in the big stage. So I'm excited to see this team. I hope they take them all the way. I'm looking for 3 maps here.
This team of SAD is a team with really, really strong individuals, and I really like some of the slight changes that they've made across different maps. I feel like they have improved the little things they needed to fix so they could close out maps like they did last time that they played against M80. But the one thing for me is that we're talking about an M80 that has been incredibly consistent, winning 13 games in a row since stage 2, flawless in playoffs for stage 2, flawless on the Swiss stage for stage 3, and continuing to be flawless right now in players for stage 3 going into plans. And for SAD, we've seen them be very inconsistent. That is going to be that one condition for them. Can they show that top level that they show sometimes to us? And you're looking at the duelist, you're looking at Paint, you're looking at how the calling is going to look like. If they're able to show that top game that they do sometimes, they can absolutely put up a fight against M80. But M80 feels like they have found a formula to be consistent, to be good, and that is why SAD Esports is a little bit more of that underdog, and they should still be scared about M80.
I mean, you're talking about the inconsistency sometimes within this team. So I want to talk about a consistency that we've seen really step up here within this playoffs run and talk about Pain, especially to like last series, Immaculate, but you even look back further than that. And I feel like when you're looking for the team to get on that consistent page, when you're looking at, you know, okay, can our duelists do this? Okay, maybe they're not. It goes to the other pieces of the team. And I mean, especially the setup, Pain being on those smokes, etc. here, Jaws, I think to be able to see him again in this form when it's hitting the most crucial part of playoffs is awesome.
Yeah, it's really sick. I'm glad they actually put this replay on the screen here because the SRB game, they came into playoffs with a new idea how to play Ascent, and that's how they got it done. They got 10-2 on the attack half, and Pain was a massive, massive part of that. And I think Sad, relying on this call-in from Pain is going to have to be so key here because of how drilled M80 are, because of how good M80 have been and consistent. You need some kind of like gumption, like spark behind you that's really going to kind of ignite into a giant explosion that I hope Pain can kind of deliver for the team. I'm excited to see how well they do here, but they're just going to have to be very clinical as M80, or they might not stand a chance.
I mean, we're definitely a team that's up to be such a great upper finalist. But last but not least, before we dive into everything for today, of course, our Philips Norelco head-to-head. And this one I've been really excited about because on one end of the coin, like one end of all of this, I mean, Bonnie, again, Bonnie is Bonnie. Bonnie is awesome. Bonnie, yes. When we talk about the inconsistencies of SAD Esports, because I feel like you can't talk about Paint without bringing that up. Paint has been a little bit inconsistent in his time here. But Dan, when Paint is on one, he is amazing. And we've seen a lot of like more duelists as he's gone on to the SAD Esports roster. But when we get to see his KO, it is awesome. And what I think is really cool about his KO is he learned that from Nismo, who is considered like one of the great KO players out there, right? So I love that we've gotten to see that level of consistency on the KO at least. And again, Bonnie, we've seen a lot of consistency. If Paint can match that consistency going on today, like this is going to be a really cool head-to-head.
Absolutely. Paint is one of those players that sometimes will just have the most insane game that we've ever seen. He breaks every record and he just leaves it talking so much because of how incredible he can be. He has really good mechanics. I think it's just, yeah, like you're saying, just trying to find that consistency throughout every single map that is going to be played today, because Bonnie is kind of your perfect duelist on the other side. And I don't mean it just in the way that he's playing, but just I think every time that you interview him, Sierra, how confident he is, but also in like a humble way. It's so impressive to me. I think he has that little secret that all the best duelists in the world have, is just playing your game, doing your own thing, and just taking kind of utilizing your team to your advantage in the best way possible. So that is something that is going for Bonnie that is going to be really, really fun to see today against Pain, because last time that they played also, it was pretty close between the two. And like you're saying, Pain is an incredible KO, but he's also an incredible Phoenix. You know, those two agents play similar in a few of these maps, and that's why he can be a little bit more of that support.
I mean, again, we've seen these two teams face off before, and it was a best of 3 that went the distance. So I'm excited to see as we head into our map picks and bans, if maybe we can get a little bit of that today. But of course, with the fact we have played each other, I'm curious how this is going to be switching up. And we do get a lot of switches, but we do get to see a run back of that fracture here, Jaws, that SAD was able to take off of them before. Not surprised to see them pick it up. But M80 switching the first one in this series, going to be taking us to Pearl.
Yeah, I like the Pearl, but Fracture I like even more. 71% attack win rate for SAD, which is ridiculous. They are 5-0, so it was almost obvious that they were going to go here. What I find really interesting is, you know, banning something like Ascent. It's like, okay, they won versus SRB, which is very recent VODs, but they're pretty weak on that one. So M80's ban there is a little bit curious to me, but I'm glad that SAD managed to get a Fracture in. Like, that is going to be the map that they're going to be able to pick up maybe, and then carry the momentum through onto Split. Or maybe from Pearl. They could win Pearl too. I'm just, yeah, putting that one out there as well.
This one is so interesting though, because for M80, they haven't played this map of Pearl in quite some time. It's been about a little bit over a month. So it just makes me wonder, what have they been cooking on this first map? Why they decide to suddenly pick it, suddenly switch it up a little bit? I'm assuming it's going to be a bit different from what we saw last time, even though the composition that they were playing before, when they had Alvin on the Chamber and when they had Bonnie on the Neon, it's still something that can be viable. But I don't know. I feel like you're going to switch it up.
I mean, we'll have to see what M80 are cooking up on the day. Before we dive into that, what have we been cooking up with the predictions? Look, Welly told me that they were going to beat him this time.
I like
me
it.
in my face. He told me they were going to win. I believe him, but we'll have to see if they can get past this first map pro. What we're cooking up here, looking at the compositions, I mean, Dan, it's looking like a lot of the same. I mean, even if it has been a while since we've seen M80 here, like they are strong here, and I can only imagine they put in more reps and are feeling more confident.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I thought there was going to be a change, but M80 is going to continue playing that composition that they played before. This is something that really works well for them when they get the chance to play Alvin on this chamber. It's not something that you get to see every single map, but then you have a great balance between how Alvin likes to play, anchoring those sides, and also holding those extremities, and also a Bonnie that you know is always willing to run it down and to get those kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of their best picks as well, right? The Neon for Bonnie, Nismo obviously is going to be on KO. Chamber's always Cinema, but Paint, how consistent can it be on the Phoenix? He's played it so many times. I think 18 so far, around that number. So Sad, looking at Paint, if he can be consistent, opening these sites up.
I mean, heading into the first map of the series here in the upper finals of Challengers, a spot in the grand finals is on the line. M80 have been a different beast, but again, NA Esports, one of the only teams to be able to take a map off of them. Time to see how Pearl, the first of this one, is going to be shaking up with your casters. Let's send it over to Marks and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Desk. The upper final, a ticket to the Grands on the line. And Mark Sad had something to say. They didn't like the way that M80 were saying losing to a map like Sad. So I'm really stoked for kind of the grudge match that we have here today.
Yeah, they always say that spite is the biggest motivator, and right now Sad are coming in with a lot of motivation if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And I love the narrative that the Desk has really set up here between these two teams. First of all, we've got Nismo back in on that KO. We know Nismo's going to be great there, but on the flip side, we've got Paint onto that Phoenix, who has been kind of subbed in as kind of like a pseudo KO, but has had a lot of practice on this. But I got to agree, the biggest thing for me is that consistency. I think Paint has been one of the least consistent players on Sad, and if we get a good performance out of Paint, then I do think that Sad could really take this one to M80.
This is where the pressure makes diamonds, and already first contact. A lot of information for Sad to spot this army marching down towards the site. And with all the smokes being placed, Sad tried to really propel and to delay things just by obscuring that vision. But Bonnie and Alvin work together to remove those defenders. Here comes Paint, Zaj, Vita, not missing any time. Already activating that speed, Vita to cover, playing it so well. And the Bane switch with his fellow duelist. The flash is out, the curveball is thrown, and Sad take the pistol.
Yeah, honestly, like, sure, that is just a pistol round, not too much to take away from that one, but I think a lot of the strengths that we've seen Sad develop throughout the entirety of Stage 3 were on full display. Obviously, a little bit of a run over when you got all of M80 running at you. Welly as well as Pain were really trying to hold things down, but when it comes down to it, the support system that has been built around Vita to make sure that you can kind of go in and find those kills has always been looking phenomenal when it comes to Sad. And of course, Paint gets a couple of kills that round, but has been still very supportive on this Phoenix, and that is the reason why Sad are going to walk away with that pistol round. We take a look now. They're buying up here. Of course, we're seeing quite a few weapons brought to the table. Vita, of course, going to be on that sniper rifle, that Marshall, looking for one of those long-range picks, but M80 not really wanting to poke the bear too much. Playing nice and slow, nice and patient, and I imagine it's just going to be try to wait things out before you decide to charge in. Actually, there goes Bonnie.
Yeah. Really just charging it head first, and the bullet goes straight through there as well. And even Vita, does he want to re-peek this? Welly gets info off the HUD. That's massive. Alvin gets spotted by that. No one shot it. And then M80 peeks out to try and fight it, and now they're all dead. So not much you can really do in a very long distance battle against a Marshall, and Sad being really ready for you, having information. So, hey, Sad look very much in control of this map so far.
And now Nismo is going to be walking right into Pain, who has just been literally on fire these last couple of matches. Of course, as well, hey, why not a curveball around the corner? Once again, Sad, it's all seeming extremely well coordinated, as now it's just up to Spaz, who, because the spike doesn't get planted down, will probably just look to maybe find a kill, a cheeky kill here or there, or just play the round down and, you know, fall to the ground at that.
And what was so interesting about the M80 interview, you know, the only really team that's gotten M80 to sweat has been SRB, maybe even SAD, but M80 said the only reason it got close was because of Micro. They were so confident in their game plan, their strategy, their preparation, that it's really just coming down to their mechanics. And if M80, they're on fire out of the gates, this could be a really strong game for them as well, which once they have a equal buy, then we'll have that conversation of the M80 and SAD Micro. But for now, SAD they're very proactive. They're very quick with how they're using their util.
Oh man, SAD at the end of that round, they get the information, and if you look to the minimap, they're like, we're getting the heck out of here. And then Spaz is just looking for someone like, please get the ultimate orb, please get the ultimate orb. And SAD were like, nah, no thank you. And Spaz just laughing in his chair, realizing what kind of happened there. So we'll stay alive and get nowhere closer to having that Cosmic Divide online. And yeah, the buy gets all messed up now. A Stinger going to be brought in for Spaz. The rest of M80 are nice and equipped to take this one. And they're going to be going up against Zaj, who has been extremely good at this Cypher on these previous maps, and does, of course, have that support from Pain. So a lot of stall tools to allow the rotation from the rest of the SAD members if they deem that they're getting run over.
What a deep knife as well from Nismo to try and suppress SAD, but man, just popping out of the open at close range, catching M80 by surprise. M80 they use recon, they use knife, they had a heads up, but SAD were just so elusive, and they got the first shot in. M80's first rifle round, not looking good at all. Just the smokes, how SAD are really securing themselves on the site, how Pain was able to push back M80 for so long until Vita was ready to engage, means that SAD are in a great position to convert their bonus.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be doing just that, just scooping up the weapons now that M80 have dropped off here. And a little bit surprising from M80, if I'm being honest with you. You see just the level of confidence that M80 kind of peek out of those smokes with, expecting to find those kills. But listen, like, yeah, I know you came out of this one being like, wow, I can't believe we dropped the map against SAD. But SAD have been just so on point lately. So they simply just walk out of all those smokes right into a meat grinder without any support or any flashes or anything really. So they all just lose their lives, leaving Alvin the last person alive, who will be able to carry this Vandal forwards. But I don't know, this is not a great start for M80, who, once again, this is their map pick, so you would have expected them to have just a little bit more, but that's going to be SAD 3 rounds in a row now.
And you didn't even break any of the trips that Zaj left behind. So, I mean, you didn't even proc the whole defense of SAD. Just so well synchronized between Vita and Pain. And SAD have talked about how they've really built their compositions around being able to play at a certain pace. That's why you bring on the firepower of Vita to change around the SAD, I guess, trajectory, because stage 2 wasn't where SAD wanted to land, obviously, not being in playoffs. And look at where they are now. They're threatening the #1 team, trying to end the perfect streak of M80 in the playoffs. But people have been able to scratch the surface of M80, but not take a series.
And also just a couple more points based off of the last time we saw these two teams face off against each other in that Swiss stage. M80, they looked better on their attack than on their defense up against SAD. Taking it 6-6 in that first half, exactly how we're poised right now. And then on the defense, only getting 3 while SAD ran away with it. And Vita with an excellent opener onto Alvin. And so that's going to pull the trigger here. M80 looking to engage fast, but Pain is still on site, hiding inside of the smoke. And M80 actually decide to back off of this. And I think that this is the right call. Burn a little bit more of that SAD utility before you decide to move through. You just got to make sure to do your due diligence and check all these corners.
The camera's still up from Zaj as well. You got so much info on B. The trips never got touched over at A. That's a switch up of the Sentinel. What a flash, but kind of off on your own. Giving an upgrade now to Caillou. 2 rifles now in the hands of M80, coming in with also 2 Stingers. It's still a 4v4. M80 working the map, maybe trying to sell a fake at B. with the duo that went down that hallway after that pick, but now carefully taking care of the trips. Pain is wanting to punish this plant, and Spaz reacts appropriately. But here comes retaliation. Revenge now for Sad as they hope to stop M80 from their second plant in this map. As Spaz is going off on the other side of the smoke, isolates himself. Nismo's in the corner, working off Caillou. They're disengaged. They're playing off of the recon, and Sad are slowing it down now. They know there's a crossfire they're walking into. Great cage though from the Cypher, like that choice, but couldn't win that 1v1 against Nismo. But the damage has been done. Well, he's off on his own and he still has the plant. He almost had the collat, but Caillou stands tall as the IGL of M80.
Oh man, a great little bait and switch coming through from M80 that time. They really just like to play with the time, play with the minds of Sad, being like, hey, are we going here? Are we going there? And you could see that they were fully taking the bait, but thankfully Sad at least left one alive onto that A site. And I think that there was definitely a way that this could have turned around. The key pivotal kill there was making sure that Spaz found that pick onto Pain, because if that delayed things even further, then you would have seen Vita would have already been there ready to fight that one out. And ultimately it comes down to Nismo to help close that one out. An excellent flash and an excellent job playing that corner, making it so much more difficult for M80 on that take.
The drone, the Prowler, they survived this position though that Vita has owned in the past. And despite Sad having the better weapons, M80 only had one rifle in that previous round. Only one person was still standing after everything was said and done. So M80 still did some damage to this economy, but not enough, right? When you have an Odin and an op that was purchased there from Sad. Trips and all the Cypher utils set up towards the right side of the map. That's been the, I guess, better side for M80 just based on their two plants being at A. But we'll see how they take their time approaching it.
Keep in mind as well, the two duelist alts online for Sad. Paint with the run it back, an excellent retake tool. You see Paint's been always playing that kind of neutral spawn position, ready to go to either side depending on where the call gets made. Vita as well, given the operator in hand, could use that overdrive to kind of overpower the site. So I think Sad are more than willing to play this one just a little bit more slow as M80 get to that 30-second mark. So now they kind of have to commit, and actually run it back gets activated very early on.
And it calls for the disengage from M80. They don't want to mess with the smoke, but hey, the speed is being picked up. Ready at the door is Vita with an up, and he's going to try and peek out of that smoke. And now he just has to wait for the regroup. And I guess Bonnie's not really going to carry his safety in numbers, safety behind the box, and Vita just gets run over as he was repositioning with the op. And then maybe some safety, maybe some space for the Hunter's Fury for Caillou, but now with this crunch coming in, Caillou already confirms 3. He already clutched around on the lower buy for M80, and then he gets a huge multi-kill for this round. M80 are fighting back.
You can see, exactly like you said, the full intention was let's make sure Caillou gets set up to use that Hunter's Fury. But one of the things we've been seeing from Sad now is they're just so quick and ready to take that retake. A huge pick to start things off here, but it just comes down to simple crossfires set up on the actual site, ready to trap Sad, who once again have been really quick when it comes to it. I genuinely think that M80 have been doing an excellent job at reading their opponents right now. It just does feel like Sad are coming out when it comes to a little bit more of those mechanical skill moments. And still though, if M80 want to win this one out, well, they're walking into 4 right now. Thankfully, it's just a low buy for Sad.
Vita's just out to bait and just takes all the pressure off of his team, but M80, the firing squad's in position. The smokes are up as well, so Sad got kind of isolated. It was a Hail Mary play. You had a bunch of sheriffs going in. You're not investing ults. You're really just hoping to punish M80 once they were grabbing the orb. You know, you can't grab the orb and have a gun out at the same time, but hey, it's looking pretty flawless for M80. So good luck to Payne and Welly.
Oh, my two Glasses brothers trying to hold this one down, but Bonnie gonna find that kill, and yeah, that's gonna guarantee the plant here. And look at the M80 protocols that are being set up right now. Like, Spaz has been so good on this lurk thus far at making sure to zone out and find Zash, who has been consistently creeping around the map. And all the while, M80 have been doing a good job at playing that slow push and pull, bait out your opponent and then just absolutely overwhelm them exactly like that. And just like that, M80, they find 3 rounds in a row for them as now they tie things up against SAD. And if you take a look at their pockets when it comes to the ultimate economy, I mean, M80 got everything in the world to counter out some of those SAD ultimates that I imagine they're going to be bringing out here just to stabilize their economy.
Yeah, especially when you gave Alvin that plan, he gets the final for the team. And I'm wondering if you can kind of get Alvin more activated around the map as a solo lurk, especially when you have the op. That could be something to contest Vita's op over at B. But do they know that Vita has invested in yet another one? This is expensive. SAD just came off of a save. It's a 3-round win streak for M80. This Aldron will mark Welly, but you know Welly is never alone. SAD have been a stack together over at B. As M80 gonna change things up. The bullet whistles by. Alvin just spams through, and the pressure is on. SAD are just gonna play for retake. Now through the smoke, though, there is a sense of safety. I don't know if you can feel safe when Bonnie is on the hunt, but decides to play a safer position right at the choke point. So at the very least, M80 can trade, but down 2 players. SAD don't really feel like this is winnable.
Yeah, it's such a hard call to make there. I mean, we talked about all of the different ultimates online, and you know what? The best way to counter ultimates is to kill the person who's got the ultimate so they can't use that in the round. And that's exactly how M80 approached this round. I mean, it's just a complete different pace from what we saw on those previous rounds where we got those really slow defaults coming through, the traps being set up to kind of bait SAD onto one side and then go onto the other. This time around, with all of the ultimates available, we saw Nismo go for that null command right off the bat. They storm their way up mid. They know where the operator is going to be, and they isolate and annihilate thanks to Caillou's Hunter's Fury as well. All the while walking away with 3 ultimates still on line for M80. And so as far as rounds go, that was played to perfection. As for the first time on this map, we get to see M80 take the lead.
What sucks is that SAD were trying to conserve that op and they dropped it at the last second. I think only 1 rifle still survived for SAD, so they need to regroup and to think this over now, doing this with a timeout, because not only are M80 back on their feet, well, they're kicking SAD in the dirt. It's pretty convincing now more than ever, because M80 are really leveraging their strengths, the speed and how relentless and suffocating they can be when they get in your face. And they're not now face checking SAD, especially when they're not sure if Vita has the op. So Caillou is getting information off the drone, which SAD are now not gonna peep that, so it gives M80 some breathing room to close the gap. And hey, when they get the ball rolling, it's hard to stop them.
I'm thinking at this point, SAD, you know, how do you counter out this default, right? Because I feel like that has been kind of the death of SAD Esports at this point. And obviously the quickest answer is let's bowl them over, you know, let's just run at them. Let's use our utility. Let's take the fight to them. And I do think that that could be helpful. I don't know if this is necessarily the round to do that one on, but we have to see a little bit more of that injection of pace for SAD Esports if they want to take M80 on their own terms. Right now, they're just kind of running around, hopping around like, we think they're going over here, and then they go over there and it's like, oh, there's nobody here. What do we do now? And that's spending a lot of precious utility. Like the round where Paint used the run it back so early on still comes to mind. And to me, that is such a good demonstration of the differences between these 2 teams when it comes to their playstyles at the moment.
And the Outlaw is going to get just as much value because there's very much a lack of armor, at least on 2 players, a bunch of sheriffs, an eco from SAD, post timeout. See how they stand. Still a stinger in the hands of Vita. If he gets close enough, you know how this retake could really shake things up. Pain will be on having that hero rifle. So I wonder if this Nightfall is going to be invested. I think it's all going to depend on a first pick coming in from first contact from Pain, who is in the dugout, hoping to dig himself out, but the recon spots him. SAD have to bail him out. Here they come, but the Molly does interrupt their trajectory. M80, he did lose Bonnie so early with that jump scare that SAD produced on the retake. And See that everything has been slowed down as SAD are exposed. M80 gonna reassess the angles that they have, try to break them up with the smoke. Here is the Outlaw taking aim. Alvin gets a pick. The rest of SAD are here just to watch, and they just can't even see the targets. I like these shock bolts from Caillou right at the dugout, right through the heart of Pain. And at the last second, the spike gets planted, but just barely. M80 still have 3 left, and Welly will just hope to do damage, but just on the other side of a cosmic divide.
Hey, you know what? I was saying how I think SAD should just take the initiative, you know, go off their utility. Turns out if they all hang out and spawn, and they decide to just push in together once they get that information, that's an excellent way to make sure to utilize all of the different tools that were available for them in what should have been a pretty open and shut round for M80, given the fact that they had such strong weaponry compared to the weak stuff that SAD had. They made that one a little bit sweaty, and you can see that M80 were a little bit scared about what was going to happen. And of course, Alvin opening that one up with the Outlaw, making sure that we get that kill, as well as Caillou with just an amazing nerdy angle to just find that shock bolt kill as well. Make sure that it's going to be nice and easy for M80 to continue their dominance. And now it's interesting when it comes to the ultimates, right? Because we've got Bonnie here with that overdrive available and Alvin with the tour de force. So 2 ultimates that I don't really imagine get a lot of value when it comes up against SAD, but all eyes for B right now are onto Zaj. That neural theft could be huge if used in the right location.
Nismo already marked 2 with the knife over at the orb, and look how M80 just wrap around them, but Bonnie, when it backs against the wall, he bites back even harder. M80 surround their prey. SAD are left lost in the sauce, and you walked into the M80 trap, and you sprung it. Now only 2 left. But Zaj, he's got the light ups, the crosshair is clean. 2 headshots will floor M80, leaving Pain to dig themselves out of a hole, and decent enough damage, but still another M80 round under the belt.
Oh man, and now we're getting to see the Bonnie plays come to fruition here. Obviously, using the overdrive, sliding through, it's all looking fantastic. It's all looking so fun, of course. But all the while, you notice that when that engagement happens, the rest of M80 are also flooding in alongside Bonnie. And this is what I mean. M80 have really done so much work to make sure that Bonnie is not just kind of running in there, the solo duelist flying in, taking all that space for free. No, this is going to be supported. We're going to make sure that if Bonnie goes down, those trades can come through, and it just works out perfectly. Alvin ditching the operator for the tour de force. That's a showcase and a half if you're part of the bourgeoisie, part of the 1%, and have that much money, and still will get rewarded with a kill. So you know what, everything working out well for the Frenchman.
Yeah, M80 really conditioned how aggressive they were towards A main. Now they just leave their chamber to play this push and this pull, and M80 just pull Welly to the depths. 6 feet under, Stingers at close range, not too bad, but Zaj is completely alone because SAD are so focused on mid. Where could this chamber be lurking at? A little too much focus, though, into the threat of Alvin, as SAD need to keep their attention on the front lines. Speed is using the speed, the curveball, the synergy from the duelists get annihilated as the first flawless is rung up here from M80.
Oh my god, that was... Yo, that was so sick coming out from SAD. Like, the way that they just kind of use Vita to get that information, and immediately you see so much utility come out to just hop on those kills, make sure that they're going to be secured. And yet M80, they're ready for it. Like, they expect that type of play to happen, and therefore they've got people hanging back. They've got people just hiding around the corner, ready to pop out. When it comes to this level of preparation, once again, M80 just feels so elite in comparison to SAD Esports right now. And a lot of that has to go to their coach, who obviously has been doing a lot of preparation. Kaplan, making sure that those anti-strats are ready, making sure to have the read on how SAD play.
Ooh, Welly thought there wouldn't be anybody in mid after the Prowler, and they just stagger in. The number is not confidently called out. It's not just the solo lurk in mid, it's the whole squad. And M80, without really making any progress towards any part of the map, this 1-3-1 has granted M80 2 kills. And this 7-round win streak now seems like it will not end anytime soon. The barrel's spotted. Pain trying to check where Alvin could be as he was spotted in A main last round. And M80, I think, very happy with how they've been able to manipulate the map and play the mind games against SAD.
Now Zad's going to be isolated all alone. At least will find that first kill. Finds a second, but Nismo will clean that one up. And at this point, it's all up to Paint. Still plenty of time to make this one happen. So that knife will be reset by the time Paint goes over. The question is whether or not Paint wants to try and save that, all the while Spaz being so good. Once again, just being alone, finding those kills, shutting down the lurkers, and making it so much more difficult for Sad to have a read on what M80 are doing. Everything right now clicking together for M80 after those first 3 rounds where it all seemed like it was falling apart.
And there's such a pace change and confidence in the and depth to the M80 aggression this round was a default of 1-3-1. Before it was Alvin lurking around going for picks. Other rounds M80 just steamroll into B, steamroll into A. It's hard to tell what version of M80 you're going to get, which has Sad playing behind the 8 ball, and not in a good way. Like, they're playing more reactionary to M80, and if you let them execute their game plan, there's a reason why M80 are undefeated thus far and on this insane series streak, which right now, after letting Sad convert their bonus, M80 didn't let them convert a single round after that.
And I think one of the benefits of the way that M80's composition is built is based off of both Caillou and Nismo. Because one of the things that you see some teams get stuck in is, okay, we're going to play default. We're going to hang back. Oh no, we have no map control. Okay, well now we have to check our corners with our utility. Let's try and find all of this information out. And then when they get to the actual site, they're like, hold on a second, we just have to dry peek this now. But given the fact that they've got 2 initiators, the linking between Caillou and Nismo on making sure they're not overlapping their utility to gain that space and then still have some stuff when they want to engage onto the site. I mean, it's just working out so well for M80. This game plan has just been perfectly executed coming out from them.
I think there's an informational advantage having Caillou, these recons, these owl drones. They can face check, they can get information deep into the sites and more coverage compared to a prowler. Like even last round, Welly got nothing, and it actually resulted in fake information where then they got shot because of that. I think the Zaj cameras earlier on were really nice. It allows you to play so far away from the danger, but unfortunately not spotting M80 and choosing the wrong side of the map in that case, which now a 3-2 split from M80, now slowly scaling a different pace. And these trips that we're waiting for Zaj to kind of have an impact on to see if it could trip up someone like Bonnie, who likes to go fast.
Right now, it's going to be 2 bulls just ramming into each other. M80 getting ready for that A-side push, and all the while Sad, I mean, given the fact that Welly has pushed so far out of B, they know this has to end most likely onto A. And looks like they're going to be engaging right now.
Run attack already activated, and all the ults are going to come out here in the last round of the half. Null Command already activated. M80 now on their half of the real estate, and now just jump spotting Vita amongst the smoke. The Judge close range is going to clap, and all 3 in the corner. M80 just are clapping, and Sad only have 2, 1 with the Guardian. M80 disengage at A main and play the distance battle. Spaz out front is even gonna
sweating. They were like, what the heck is going on? Oh my goodness, we're running out of time. Nismo's still on the ground trying to res. All the while, Vita's running around with a shotgun. Okay, we just gotta slap this thing down and then hope for the best. And somehow they're still able to escape the site. It's kind of unreal, but it works out for them in the end. 9-3. A much different story than the last time we saw both these teams on this map against each other, as now they will be swapping sides. But this is where I'm so interested in seeing how Sad want to initiate onto the site. I agree with your points that you were making about that fade. It didn't seem like it was getting that much information. Those Prowlers pretty limited in being able to scope out M80's game plan. But now onto this attack. I mean, it could be massive support for Vita, for Paint, to find all that space, and once again, that collapse to occur on some of the weaker points of M80.
Even Nismo gets a hit on the lurk using the knife. Zaj pushed off that orb, forced to trip up towards spawn, allowing Sad to tempo up towards B, and already dislodging the solo defender. And for Vita to be in this back hallway position, it's going to be so post-plant sided for Sad to protect the spike, to have the other half play away from the danger. But this smoke that could come down from Spaz could break up the fight in favor of M80 as they jump down in midst of all the danger. But all the kills are starting to go Sad's way, and yet another pistol is under Sad's belt.
I think we just saw a rare interaction happen with the Neon v Neon violence, where we got to see Vita mid-slide get pinged up and stunned, and so then the slide was slow for like half of it, and then it accelerated, and you could see on M80, they were like, what the heck? That was not supposed to happen the way that it did. Almost looking like rubber banding in Mario Kart, but Sad still walk out away despite all of the pressure that M80 do onto that retake, and so they win the pistols yet again, looking to hopefully chain together more than 3 rounds this time on this half if they want to get things started here. And already a bit of information gained by Nismo, who immediately after spotting out Vita will just kind of back off. Imagine now that we get to see Sad potentially put that spike down, this might just be a hey, let's see if we find anybody, and if not, we're all just gonna die to the spike.
Vita was so clean with that Marshall on Sad's last anti-eco. It was holding B long last time on the defense, just that immediate headshot. Vita's a very mechanical player, but a Marshall is going to force you to play a bit slower unless he just drops it and goes in guns blazing, which the alternative would not be a gun that would be blazing, but Sad are just gonna try and kind of secure the area using those smokes. That's why Payne's role in this match is gonna be so key, but you have the entirety of M80 around the corner. 2 flashes there from Nismo, nades and everything, but only Bonnie as a duelist to go in. Compared to, of course, you have a supporting Kaz with the Phoenix, but there's the cutoff, the timing of Vita, the 1 shots from the Marshall ring true, and M80, I mean, there's a full classic save, just hoping for the best, doing what they can. And with the suppression, you have Nismo in submission, ready to kneel. And he's even getting spammed through the wall. Payne sandwich as Sad bringing the anti-eco.
Yeah, they get to carry all those Bulldogs into this next round as well. Looking great for this bonus for Sad. Because now it will be M80 getting all the weaponry in the world to try and make this one work. I am actually super interested to see where they decide to position Alvin, who previously, I think it was mostly in stage 2, we saw playing the Vito when this map was such a very heavy util map that you needed to shut a lot of that stuff down. But some of the craziest stuff I saw come out from Alvin on that Vito was just the amount of kill power he had when being able to teleport all around. So for me, this swap onto Chamber just makes a lot of sense. And defense was the name of the game when Alvin could come alive. And so I'm waiting for those moments of brilliance to peek their head through to potentially get M80 a couple more rounds here before Sad kind of get away with everything.
Oh, that's the power of having the Phoenix, the flash out. Caillou wasn't able to teleport out the way his Chamber did, and the smoke did not come up in time to allow his Sova to escape. So M80 down by 1. Sad hoping to get the bonus, but Bonnie with 2 as a brick wall, ironclad. Spike is down, 2v1. But as he's on a vengeance, this is one mechanical player. If there's one thing Sad can rely on, is this guy with a pop-off. He's playing the mind games, already seeing if Spaz is going to approach with the fake plant. And now ring around the Rosie, who's quicker to the trigger. Is Ash playing with his food, wide swing, and clutch for Sad. Another bonus.
You know, that's got to feel great for Zaj, who on that last half, Spaz felt like he always had his number, to the point where you didn't even see Zaj starting to get the work online anymore. Suddenly that was all up to Payne instead, which is not what you usually see on this map. This time around, the clutch coming through for Zaj. Pawnee almost making this a possibility, but just falling a little bit short there while Alvin tried to make that one happen, but Zaj just so good with the cleanup in those crucial moments. And let's see if history repeats itself. 3 rounds in a row now. Sad, they chain it together. M80 looking for an opportunity to potentially clap back here, but they got to do so on this low buy.
Oh, that flash from Payne didn't fully connect, so Alvin was closer than expected, and uncharacteristic fumble, especially for Payne to be solo in that area and not wanting to play off the camera there from Zaj. So I really wanted to talk about Vita versus Bonnie as well, of 2 people that are fantastic on Neon, but having a very different util behind them. As Spaz will mark the upcoming push. Around the corner, though, is Nismo, and the Prowler good at checking those corners. And man, I guess Nismo is able to fight back with just the Sheriff. Vita punished, and it gives M80 a chance to fight back. And with the lower buy, even a Caillou upgrade. It's a rifle that was left behind in the encounter against Nismo. Gives a boon for M80, but Sad, they retaliate. Blood in the water, 3 rifles against Nismo, and he can't do enough when everyone's jumping at him. So Sad are on a roll.
Yeah, they are. That's now 4. The curse has been broken. Pinch a little salt, toss it over your shoulder, and enter into round 5 on this half. Now, we get to see M80 start to buy up into this one. Oh, that's so sad. Prod doing paint so dirty there with a little bit of a misclick. Unfortunately, the curveball not making it all the way around the door. But once again, Alvin has the operator. And I don't want to put too much pressure onto this chamber. But right now, I do think that Alvin really is that win condition. On the other side, though, Spaz gonna have to hold it down against the wave of util that SAD have been using. And once again, they've been just so effective at setting up those kill scenarios to kill and isolate anybody on their site. See how they want to do this one again, but they've got a lot of stuff to work off of, specifically those flashes. They've been absolutely dangerous.
Oh, nice. Nice util from Spaz. As soon as you saw the neon wall come up, you wanted to trip them up, slow them down, but here comes the SAD tidal wave, and Spaz at 11 HP. He's marked. He doesn't care. They're almost lined up, but Saj and Paint work together to paint the walls of M80. And Alvin and Caillou just happy to not only recover the op, but just keep what they can. But Caillou looking for picks. If he can produce something in the next couple of seconds, you could take a real swing at this, but it's not looking very possible. You can tell that Alvin, I should say, is more on the side of wanting to save with the op at 0 credits.
Yep, it's, you know, you even had to buy that light shield on this round. And all the while, look at where Saj is inserted. This one doesn't look like it's going to be too free. Caillou going to be caught off guard there. So Alvin will be the only one to walk away with that operator, but this has been absolute dominance coming in from SAD. I talked about the pace setting, the tempo that we need to see SAD play with if they want to kind of counter M80. And it's on full display right now when it comes to this attack. We're not talking about those mind games. We're not talking about those fakes. We're not talking about getting these cool traps online or anything. It's simply SAD are like, all right, we want to go onto this site. We have an idea on where they're going to be. We're going to make sure we use our Yutsu to just completely overwhelm those couple of players and then flood in. We get the perspective of M80 a couple of times where you're like, oh man, like they're under so much pressure. They find a kill. That's crazy. But all the meanwhile, the kill feed has just been lighting up red. SAD have been looking so strong on this attack and are now just within 1 round from tying it up against M80.
And everyone on M80 is 1 orb away from an ult. And I'm thinking Caillou maybe just wanted to trade it out just to have that Hunter's Fury for the start of this round, because SAD, their floods have literally been unstoppable. They haven't dropped a round yet, so a Hunter's Fury early would have been nice there. But I think the only orb that you could realistically fight for is from A main, at least from the defender's side of things. If that's what M80 would like to leverage, if they're bringing in a bunch of stingers or something on a lower buy that would be better close range. We'll see kind of how much investment M80 or how much fighting M80 want to do for that A orb.
Could be tough, especially with how they're setting themselves up now. I mean, yeah, you do have Spaz and Caillou there, but at this point, given the lower buy, I think this is more of just a plan put together. Get something online for that next round. Because look at that, I mean... Oh, sorry. Literally everybody on M80 are just 1 orb away from having their ultimate online. And once again, you want to use that one to help stabilize your economy. Especially given the fact that on the flip side, for SAD, they've already dipped into that ultimate bank to secure those last rounds. So you could completely overwhelm them if you keep that together. But first, you got to deal with that round in front. A SAD poised to get their assault online.
M80, yeah, just going for more a safer default, because if you kind of need to stack more together on a lower buy, and M80 had that deep smoke from Spaz to maybe leverage that space, but here comes SAD knocking with the Cosmic Divide. M80 are caged in, and the beast is named Vita, but Alvin shows up when you ask him to. He ring the line, and here's M80 knocking back against the forces of SAD with the better weapons. You just have a Sheriff, though, and an op, and in the hands of Nisbo, he's always good for 1, and okay, we didn't see that. And Paint, though, he's the only one left from SAD. This was a much lower buy from M80. Despite SAD using a Cosmic Divide, they invested into this, and Paint is taking a lot of unnecessary damage. The defuse is going through, and Paint is on the wrong side of this equation.
Ugg still got it. Haven't heard that one before when Nismo pops off, that's for sure. Somehow, in the midst of all of that, all of the chaos going on, a couple of whiffed shots here or there, but Nismo just holding it down in the back line. Is somehow able to deal with the alpha threat as soon as Vita gets taken care of. And now that couldn't have gone any better for M80. They've got all of their ultimates online. They've finally broken the curse. They've gotten a round off of SAD. They get themselves 2 double digits, and now they've got more than plenty of tools to try and seize this round back. SAD don't even want to give them a chance to do that. We'll be going a little bit fast, but just to try and draw out some of that initial util. Problem is that it goes up against Nismo's knife, which immediately just neutralizes a lot of that utility. And yep, there we go.
Oh, Hunter's Fury just to really kick SAD down while they're already on the ground. And even M80, I mean, on that lower buy, they used the Cosmic Divide against them. It's hunting season for Alvin. He just needed that warm-up round. The way he was just popping out of that Cosmic Divide, like, SAD felt that they were safe behind it. And if anything, M80 were able to use the KO flashes through Pain's Cosmic Divide to have M80 keep surprising and keep jump-scaring SAD in that last round. And that same kind of timing favored M80 here, the way that they got picks in mid off the op.
This is so interesting from M80. Like, you see, immediately once they realize they've got that numbers advantage, they've got more than enough, they all just go back into spawn, are like, hey, we're just gonna play purely off that information. We're not gonna give anything up to SAD. We know that they can win this map. If they do want to get that spike down, we're more than comfortable to play that retake. That just shows M80 paying a lot of respect to SAD Esports right now, and SAD have been left scratching their heads after this round, and we'll just default to save, as M80 aren't even going to try and risk it, as their economy is not looking too solid on their side as well. So they'd rather make sure they've got those credits. And that round, they only used the Hunter's Fury from Caillou. Were able to just kind of poke at SAD at the start and get out scot-free. An excellent round coming out from M80 to get that momentum spinning again.
And they're only 2 rounds away from taking the map. Like, M80 did such significant work in the first half, 9-3. There was a bit of a comeback there from SAD after not only converting their bonus, but win streaking after that, needing SAD to call a timeout because M80 figured them out off of their timeout that just happened 2 rounds ago. M80 are prioritizing mid a lot more, seeing that Paint even solo lurked at some point, kind of fumbled the bag. So M80 are like, what if we converged a bit more at mid and see if we can catch SAD still exploring the map, still getting comfortable, still getting their feet wet. And it's really favored M80 on getting those early picks.
Now, the timeout being called right now might also be helpful for M80, come to think of it. We've seen the impact that Kaplan has had every single time M80 take a timeout. That's when we see the flip around where suddenly M80 are on a crazy win streak. And we've already talked about the level of preparation coming through. So while SAD have a chance to kind of regroup, settle the mental a bit, figure out their game plan to try and make this one happen, it also gives M80 a chance to discuss how they want to use their 4 ultimates to make sure that SAD don't even get a chance anymore. Because if they lose this round, SAD will go back onto a save. And then that's just M80 looking for one more round to find their first map. So get back into things. Let's see how they want to get themselves set up here. But SAD, this is a crucial round if they want to potentially get map 1 back into their favor.
And Paint has been so good at helping SAD take the space that if M80 are proactive at stopping that from developing, stopping SAD from executing the game plan, that's how M80 can stop SAD before they even get going. But watching from above, I like that angle from Alvin. Of course, he has Nismo to relieve pressure with any flashes. No one's home over at B, and M80 are quick to change their focus, knowing that they probably have to go and play for retake at A, which has been the favored site for SAD based on the level of speed that they like to play at. Already seeing the Vita util, the Prowler come in. M80 are going to take a seat and even try to spam through some of these fake walls coming up.
Blocking vision.
This is going to be huge. On the side of B, we've got Alvin set up with Bonnie. This is actually a page out of M80's book on how they want to play it. The difference here, though, is M80 haven't taken that bait. So many people are ready onto that B site, and SAD have burned so much util to try and sell that fake. They're going to be moving into this one just off of a couple of smokes, in my opinion.
You haven't had that op take a peek quite yet. Nismo's gonna make the call, flash out, perfect timing, perfect angle. Slices through Sad like butter in the Cosmic Divide, and M80 just close the door on Sad's what looks to be only option, because there's 14 seconds left. You cannot let M80 get to match point, and Sad are just hoping to wait for this to expire, but you gotta do something, and it's now turned into a deathmatch, and Sad are caught lacking, and now without a spike, and is hoping to escape with what they have left, if not any more kind of morale, as it was the Sad timeout to come up with this plan, and it did not get to materialize.
And at the end there too, Nismo turns the corner, spots all the members of SAD, is like, oh, I can take their, and the clock expires, and so we're gonna be resetting the round now, and you can see him in his chair just like, oh no, we could have made it happen. But that was such a good round from M80 to make sure that they stood their ground, honestly. They dug their heels in on both of those sites, did not get convinced with that fake from SAD Esports. And while SAD were trying to give them the good old fool on what their game plan was, it just works out to absolutely nothing. And as a result of that, sure, they're able to keep just enough weapons alive to make sure they can do this full buy here. But there's still 3 ultimates online. I'm looking at Nismo's null command, which could be a massive tool to shut down the SAD aggression. As SAD Esports, they once again, they're changing up their pace. I just don't know if it looks that good with them.
The knife, such good and safe info that Nismo can get, especially at A main. That's why KO is so popular on this map, and it's been such an information advantage for M80 from offense to defense. Knowing where SAD is going to hit, it's really helped them out. As you can tell, that maybe slowing down the game, allowing Zaj to work off of his cameras to that no longer exists now. But to now check out mid, M80's default spread themselves around the map. The Prowler through B main. A lot rides on Alvin's shoulders. If he can maintain the op, and so he does. Paint gets buried. 1 duelist down, 1 to go. As the null command does relieve some of this util, SAD will try to get the clock on their side of things, and no one can get in the face of Bonnie. No duelist, no team, but Vita and Pain will not give up and not surrender. It's match point 3 versus 3, and Zaj, he's as consistent as ever, but traded out. It's up to Pain and Vita, and they will go to the end. Pain and Nismo. See if Nismo's still got it. He's on the defuse. Post-plant, Pain has cover. Time to play with. Nismo does not. He's cut, and SAD live on.
Ooh, down to the wire there. And Pain so far away, trying to get that flank online, has to just completely back off. Thankfully, Pain on that Astra just has a couple more things to try to play off of, stall it just a little bit longer. But man, that was as close as ever. I will say, maybe just a little bit of overheating from M80, just so confident, so ready to take that map. And they burned through quite a few of their ultimates to try and make that one happen. So things are starting to swing back around. SAD look like they might be the team to beat when it comes to this current round. Let's see how they go. It's been a different pacing coming through, but M80 still show us how deep their playbook goes. This time around, getting a little bit more aggressive. Bonnie gonna be set up into this angle here. Has not been here just quite yet, and the Prowler going down gives out a lot of information.
Kyrie's the one that shot the Prowler too, to try and kind of cover the tracks of Bonnie and not reveal his position quite yet. The orb grab and another bait tactic so that Bonnie could get a surprise. A deep drone now will reveal Welly. It's been a big battle as well between the initiators of how they're enabling this team, as SAD will find an alternate path towards the cut into the hero of Bonnie. Overdrive available, big stuns into the defense, and M80 finds safety, and also in numbers even standing into the fire. SAD though are the ones that are heating up, but they have to be flawless from here on out if they want to force overtime, and still indecisive of how they want to access this M80 backline.
A lot of util gets burned on both of these sides now. Bonnie up top looks away just at the wrong second. There comes the curveball.
Curveball, Bonnie disengages. He wants to play off of his team. He knows he's alone and the chase is on. Vita will not let you escape and tell the tale, but Bonnie finds an angle and the first pick. Vita just could not scoop up where that duelist had run off to. You have the run it back from Paint. He's trying to access his flank. Caillou has been marked. He does reset the run it back. There is Gonna be some threat created as Sad cannot just sit there and let it happen. Bonnie tries to slide through. Caillou activates at the perfect time as the AWP takes aim, and M80 want to end it once and for all. And not with just a period, but an exclamation mark on their map pick. But Pain, he tried to take them all down by himself, but the dominoes crumble and M80 will take Pearl.
M80 looking so much better when it comes to this map this time around. I mean, things are looking really well done, really well orchestrated, really well thought out and put together when it comes to that M80 attack plan. They showed us so many different looks in their pacing, utilized so much of their utility to make sure that they were isolating and denying a lot of that space. Even if we look at that last round, the way that M80 used their utility to consistently deny Sad, funnel them into something, and still were able to just comfortably go back into their protocols, I mean, that shows just how much preparation M80 have done to make sure they are the team on top. Sad still look like they're pretty good. I mean, when it comes down to raw mechanical skill, they were still looking excellent. You saw a lot of their plans on how they wanted to take those initiations, how they wanted to isolate those kills, but just at the end of the day, when it came back down to it, M80 were just simply more prepared.
Absolutely, and it feels like they still got to play their own game and at the pace that they like to play at. It only took one timeout from M80 to then win streak until that win happened, and very convincing fashion. I like the challenge that Sad produced, though, converting both pistols, both bonuses, and not winning. It got as close as you can get with being able to kick off the halves in that way, but up next will be Sad's map pick of Fracture. That's going to be exciting, and I'm excited to hear from the desk too, so we'll see after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind! It's from Body!
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. And this spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stat.
It was Pearl, the first map in the series, as the two teams try and fight it out to make sure they can be the first grand finalists. And it was SAD Esports out of the gate pretty quick in the half before M80 shut them down. We swapped sides, and it's SAD Esports out of the gate pretty fast in the round before M80 yet again shut them down and close out the map 13-9. I mean, Jaws, we were talking about it in the green room, but SAD, I mean, the same power they had beginning of these, just unable to convert in the long haul.
Just every round needs to be a bonus. Just every single one of them. And then it's sad. It felt like they stood a chance. It was so strange. Yeah. Both pistol wins, both bonuses, and you're still taking the L on this map. It's really rough. I liked some of their ideas. I really did, with fast, aggressive pushes, really trying to catch M80 off guard. But M80, like a sponge in the sink, man. They just absorb every single small micro push, and they just added it to him.
Absolutely. And yeah, the general idea of going for these fast hits for SAD, well, it's something that worked out and going into that second half and the first couple rounds that they were able to get. But that is something that for M80 they were easily able to counter when you have that presence of that chamber, when you're able to anchor those sides a little bit more. And the problem with that is that, yeah, sure, you have a little bit of this planned side hits that you have, but when you have to slow it down, you have no map control, which is one of the things that we were talking about. You have no space to make it work out. I think it was that round 20 as well, where you know that the other side has 4 ultimates. You know one of the ultimates is going to be that cosmic divide. You know that it is going to be so much harder for that side hit if the time is running out, and yet they just didn't get any space. Their duelist gets taken down, and there's just nothing else that they can do for SAD. They were, feels like, trying to play together as a team, trying to trade each other off, but that meant that they lost that map control that M80 was just getting and feeling really comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point is illustrated perfectly with the first kills coming through for Alvin with the scopes. He got 6 on that one. And then on the other side, it's Vita. So you can see the kind of difference there, where it's the duelist for one side and then the chamber, the Senti on the other. Man, I loved how M80 were playing some of these rounds. It's just being able to almost predict perfectly where SAD want to push out from. It was just so nice. And that goes back to how consistent they have been as well. Like, nothing feels like it could be thrown at them that is going to catch them off guard. They're always ready for what seems to be like everything.
I mean, maybe the bonus is catching them a little bit off guard, but pretty quick afterwards to be able to sit down and adjust. And even looking at that second half where they start, I mean, things spiral a little out of control for just a minute, right? Like, you see that string of rounds at the bottom side, Esports with a 5 in a row. M80, they take the time out and they're able to bounce back from there. And I think that's just what's so nice about this squad, is that it's a team that you don't really need that momentum for. Like, they're able to, like, take the pause, be able to come back into something. Like, you can never count them out of a map because of that. And I mean, SAD Esports, again, I mean, when you look at the fact they won the pistols, they won the bonuses, it kind of seemed like a map that slipped a little bit out of their control. But I mean, looking at the player performance across the board, we just got to see the step up from the M80 players to make sure that they could get back on track. And on the opposing end, I mean, we had kind of set up the win cons here, Dan, on the side of SAD Esports, and there were win cons that we didn't really see come to light in that first map. We're talking about a little bit of those inconsistencies that SAD Esports seems to struggle with.
Especially because this is a big concern. You're looking at the first kills. They are even between the two. But as Jaws was mentioning, this was a map where SAD got both of the pistols, both of the bonus rounds. So what happens if M80 get the pistol? The score would be completely different. It would be incredibly one-sided. That is 6 rounds that you're getting and taking away from SAD. I mean, it's wild to think about that. So looking at inconsistencies, that sometimes, yeah, it is going to be about the individuals, but for this one, it was just finding an answer. There was nothing that it felt like was changing for SAD after they started losing the last few rounds, and they already didn't have a lot of room to work with because of what happened in the first half. So it's tough. It is not, I think, what SAD was expecting to happen in this map, and we just have to see if they bounce back for the second one.
Yeah, dude, the Fracture, like, this is where SAD have to punch back in a big way. They're undefeated on Fracture, undefeated. Yeah. So they want to send to a map 3. This is it. This is where they have to go. And their attack side on that map has been ridiculous too, like unbelievable. So, I mean, if they're going to catch anybody off guard, they got to catch M80, which, like I said before, it feels like they're planned for absolutely everything, every circumstance. They are like Doctor Strange in the multiverse. Like they are seeing every different timeline, every different reaction or even setup that SAD are going to throw at them. We'll see if SAD can be quick again, because I do like how they're playing. Double duelist really fast. Just get in there, punch these sites, and then bring it home.
I mean, talking about that second map, even if we talk about where that first map in the series went wrong and where SAD maybe could have taken a little bit more of an advantage, at the end of the day, it was an M80 pick. It was something they didn't really have the most M80 information on. M80 didn't switch anything up with the agents, but we did get to see their game plan just really be able to shine. Whereas for Fracture, a known quantity between these teams, but again, as you called out, SAD undefeated on this map within BCL Stage 3, and it's not like they've only played it a couple times. We've seen reps on reps on reps with this map, and I think definitely too, Dan, as we look forward to Fracture, we're not necessarily anticipating a switch from the teams, or at least I'm not, but we're really going to have to see SAD pick it up, because it was decently close last time they faced off here too, and that again was a Fracture where they took both of those pistols, including one of those bonuses.
Yeah, this is a map that SAD won last time when they played against M80. And the differences here that you're going to be seeing are what the initiators are going to look like. For M80, you're going to have this double flash initiator with that breach and that KO. That really fits into that playstyle that they've been trying to implement. But last time, it just wasn't enough. They're lacking a little bit of that information that for the other side, Welly is going to be having on that fade. So that is the way that SAD Esports won last time that they were playing, being a lot more proactive, being a lot more aggressive, kind of like we saw in the last map, but they just had the information to work with, starting on the defense as well. So it feels like for SAD, they have everything they need to win this map and to push us to the map 3.
Yeah, look, they got a few tick boxes. Vita, Neon, First Blood. I just need Paint to tick his box and pop off here. We talked about how he was a little bit inconsistent that last map. He definitely was on the other side of things. I want him to pop off this time around. They got a cute cuddly bear mascot. It needs to be a mountain bear by the end of this. I want to see a map number 3, and I just want to see them slam sites over and over again. Not give M80 a chance to think.
I mean, for M80, this is a team that has won 13 series in a row. Now, only Fracture stands in their way of making it a 14th and finding themselves in the grand finals. A map they took a loss to before to SAD Esports. It's time to see if they can switch that up on the day. It's time to head into Fracture with your casters. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Marks.
Thank you so much. This is going to be such a fun map, Marks, because both these teams found success on it in the quarterfinals. Yeah, they matched up against each other at some point, but despite this being a SAD map pick, M80 have also chosen Fracture in the past, so both these teams are comfortable.
Yeah, and like taking a look at their compositions, we're expecting the same amount of preparation when it comes on the side of M80, right? Like we've got those 2 initiators. I imagine we're going to see similar pacing to what we just saw on Pearl. Meanwhile, on the flip side, SAD, they've figured out up some of those executes. At the top of the day, we talked about how that inconsistency could be SAD Esports' downfall, and right now we really need to step into that role of being that team that can take it all the way, because it is now do or die if they want to find their spot into the grand finals. But of course, if they lose, then they go back down into the lower bracket, so it's not do or die. I guess in that sense, I might have oversold it just a little bit, but still, I think this is, you know. Yeah. Oh no, not the mental damage, but of course we got to see how this one plays out, because there's a lot of mind games that I imagine are going to get played here, especially with trying to throw the opponent off based off the information, because there's so much utility right now to just blow through all the things, all the traps you can really set up.
And they get to all play, most of them play agents that they just played on Pearl, so there's comfortability. It's a map that they're both experienced on, minus things like Caillou is on the Breach instead of the Sova. Welly gets to repeat, of course, the Fade. That's their informational tool. It's Astra versus Brim. Pain is now on the Brim, as you would on a map like this. And M80 start on attack again, so they get to set that pace. And big difference of duelists when Bonnie is solo, and he really is is kind of that girl boss in a way. If he can be independent, he can go and play solo, and he knows how to play around the team as well. And Caillou knows how to rally the troops as such one of the best IGLs that we have here in Challengers.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, it's just such a different M80 than we saw at the start of the year. That being Nismo, Caillou stepping back into the roster, as well as getting Kaplan into that coaching role to just really tighten so much of this titan, really, of Tier 2 Valorant to get back into this full swing here. As we get to see both teams picking the wrong angle, unfortunately, just full sending it onto different sides of the map. But at least Zaj will be here to receive this, and will have Pain as backup as we see M80 get ready for that A-side hit.
Yeah, M80 are hitting the site right now. I'd love to see that eventually, but the camera was taken out there from Sad, so as much as Sad could have seen this coming, M80 just smoked out the whole site, got the kills, but now there's quite a contest as we watch the journey of Vita coming in from behind as Sad poke and prod on the perimeter. Numbers advantage for the Sad pistol, but Bonnie confirms 3, and for the first time this series, very interesting from Bonnie's side. He's even given it to Nismo if he wants to get up close and personal as Bonnie lines up the shot, and through the crack, it's Bonnie that almost became a victim as Nismo layers up and confirms the kill after all, as Nismo and Bonnie reset the run it back. This is a crazy round.
Yeah, somehow Bonnie finds that kill, or at least resets the run it back, and that's in the middle of nowhere. Pain, though, still has this orbital strike, and that might be an excellent stall tool as Nismo gets caught.
Oh, the nightfall right through, and the Bonnie off is still kicking, and Alvin traded. Caillou takes the mantle, and M80 are about to go to match point, unless Welly, at the very least, could catch Bonnie. Just one bullet, and he heard him sail by, but he cares about the reinforcements, ready to flick onto 3, but just messed up in the ground. Had it coming. So M80 get to match point, get the 12, and it's the last chance for Sad to remain in the upper bracket.
And that time around, it was M80 doing a little bit more of a reflex adjustment of that post plant. You don't see them try to get set up, right? Like, you see them play it a little bit slower, but always have their guns out. Get ready for potentially Sad to push into them. But when they once they silence Paint, once they get those key sticky pieces out of the equation, then they can play their game. Then they can play their slow push up, play off that utility, check your corners, make sure those trades are available, which is some of the stuff that maybe have down pat. And they just walk over Sad Esports as soon as that happens. Now, Sad do or die 6 rounds in a row to try and take us to that OT. Otherwise, M80 look to close out this series 2-0, make up for their mistake last time for dropping a map against Sad Esports as they look to get their way into that grand final.
Sad used 3 ults that last round, M80 0, and M80 are the ones that had a pretty one-sided, like a 3v1 end to that round. It's insane what M80 can do on so little resource. Camera up, Rolling Thunder activated, and Sad are trying to withstand the M80 tidal wave, but they stand united, and together, the grand finals is the destiny of M80, hoping to maintain the perfect playoff run. Pain Wellies Ash against the world. No corpse you actually need to turn M80 cold, but their shots are just colder. Trades are only gonna favor the defense and solidify this win as Spaz denies Ash. Welly at 10 HP will fall, and Sad to the lower bracket, and M80 to the grand final.
What a crazy play coming out from M80. It felt like map number 1. They were taking their time. They were doing their due diligence to read how Sad liked to play that map and come in and counter it to a T. This time around, though, it really felt like M80 were just the ones playing their own game, finding that 10-2 half, and yeah, sure, things were starting to get a little bit out of control for them, but they make sure to pull it back. And for me, it still comes down to so many of those protocols, so many of those moments where you would see a lot of these tier 2 players panic when it comes down to it, right? Like, you just want to reflexively use some utility, reflexively use some ultimates, but not this time. The way that M80 orchestrates so much and adapt adapt themselves on the fly to make sure that they can continue to counter SAD Esports is something that should be studied. Big hats off to M80. There's a reason why we've been glazing them so much throughout all of stage 3. They earned their spot in the grand finals and definitely deserve it.
And M80, their hard work, their effort, their game plans meet their own expectations. M80 know that they're destined to win. They want to go to that next level when it comes to their careers. And SAD, it's not over. They're guaranteed top 3. They're in the lower bracket waiting for the winner of Shopify Rebellion Black and NRG Academy. That will be our next match coming up. And for SAD, you know, the last encounter these two teams had, it was quite a battle. And SAD were the ones that were one of the few teams that made M80 sweat, and I'm not seeing a single glisten, not even on Nismo's head. So we're gonna be excited to hear from whoever we get on M80 when it comes to this interview, and I'm excited, so we'll see you after.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and SAD just makes the most of it. It's out, and SAD sit on the other side. Yet they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
Congratulations to M80, our first grand finalist here in Challengers Stage 3 playoffs. Going up against SAD Esports, I mean, we had talked about SAD Esports being one of the few teams to take a map off them in the past, and we were looking back at that fabled fracture to see if it was going to happen yet again. But on the day, Dan, a very different M80 came out to play. No chance. That past map is just been completely rewritten. A dominant fracture to close out the series.
Absolutely, and it just makes sense with everything that the players from M80 have been talking about, both what they were playing against SAD in the previous matchups and also in the last couple of wins that they've gotten here in playoffs. This is a team that looks incredible. They are so clean. They really understand the way that they like to play. They really understand how they want to control the game, and they do it through the different compositions that they decided to play with, like we talked about here with the double initiator and with some of the individuals that we've been highlighting throughout the stage. They secure that grand final spot, and it's really so well deserved. This is a team that doesn't feel like deserves to be in tier 2. They deserve to be at the very top.
It feels like that 100%. Like, I'm looking forward to M80 playing against the VCT teams and seeing how many rounds or even games, maps they can take off them, because it feels like a tier break between them and everybody else. Maybe SRB actually is up there with them as well, considering how well they've done. But M8, they're just a different breed. They're just so damn good. And talking about how able they are to read SAD at their own game, like, they are waiting for these SAD pushes every time. Util in their hands, waiting for SAD to make a crazy, like, fast play to try and catch him out when they've only got a stinger and, like, a bandit, maybe. And they are just getting shut down over and over again. Just M80's cool, calm, collected, just pure control throughout the entirety of that last map.
And I mean, you're talking about wanting to know how M80 would fare up against VCT teams, right? Considering the gap between them and what seems to be the rest of the Challengers scene at this point, considering the impressive, I mean, now 14 Series 1 in a row. And we have to wait a little bit to see if they'll have that opportunity yet to play against those VCT teams at an official level, considering, of course, they have to win to get that automatic play-in spot. But at least with this victory today, no matter which way this goes with Circuit Point Stand, at minimum, M80 get to compete at the LCQ for that opportunity at play-ins. And I mean, still have the opportunity to win the entire stage. I mean, that is the big prize on the line here when we're looking at stage 3 and M80. I mean, LCQ definitely getting that secured is nice, and they're so close being able to just get that direct spot in play-ins. Like, what an accomplishment.
And that is a key. You're saying, you know, at the minimum, they get that LCQ spot, but we know that they are ready for so much more. Honestly, again, this is a team that has been really impressive now. 14 wins in a row, looking for more, looking to get another grand final win, looking to get another stage win. And it's also a little bit of a statement here coming from the coach Kaplan and also Caillou, who got dropped from Sentinels. And ever since, they have been working hard behind the scenes, getting these wins and also proving that they do deserve to be at the very top, alongside Nismo, as we think about in the past 2 years, 3 years, making it to 2 finals in Ascension, but not quite making it to tier 1. It just feels like this time around he's closer than ever.
It feels like destiny, I think, for Nismo. Bonnie too. That guy gets away with absolute murder. He's like shot SAD down. They found them dead in the street. Like, the guy is getting picks and kills that you shouldn't be able to get legally. Like, it just is ridiculous what you can do with the scope. There was, I think it was round 18, and Bonnie is just lighting SAD up with an op. And it's like, what can you do against that? Like, realistically, if a duelist, especially a Neon's on fire, there's just no way. You can't shut him down.
I mean, this M80 team in general is just absolutely on fire today. Again, this was such a close series last time these two teams faced off, and to see the drastic turnaround heading into today, I think there's nothing else really to be said there, at least not from us. There's still words, though, that still remain to be said with our Phillips Norelco interview. We have Spaz on the line to be able to chat all about this series. I mean, I know you got to join in the Discord. Hello. You got to join in just to hear the tail end of our conversation, talking about how close this was last time between you and SAD.
Yeah.
What was that difference going into today? Because this just looks like not a completely different team, but this was like a cut above.
I'm not gonna lie, there's no way we're losing today. Today was the first day we actually won our warm-up scrim. And like, that never happens. We always lose it. So something was in the air for sure.
Is there anything we can try and see if quantify what was in the air? Is it just you're so close to that finish line now that like you're stepping up, or you guys just hit like a new level of coordination as a team? Like,
I'd say today we were a lot more calm compared to how we normally are. Like usually it's really frantic and hectic, but today it was nice and smooth sailing.
is that just like a secure like calmness across the board, or was there just like a voice on the team that was like telling everyone, or you guys just all on the same page from the get-go?
Yeah, our veterans, Caplet and Nismo, they definitely helped us out, but across the board we ended up all being calm. Even when they started to come back on Pearl, we were smooth sailing.
I mean, talk to me about like you and this M80 team and everything else, because you're talking about the smooth sailing, you're talking about the veterancy. I want to talk how you fit into this mix and stuff. I know you kind of expressed a few games ago you weren't necessarily happy with your play. Like, how are you feeling now? Because like from our end, it seems like all of you guys are just like a well-oiled machine.
I mean, how I fit in, I guess I make up for like the cons that other people aren't expressing sometimes, because we, you know, our shooters can be a little quiet, but as long as I'm making up for it, I'm doing my job.
Makes sense. I mean, we hear so much about the vibes and the comms just being so important. So never doubt that impacts Vazo, right?
100%. Thank you.
I mean, now I want to talk about the future of M80, because now you're in the grand finals. That's amazing. That means at minimum, you're going to LCQ. And of course, if you win, it's just play-ins. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited. I'm so happy. We need to win though. I would love to just skip that whole LCQ.
Is it at least though a little bit of a weight off your shoulders? You at least got that part in the bag, or is it just job's not done?
Personally, for me, job not done. I would, if you're not first, you're last. That's how I go into things.
I mean, it's so close to being first in this. How are you feeling? It's gonna be, I mean, you either get the rematch up against SAD, SRG, I mean SRB, who have been like also a powerhouse through this, or NRGA. Like, how are you feeling going into the grand finals, knowing there's a best of 5 up against one of those 3?
If we started today how we do for the other days, I don't think any of those teams can beat us. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very confident in that.
I mean, you showed it today. This was a very, very quick match, which is why we had to make sure we got as much from you as possible. I'll let you go now, though. Baz, thank you so much for chatting. Good luck in grand finals, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well. I mean, I love to hear the confidence from the team, the turnaround going into today. And I mean, they'll show up huge. Again, congratulations to them for being in the grand finals. Of course, we still have to figure out who's going to be meeting them there. Not yet, though. We get to find out now who just gets to stay alive in the tournament. It's going to be SRB going up against NRGA after this short break. Stay tuned.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. Up next, it's going to be a battle to survive. NRGA going up against Shopify Rebellion Black, a team that, I mean, the Academy team on NRG that have had such a turnaround and such a glow up heading into this stage, going up against one of the favorites to win it all here, Oz. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to be shaking up, especially with, I mean, life on the line.
Yeah, life on the line. They need to win. They need to win not only this, but the next one as well. Like, it's a very scary place for NRGA Academy to be in. But SRB on the other side, like, look, they are clean. Yeah, it was a little bit of a mistake, a little hiccup that landed them here, but it's all good. And even Satellite tweeting out as well, like, hey, there's nothing like a match under pressure, like enjoying that fact. And you're in the lowest, so that's about as much as pressure that you can actually put on somebody.
I mean, you're not wrong about that. There's a lot of pressures on the team, especially too for an SRB that, I mean, they're still looking to try and get a LCQ or just that play-in spot, right? But talking about NRGA, I want to talk about the glow up that we've seen heading into this stage, because we've gotten to see this core of the formerly Maryville just so well coordinated together, but always striving to hit that next step. And then the addition of Hyode within this, I mean, Dan, everything just looks so coordinated. Their wins, I mean, they've been some close matches. Like Evil Geniuses, we're looking at back-to-back OTs. We're looking up against a super close series up against Nightblood as well. But like, this is a team that when that pressure is there, they're able to stay calm and be able to, even if it takes a bit, close out these maps.
Which is how they've gotten these wins. This is how they've gotten to the spot where they are right now, making it to that top 4. But obviously for them, the job is not done. This is a team that, and the players individually, that when they joined, when they were playing for that collegiate team, they were really impressive to us because we knew a lot about Winthrop, but we just started to getting to know these players. And I think Hyode, for example, as of recent, has been one of the biggest highlights. I think I like them the most when they're playing this double duelist, when Shondex gets the chance to play that Phoenix. I think that is when they get the most synergy, because you have a Hyode that is incredible at finding openings. He is one of the best, if not the best, that we have right now in playoffs. He is securing at least, what, like 7 first kills, doesn't matter the map that they're playing. And for Shondex as well, he is setting him up a lot of these times. And again, Shondex is still incredible on when he's playing controller, when he's playing that Viper, when he's playing a little bit more of that lurker role. But with the way these two play, because of how good they are individually, I think that is what has given them so much success in the past and what can be the key for today.
I mean, you're talking about all the different looks of Shondex. I have to say though, one of my favorites has to be when we get a little bit more of that aggression and get to see him on the Phoenix instead. I mean, regardless of what role he's picking up, this is a player that we get to see a lot from. But being able to have this team that has that power of Hyode and then Shondex just frying out on the Phoenix draws, I think is so nice and gives them a really fresh look on a couple of these maps to help push them over that edge.
Yeah, I think a fresh look going into playoffs is really important for any team, not just NRG Academy. My issue with NRG Academy, or their kind of faltering over the last couple of games, I mean, the SRB, even their sad match as well, there becomes a point in this series where they just lose all momentum. They lose steam. I mean, look at their last time meeting SRB. SRB 2-0'd them. It was 13-8 Breeze, 13-3 Ascent. Like, it felt like Renz was trying to get them back in the game. He had a nice 4K on one of the rounds, but it just felt a little bit too late. And they just need to keep up. They just need to just continue performing, because the later they go on, it feels like they perform a little bit worse. So we'll see if they manage to patch that up today.
I mean, they're definitely at least getting over that hurdle, considering their last couple of matches have gone the distance, and it's been an NRGA to be able to close out. So scaling over time, we've taken those losses early on. You can hopefully learn from them. But you talked about that loss up against SRB last time, and I mean, it was an SRB firing on all cylinders, and a team that we expect a lot from. I mean, looking at this team again, this is a team that recalibrated a little bit. We haven't had any personnel changes, but just more so how they're playing the game, and something that has been looking so strong. But of course, it's been a little bit of a struggle point lately, Dan. We've gotten to see, I mean, up against SAD, it was SAD that countered them quite well with even just their inherent agent composition. And it was a very, very close victory up against Core to really push in the distance. So really showing that Shopify Rebellion Black, even if this is a roster that is very strong, very coordinated, has a lot of great ideas, it's not foolproof.
This is a team that just needs one more little thing and they could be the best. They could put up a fight, a close fight, and even win against our top team right now, if M80. Shopify Rebellion Black throughout this year is the only team that has made every single grand final in stage 1, stage 2, and now making it top 4 in the stage 3. What the problem is that they've got in second place. They haven't been able to be that #1 team just yet in Challengers, and I think that is something that they have to prove. I think what changes though this time around is that they've gotten these losses a little bit earlier on, early into that Swiss stage for stage 3 when they played against M80 and that matchup that you guys talked about, and that put them in the lower bracket playing against SAD. Because these losses happened earlier, I think there's better chances for them to fix everything that was going wrong in those series, to move forward, see if they can make it far, make it to the grand finals once again and lift that trophy. They are really good in points because of that, but again, it's just one little thing, and I'm hoping that those losses were enough of the learning lessons that they needed.
I mean, Satellite had opened up about that loss to SAT Esports, talking about not even just little things, but just like big mistakes coming out from the team that surely if we're talking about the mistakes we made, we'd recognize them and we can fix them going on forward, right? Even if it was a close series up against Core within that lower finals, though, I want to talk about, you know, where things were right for the team. We got to see a lot of good ideas. We also got to see a ramp up from certain players, and we've talked a lot about kind of the ideas of this team and pushing towards smoking this off, etc. But within this series, I mean, Xander was just truly something else, Jaws. I have never seen, like, within VCL and like especially within playoffs, I don't know, it felt like Xander was playing with literally his real life on the line. I don't know, like it was crazy to see what he was pulling off in the server.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I think Xander has been almost the backbone for them, and that's the reason why. And hey, it's all good. I think for the team right now, what they're thinking about, maybe even just be M80, NRG Academy. If you are going into this match, you're expecting to play your heart out. You want to make it to the finals, of course, but SRB, I just think they're on another level, to the point where they're maybe even prepping a lot more for this grand finals game than they are here.
Xander has had such an incredible journey in Valorant, thinking about when he was playing for M80 back in the day, how he was making it every grand final against Agar. Then you see him playing for 100 Thieves, also making it far in a few of these tournaments. And last year when we got the chance to see him play for Qbert as well, he was absolutely one of the leaders for that team. But right now with Shopify Rebellion Black, I think he is proving himself, proving that growth that he's had throughout the years. Not only he is really good at communicating, whether he is IGL or not, but also what you guys are saying, the kind of performance that he put up last year was insane. Again, and I feel like he mentioned it every time, one of the best players that we have so far, one of those players that it's still kind of amazing to me that he's not picked up by a team in tier 1 just yet, because he has proven himself time and time again. So I think for this series, he's ready to do it again. He talked about it on social media too. He talked about how they're pretty good in points, but they still want to get the win.
I mean, yeah, to be able to just get that direct spot in plans and not even worry about LCQ, already talking to Spaz, you can hear how much that meant to him, right? And I feel like it's going to be a very shared feeling amongst this team of SRB that is so close to being able to accomplish that themselves. But, of course, we still have 2 more players to talk about before we head into today's series. For Philips Norelco head-to-head, I mean, we have to bring out the firepower. On the side, I mean, we've talked so much about Heode, and I feel like the peak that we've seen him at within playoffs has been so impressive. But I want to go back to the interview that I had with none other than NRGA and Shondex, and they kind of highlighted, you know, they could take the series provided Satellite doesn't have a life game. And then doubles down, if Satellite has a life game, it's over for us. They feel confident unless the former teammate pops off here. And we talked so much about the impact of smoke and if smoke pops off, etc. But Satellite 2, as the secondary duelist, has done so much for the team, Jaws. And yeah, I mean, to have both duelists pop off within a series, like Satellite could be that huge win con, and to have that power split amongst 2 duelists as opposed to just Heode, which is a lot of the time the solo duelist, like a lot of pressure for him.
Yeah, I mean, could be. The best way to shut him down is maybe first blooding him. I mean, look at that first blood percent from Heode, 17.9, we'll call it 18. Like, god damn. I mean, Satellite, maybe he'll be quivering in his boots every time he tries to maybe go for an aggro swing out of a defender's side of map. I mean, we'll see. Heode, he is really the key, the tool that needs to be kind of locked in place to take down Satellite, I feel. I think Satellite has been good, but even if Satellite has a life game, you shut them down early. If Heode can find these opening picks, you find yourself in a 5v4. That's how they've done so well up until this point. They're going to have to rely on that big time if Satellite does have that life game that they were talking about.
Yeah, these two players are so fun to watch. It doesn't matter who they're playing against. It doesn't matter even if they're losing. They are always really, really impressive. One of the best ones that we have for sure. But I think I would really love to see something like a map of Lotus. I think these two, even though we're making that comparison, they're often playing different agents. Sometimes you see one in the Phoenix, one in the Jet, and then the possibility of having these two play that race on Lotus and do little things like that where you get to see that head-to-head and how close they really are would be really, really sick. I think it's what we deserve for this kind of matchup where both the teams are trying to stay alive no matter what, making it to the finals, and they still have a little bit of matches to go.
I mean, let's head to our map picks and bans. See if we get the series that we truly deserve in this. And our lower round 3 is played. Okay, because they fight for the lives. Lotus is map number 3.
Perfect.
We got to see if we get perfect. I mean, we got to see if we get to that point though. Haven and Breeze. Overall, Dan, this map pool, how are we feeling about this set of 3?
In all honesty, I look at these maps, and no matter what, I just feel like I always have to give a little bit of the upper hand to the side of Shopify Million. I know that last time they played this map of Haven against SAD, they lost it. It was a 13-10 that went the way of SAD. But I just think this is a team that is able to figure out things out quickly. I do think though it is going to go to 3, so that's why I'm saying it's kind of perfect for me, because I'm saying I want to see that race head-to-head, and if we see it for the last map, I mean, it's just cinema.
Cooking. They might be cooking, although SRB are like 6-1 on Lotus. So, I mean, we'll see. The Breeze pick from SRB, they've already won against NRGA Academy on that map. So they won 13-8. So, yeah, I'm a little worried for NRG Academy. I think Haven, they obviously picked it. They're going to feel confident going in. Like, that is where they have to make it. That is the statement map. That is where they have to really shine. And I think Hayday, with these opening picks, playing super aggro, looking, fishing, hunting 4 kills, that is where they're going to succeed. And SRB, they got to cross their T's and dot their I's, is what I'm saying. They got to be on the ball, ready, waiting for it.
I mean, overall within this veto, I think this would be so interesting because both teams are strong on their respective picks, but we've also gotten to see a key loss that shows like this isn't, isn't chalked up to be as straightforward of a series as we maybe would expect based off of that. But I mean, we're saying that, you gotta kind of lean when you're looking at a map veto in SRB's favor, right? And I think too, looking ahead at today's series, when we look over at our predictions, I think we're probably going to feel that way either way. I mean, it's... we did this yesterday too, and SRB avoided the caster curse, even though it was a close series. But yeah, I feel like it's pretty... Again, going into playoffs, the expectations was we would see M80 go up against SRB not once, but twice. Once in the upper finals, once in the grand finals, right? For SRB to be sent into this lower bracket so early, I think was something that caught a lot of people off, like by surprise. And I'm not necessarily surprised to see with our predictions, Dan, that we're expecting an SRB to be able to continue on a lower bracket run to maybe be able to find their final footing in the grand finals as expected.
It is because we have been talking about the consistency, and that again goes for the individuals but also for the teams and the success that they've found so far and what we've had of the year in the 3 stages. And for Shopify Billion, the fact that they've made 2 grand finals, even if they haven't been able to win those grand finals, I think it's a statement to how good they are and how much they're able to push forward when things are going wrong, because they are making these grand finals, but that doesn't mean that their stages that we have so far have been flawless. So that is why they are the favorite. But honestly, for NRGA Academy, step 1 is going to be winning this map. If they get away with this map, which is their map pick, things can change a little bit, especially because we're expecting us to go to 3.
They just wanted to change it up a little bit, Sierra. That's all they wanted to do. They wanted to change the script. Send us into lowers earlier so we can just smash our way through. It's all good.
Yeah.
Just chilling. SRB just want to make it exciting.
Do you want to make it exciting, or do you want to get it locked in? I feel like they've already made it exciting by losing their match in the upper bracket and then finding themselves in a matchup against Corey and eliminating them. They've already made it interesting. I feel like this is where we now maybe play this a little bit more safer, just get back on the intended path, right? Well, let's talk about Haven in this very first map of the series, because coming out from both of these teams, I mean, we get to see quite aggressive looks. Like, we get to see a lot of kind of like the same ideas too with where we see the double duelist, get to see that Cypher, etc. So be looking at key differences, aka a Sova for the side of NRG and a Fade then respectively here down for SRB to really be able to be that difference maker.
Absolutely, but also the biggest difference for me is Xander on this Astra. I love Astra. I think when teams and players find themselves more and more comfortable on this controller role, you see a lot of the Astra. It's just, it really brings so much, and I know what the Omen brings as well is a lot of these fast plays that can work out with the paranoia too. But for Xander, and especially for Shopify starting on this attack side, the amount of plays they can have, and they have done around what the utility looks like for the post plan, is what has given them success in the past. So I really love it. I honestly usually prepare over the Omen in a situation like this one.
Yeah, that's where Hayode is really going to come in too. If they really want to play NRG Academy, maybe want to play retake kind of post plant, if Hayode can open this up on defense with a pick, and then Shopify Rebellion Black have to go with a 4v5, like that is where they're going to get shut down. I think NRG Academy playing aggro here is going to be really important, or at least like pushing map advantage and like pushing information as well, especially when you're mid-rounding.
Especially too, if you can catch SRB off guard just that little bit, I feel that could be one of your biggest win cons into all of it. But it's time now, guys, get started with an elimination match. Of course, this is going to be for a spot within that lower. It's time to see if it's going to be NRGA to take their map pick or SRB to get that upset as we head to Haven with your casters. Back over to Marks and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I mean, if that last series was a banger, this one is going to be absolute cinema, because just yesterday, Marks, both these teams fought through a grueling map 3 series just to be here. 24 hours later, they got to repeat that. And in my opinion, SRB were just a little bit more convincing with their wins.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, like you look at the matchups that happened yesterday, NRG Academy up against the Nightblood Gaming that looked like they were just on fire, and NRG Academy come out on top. And meanwhile, SRB, the team that we expected to be in that winners final, got relegated down here so much earlier than expected. And so both these teams showing that they've got a little bit left in the tank. Let's see how they're going to be taking this one to each other. My eye, once again, is going to be on Hayode, just like the desk highlighted. Has to be so good with those opening kills. Otherwise, SRB are just going to be having a field day.
I talked about those quick fights off of the Ange Omen, and what a quick surprise. I mean, the barriers just came down, and NRG are already swinging for the fences. Definitely profitable, though. You got 2 down from SRB from that.
And they take away Satellite and Smoke, 2 very instrumental players when it comes to the offense of Shopify Rebellion Black. Exo, though, has already made his way onto that C site, as the other 2 will be going through, but will be real procced out as soon as that tripwire goes down. Still should have enough utility to be able to get that spike down, but NRG Academy will go pretty quick onto this retake, I imagine. And I imagine they're going to be going in fast.
So many gaps too. SRB have to watch the B cross. They know their camera just got broken in mid. NRG, where is the sack coming from? SRB are assessing, frantic. Playing around the clock, though, is all they need to do. They'll reassemble towards the site where they can at least fend for each other. Watching the flank too is nature. Nothing left in the arsenal of SRB. NRG, the ball is in their court. Recon available. Paranoia as well. Time is running out. NRG just activating now. The kills are there, and it's all up to nature to just stop the defuse from happening. So many bullets are just left in the Sheriff, and it was so close to killing that diffuser, but no cigar. NRG with the pistol.
Yeah, you know for sure. Ren's just sitting on the spike. He's like, oh, I got pinged up. I hope I don't get another bullet over here. And unfortunately, just with how that Sheriff fires, it's going to be spraying all over the place, and just making sure to walk that through, body block any potential bullets just in case as well, and close out that kill as NRG, they get that first round. And honestly, pretty good executions on when they want to find and isolate those members of Shopify Rebellion Black. It came down to that initial fight just on that A side. It came down to that aggression. That NRG Academy just took the fight to them, used their utility, blinded them out, found that first pick. Lost Hayday in the process, but that's how it goes.
Just this angle too, NRG expecting to have cages up the way that X has already been lurking around C to get literally a bird's eye view. NRG just floor. SRB, at least they're able to recover the spike from that situation. They'll leave maybe even Satellite behind. He's able to get out, and definitely not the first encounter SRB wanted to have in that moment. And we could talk about the information too between what Giza and Nature can provide. And Nature was so crucial to these SRB wins when it came to Split, when he was back on Sky. And not being able to see that first engagement happen early hurt SRB. Some good damage though from Giza. He's already getting pushed. He senses it. The orb's getting grabbed. Extra surprises him, but they're already weakened from the Sova util. And the Outlaw will be silenced as Satellite curveball ready, isolating the 1v1. Decent enough damage, but not enough to end it.
I think Satellite was fragging so hard he wasn't even in his chair if I looked at that player cam correctly there. Just the chair cam online, but all good for NRGA Academy. They're able to carry across 3 weapons into this next round. Notably, that Phantom being so effective just at the start there. And that marks 2 rounds down that we get to see NRGA Academy really take that first fight and find a couple of kills without losing too much, and are able to escape, really allowing SRB to just experience a punishment just on their first aggression. Let's see if that trend is going to continue now, as this will be the rifle round for Shopify Rebellion Black. A lot of bullets being sprayed on both sides while NRG take that forwards approach, but Shopify Rebellion Black at least gaining that space on A, uncontested this time, as nobody has died on either side.
I know that wall looks really interesting, but Ange is just also trying to play away from a possible curveball or flashes that could come his way. The trap play has been set. And speaking of Ange, I mean, he's on a comfort pick. He's so well known for this Omen and how crucial he was in that split win from NRG yesterday. Sometimes even being a solo defender, he's now trusted to now pincer SRB, stuck in this lobby yet again, as Giza has no util to give him a heads up, and Ange with a slow peek is decimated, and it's staggered as NRG Academy are wiped off of A.
That's so interesting. That time, the fact that that first fight doesn't go any direction at all actually gives Shopify Rebellion Black an advantage. Just, hey, let's stand our ground. Let's wait for them. And then given the fact that they didn't have any information, NRG Academy felt the need to go exploring, felt the need to push the issue to try and find something, just walking right into Shopify Rebellion Black's crosshairs. Now SRB, all the lightning behind him, just have to deal with a couple things. As Shondex under a lot of pressure here, not able to find that first kill.
Oh, Smoke just barely alive, but at the back, Shondex against the wall, against all odds, it seems. 3v4 retake, and it's easier to do so when you're at arm's reach. Nature, you expect him to still be on the spike. You didn't see him leave, so Smoke and Xander are walled off from the spike. The spam is there. NRG Academy know the numbers. The firing squad's in position, and they're taller and they're better, looking to convert the bonus, and so they do off a 3K from Shondex.
And no more utility left in the pocket of Xander there. Can't even stall for time, so has to just take that engagement. And all the while, Shondex somehow dancing around, staying alive. So much utility being dumped into the back of that B site, and still able to come out alive in the midst of all of it. That is the level of pressure that Shondex's life honestly gives to these rounds. As NRG Academy continue to roll things forwards, 3 rounds in a row now, as SRB uncharacteristically not able to really find a foothold just quite yet, despite the fact that they were able to find that initial fight and won that one out. Hayode has that operator in hand. Will obviously be looking for that first pick, maybe a little bit more, as SRB are sent back to a save with Nature and Satellite, the only ones bringing a stinger into this round.
What, 3v5 comeback too? Because Ange and Giza died almost immediately, getting desynced on their A lobby swing. Speaking of that, Nature, it's going to be really good at checking corners with the Prowler, even at height. Ange is forced to teleport out. Renz will assist even while he's concussed. Second Prowler chases away the Omen as Renz unleashes, but gets overwhelmed, he gets suffocated, and SRB quick to take the space. And on these lower buys, maybe SRB could do it, but the Stingers at close range. They try to tango, but they lack health. They lack stability, and it's just Ange hoping to hold back Smoke on one of his best weapons. Just through the wall. Check PC on this guy. He's got wings, and NRG got a clutch.
You hate to see that happen. Smoke his knee pops around the corner, and that's just enough information for Ange to be able to find that initial kill. An excellent flood in from SRB. You see all of this battle happen inside a garage, and all the meanwhile, Exa has inserted himself so deep onto B. But when it comes down to these situations, Ange has always come out on top, clutching it up, finding NRGA Academy their 4th round in a row now. And well, SRB, they're not calling for that timeout just yet. They've got 3 ultimates coming into this next one. Satellite has that run it back available. You see the rifles as well coming into this round as Exa trying to get a little bit more information far forwards. NRGA Academy, though, very aware of how they want to play this one, as they understand that some of these win conditions being set up. And right now, if Shondex finds a kill, that's going to be huge information for their team to counterplay anything SRB sends at them.
Run it back. Okay, Hayode, you'll get another chance at this another time, but need to give it up. And NRG can just rely on the Cypher trip that was placed in Garage to deny Satellite, but really, you weren't able to deny B. It was all a ruse. Ren's retake, flash around, walks into a Nightfall, but all vision is obscured. There's cages, there's smokes, there's Ren's who has to take a seat. The spike has been tapped. There's panic in the SRB camp, and they just sit on the other side of victory. And NRG Academy, they want to keep the streak going. They've set up their bases. They still have to retake. Ange on the flank will combine. He's as stoic as ever with back-to-back clutches, and Shondex will assist. It's an all-out brawl, 2v2, and the defuse just goes through right in front of SRB. Too much chaos for them to navigate through.
That is insanity coming out from Ange right now at 10 kills. That is just unbelievable. Walking around, feel like Thanos himself. Just walks in and finds every single kill necessary, completely unchecked by SRB in one of the most Shopify rounds that I've ever seen. If you know Effies and you've been watching SRG, the GC team, then you know that it's always plant B, play off that util. And honestly, it was looking like it was going to work until Ange just decided to walk into the back line and found 3 of them uncontested. That cannot be happening. And yeah, this is an excellent time to pull that timeout out, stabilize what is going on, because NRGA Academy are running away with this map so far.
Really have. And even at moments that NRG slip up, they're still able to come back from deficits that you would think that SRB would be in the driver's seat for. And just 10-1. Not like you're having a game-changing ultimate there. Haven sometimes is a fun map that you can use that ultimate on, more on the offense side of things. But the way that Ange was able to clutch, get multi-kills in mid, to allow all of this distraction to happen, this flank materialized beautifully. You have the neural theft for Ange to confirm the 3rd. And the 4th, actually. And all of that chaos allowed NRG Academy to defuse, although I don't think SRB could have done too much more about it. So really solid showing from Ange so far.
And once again, still tough for SRB. Smoke will have the knives available, so that gives a little bit of that range here. But Hayode, still operator in hand. Like the desk highlighted, crazy with the first bloods. Looking for more, but at least the cage will cover their heads as they walk in to at least advance a bit more, but Hayode still watching like a hawk.
He's so suspicious. Based on his crosshair, he doesn't know if they got into the nook or if they just crossed over to the other corner where the orb is. See how they stagger in, because I think it's going to be Exit was the best matchup here in a Guardian. Or you take height, you test the aim, you pay the price. The rookie is so good, but couldn't find cover as SRB are fearless as they step into the arena. And through the blinds and the stuns, it's a no man's land. Quick kind of stalemate happened, allowing NRG Academy to reestablish themselves after losing one of their duelists. But Xander will create a problem, but a solution will be swift. 21 HP, it should have been easy for Giza until Renz has to confirm the 2nd. That was closer than it should have been.
It really was just at the end there. And once again, it's just a Hayday round. Those first kills were so good. Immediately taking down Smoke, shutting down those knives from wrecking absolute havoc, and still just posing such a threat until eventually you see SRB find that kill, but that buys just enough time for NRG to loop themselves around and get themselves ready to counter the play from Shopify Rebellion Black. So another round to the wayside, 6 rounds in a row now. Shopify Rebellion Black looking for a foot in the door at this point. Really haven't found too much. It's going to be an aggressive play as per usual, but Hunter's Fury right off the rip from Giza to try and get some information.
Also trying to dodge his teammates that were in short, trying to make a play, and going for this again. Teleported, maybe heard. Who else is gonna sneak by? Oh, this is too long. And end it. No, and no,
oh,
not like
Lord.
this, not like this. Oh, revenge is sweet. X marks the spot. Giza, third target, third headshot. This side is theirs.
Not like this. It's all because that first kill didn't go the way of Ange, who might have gotten a little bit too overconfident with it. That X is suddenly able to walk up and do Exa things. One of the players who we've just gassed up so much on Shopify Rebellion Black throughout Stage 2 and some of Stage 3. Production, you're just doing him dirty at this point, but that just allows Exa to just walk up and guarantee all of those kills. Those 4 kills are all on Ange's back, which, hey, you got quite a bit of a lead, but you don't want to give SRB that glimmer of hope, because otherwise they start getting ready, they start clapping back, and this is going to be a lot tighter of a map than it is.
And NRG bought it up in that round too. It was an expensive investment. Didn't even get to shoot it because Exa solo roaming around the map kills forward. Like he's really stepped up, and how pivotal his lurks have been for SRB. They finally get on the board after a slip up. The dominoes come crashing down. NRG Academy playing a much safer A defense and more stacked A defense at that, having almost 4 players on this side.
It's a little bit of that different look. Just to challenge the brains of Shopify Rebellion Black just a bit. Give them a couple more questions as to what the heck is going on here. And well, SRB, as long as they make sure to clear out some of these tricky angles, should be able to walk away with this, but head spotted out so they at least know where one is. Giza just still hanging out here, waiting for a cheeky kill.
Renz still has a curveball, but knowing that there's an op still here, now given over to nature so that Smoke can dash in. We'll see what kind of cutoff Giza can do. You're only going to have left. 1 shot and 1 opportunity with a Sheriff. No shock bolts, no time to act. The Molly only delays SRB as Smoke has cemented himself. He stepped forward, made his name on the site, but Shondex is able to respond. The focus distracted. SRB all look to the left side, leaving a gap for NRG Academy to slap away. Shondex, the third, with just the Sheriff. The Nature Up has to pierce through the box at the last second. SRB will plant with only 1 second to spare, as Hayode has to retake with a Marshall. All the weapons he could pick up are within the site, and X is not even gonna let you get a glimpse of the site.
Ooh, man, that was getting a lot closer than it should have been, but one of the players the desk highlighted, Shondex, being so impactful on that round. Staying alive and finding so many of those kills. SRB not able to just fish that Cypher out of the site. Makes it so that it's that down to the wire situation. Nature as well, just under so much pressure. Has to be able to get that spike down, but is being consistently pushed out by Shondex and eventually finds that kill, making sure that it would be an SRB round. But man, if it just came down to pure time, NRG Academy easily could have won that one. SRB get their second, 4 more rounds left in this half. Still quite a bit of ground to make up for.
NRG Academy already had to kind of save off of some stingers, and as soon as they had money, they buy another op. You know how important this is to Hayode to duel against Smoke. And Smoke talked about in an interview the mind games he has to play. He wants to avoid the other op as much as possible, mark those tendencies from Hayode, and that'll be a deeper and longer term project for Smoke, as SRB had brought the spike over to A, starting to see success over there after the retakes at C were a little too strong for NRG. And planting B has also been way too chaotic after NRG Academy being able to wall them off from it.
Slow as ever on both sides. The insert of Smoke, though, looking to potentially challenge and give SRB another option just in case things go wrong on A. And by all means, look who's on A. Plenty of opportunity for NRG Academy to potentially find that snuff. It's going to come down to how this engagement goes. 30 seconds left on the clock. Now they got to make this happen.
Cage is going to get the attention of NRG Academy, and Shondex is an anchor. He's facing by himself, but the curve last second denies Exa. 6 feet under, and SRB really having issues making space. Hayode, no options for Smoke to get into B. The op has been dropped, the ball has been dropped, and there will not be an opportunity to plant as SRB could not maintain momentum after the win streak that they almost started to create.
Yeah, and at least Nature will be able to walk away with the operator, give it back to Smoke, but one of the questions right now, Smoke really hasn't been able to come online. In addition, Satellite as well, trying to be kind of the tip of the spear, right? Walk in onto the site, just off that curveball, find that timing, and yet still Shondex stands his ground and is consistently finding multi-kills every single time SRB push into him. Shondex really is the reason why NRG Academy have continued to win these rounds. Sure, Ange was popping off in the beginning, but you cannot deny the consistency that Shondex is bringing to the table when it comes to this defensive half. If SRB want to make this one work, they got to figure out how to deal with that Cypher because he's running amok onto the squad.
NRG are not as forwardly present as they usually are at C, hiding their defensive strategies, relying on the camera here of Shondex after hearing the tap of the orb from C. At any point, Nature will make the call to let the Nightfall in. Prowler to get info on Garage. Force is already at the dashes out of Hayode. They gotta know where he is, so he's a little bit stuck taking damage. Hasn't fallen yet. Wants to force more util out of SRB. Now a second Prowler. The wall's out. Hayode quicker to escape this time.
At least Hayode gets so much util out of SRB just to retake that garage space. All the while, though, Smoke has been lurking with Xander. Cosmic Divide available for SRB as well. If Smoke is able to find this opening pick or find that information onto where Giza is hanging out, this is going to be an easy A execute as SRB posture up onto that A site.
There is the Nightfall, will be marking Giza, and he cannot see, but thanks to the smoke of his Omen, Ange will try to bail him out. As soon as he gets out, though, he's a victim, and SRB put up the walls, the Cosmic Divide, and even getting ahead of it as Satellite, I think, used the run it back, and he's back in the equation. Early info, Xander shuts down that flank. Ange caught now twice, trying to wrap around A. And SRB feel like they really put the nail in the coffin with the investments that they did to win this round.
A bit of a beautiful idea coming out from Ange. Shadow step on the other side of that tripwire. Make sure that they don't have that information, but at this point, SRB, Xander specifically, was making sure to watch for that. And now we're seeing a bit of a change-up of pace of SRB. You look at who's holding which guns. We hyped up Smoke to be that operator player, but one of the things he has been working on in Stage 3 is getting so comfortable with this Phantom. And so now we get to be treated to a little bit of this rifling from Smoke, which means that one of the other players on the side of SRB will be on that operator and be looking to secure those individual kills. And that just adds yet another variable to the equation that NRG Academy have to be careful for. Shopify Rebellion Black, get that third round. 2 rounds still left in this half to make this competitive, but NRG Academy still with a pretty dominant lead here.
Xander ends up dropping that op and deciding to pick a rifle because an op really does slow down your game, and Smoke usually has to be the one that breaks in and infiltrates, and someone else does the op, and maybe that's the style that SRB don't want to go for this round. Be able to afford another one if things change. NRG Academy wanted a quick fight at A main, and they've got Hayode in an interesting position, swapped away from Garage. The trips won't stand in SRB's way, as the dart will apparently be the kryptonite to Smoke. And already being one down at Paranoia, also delaying SRB, blinding the spike carrier as the haunt marks no one. Crossfire, NRG Academy have a very good defense going on here. SRB still trying to get looks, taking a peek, curveball, Shondex dislodged, and hidden away, hoping to have the last laugh, denies a spike planter, but the reaction is laser, is just a laser from the other side. 2 versus 2, spike down. Hayode just used the dash and doesn't have anyone to play off of, and the high-low basically confirms that for SRB.
Xander coming alive there. Make sure this one is going to work out, and I like that SRB change-up. instead of just being, you know, quite frankly intimidated by a lot of that NRG Academy util that made that entry so much more difficult. They slow things down just for a second and then make their play in very methodically. They know they have to take those fights early, so they make sure to just flash out the back there and go for the play. All the while, Xander finding the necessary kills to make sure that SRB get across the board. Xander bringing that tier 1 experience into it. Had a pop-off game last time as well, but is really an X factor.
Okay, what a switch up from SRB. I mean, NRG Academy were feeling comfortable taking that A main space and trying to have Hayode in a position to flank or to disrupt the backline of SRB. And look at that retaliation as SRB get the ace up NRG's sleeve out of the equation. And they have Giza low.
Gonna be an A-side hit here. Renz does have full utility though, so could stall things out with the molly, especially after that wall goes up.
Nature with the signature Odin, even from the Lotus days, and this is the last round of the half. Who will end it? Giza at 10 HP. The plot armor strong. So is the flash setup from Renz. And the run it back. He is back in position to defend solo, though. He has to buy time, and the Odin is just too loud, and it's too proud. The numbers in SRB's favor. High ground unsmoked. Shondex can be such a hero for this team, but man, the spam through the boxes and all these destructibles is giving a lot of kills over to SRB.
Switching sides.
And honestly, I really like the pathing that we see Shopify Rebellion Black take that A site. We always see the wall get set up to enable a push into that backup site every single time they want to engage it, which allows them to be able to flush out some of the members of NRG Academy, kind of box them off and surround them and kill them. That time around, though, they do have to kind of back off out of the site to make sure that they play their lives, but it's in the midst of all this kind of chaos here that we see Nature bring out that Odin and just spraying things down. Nature also really just waking up and being such an instrumental player, sure, making the calls, but also making the plays happen for Shopify Rebellion Black. And now we're at the 7-5 half, a much more comfortable position. Before we saw NRG run away 6 rounds in a row to SRB 0. And as we swap sides, let's see how NRG Academy want to take this initial attack.
Yeah, that SRB timeout made all the difference. Got them back into a fighting position as NRG Academy converted the bonus. The NRG Academy, though, step in. A big double from Hayode. This double duelist is insane. And NRG Academy barely taken any damage throughout this. Nature in garage. Smoke through the top of the site. See if they can time this well. One enemy not remaining. A lot for Nature to use. Just the trying to retake into C feels impossible when you can just own the corners of your NRG. Looking like a flawless pistol at that. Smoke, though, will be trying to fluster them a little bit, but at 21 HP, he'd need to be in a healthier position to try and clutch this against the when the spike's already planted.
At this point, you just look for a couple more kills. If not, you just die to the spike to deny the ultimate orb, but Smoke, yeah, just gonna be walking in now. It's taken out, and it's just this death ball from NRG Academy that I think they've got such a good read on how to kind of use all their utility to kind of play off of it. I mean, the double duelist makes sense. Look at this. Like, sure, it's the 2 duelists, but at the same time, Ange is there. We see the flood in come in just at the exact same time. It's all syncing up well on their attack. This is something that we know NRG Academy on those initiations always look so damn good at. So let's see how SRB want to try and counter that. I mean, one of the big things that I'm going to be watching out for is where they position Smoke. Where do they want that Jet player to be around and try to get that information, find those cheeky kills, because that's what Smoke's kind of good for.
Here.
Hayode also pretty good with these marshals, any kind of op buy, but all SRB have to do is play hidden away. You do not want to face the music head on, not with classics. As Xander, I mean, the confidence on this guy to go for a flank solo with a classic, and he encounters Reds and couldn't get the last shot into Xander. And no way he repeaks, so free orb for NRG.
And you see as well, Ren's just kind of sending his life, not afraid to die because you just want to get a lot of this online, while Hayode going crazy with the Marshal up on this A site. Will deny any of that additional pressure. SRB try to look for that cheeky kill. Xander, though, still looks for it, able to find Ren's pretty clean.
Yeah, Ren's kind of went in solo trying to find where this player was. There was no info util for Giza left, and NRG Academy will trade it out in the end. But the whole point of these classics is to weaken NRG Academy as much as possible on the upcoming bonus. Not too bad for Xander to still find impact after getting caught by Renz initially. So I think SRB are just going to go down with the ship here. And once the recon got earned again from Giza, he decides to send it back site. Not going to tag anyone. Double swing there as SRB are not deciding to go down for the spike and give some ult orbs over to NRG.
Yeah, it feels like they're always just there like, hey, it's always winnable. Let's give it a shot. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite go their way. It's all good, though. It's kind of expected as NRG Academy, they find the pistol and bonus as well. So, seeing how they're going to be going into this next round here. Top by Rebellion Black. I mean, really meeting their match here on Haven. It does feel like NRG Academy just always a step ahead, especially when it comes to those kill departments. See the full buy-up, though, on SRB. So it'd be around to potentially cancel out the streak of rounds that we saw NRG Academy get in that first half, but they have to make this one happen, and they have to make it happen now.
AOD just trying to absorb any aggression that could have come out of SRB at A main. That could be a fight you need to expect at times with the type of composition that SRB are running. Double trips and camera. Or being tapped here for NRG. SRB don't need to overreact.
Oops.
Okay. top of heaven goes unsmoked, so SRB get one gun down. And after AOD, I think I already used dashes. Really need AOD to be part of these fights. He's such a boon for NRG, and he's a shooter too. Ange, though, will be the tip of the spear, teleporting past some of this Phoenix util. Curveball out, Satellite can't address the elephant in the room. And big and strong is NRG, but the clapback retaliation from SRB is even better. The spike, though, where it dropped is really interesting too. You would think you would want to plant a little bit before the boxes in a more default area. So now SRB can just babysit the objective.
Looks like Smoke's going to be able to find that first kill here, and Ren's still alive, aware of where they are, but Nature will shut that one down. And once again, it just comes down to good timing coming out from SRB on that defense. They put on so much pressure leading towards A that you see so much of the attention for NRG Academy kind of focus, laser focus onto that side. All the while, this allows Smoke to kind of insert in the midst of all of this to gain a lot of that space and then make it so it's so much more difficult. They're really utilizing this Phoenix wall so damn well when you see SRB try and take that space. Every single time it just cuts off one of those avenues, nice, clean, and easy to allow the insertion of their duelist to fly in and dominate the space. Every single time it's that little microplay that has really helped SRB gain some footing.
Yeah, when XL or just anyone can anchor the back of Gong, it just makes getting into B and maintaining it so difficult for NRG Academy, even when things started off so well. Now it's only 3 rounds separating these two teams after a, 7-2 lead that NRG had. See if they can stay in that lead. The credits are looking pretty slim from both sides. I mean, you even have a judge from Xander, won't be part of this dance. G Academy, Ren's curveball, Axa, quick shot. The smoke comes up and it really kills the momentum of NRG Academy. But through the blind, SRB are put into a submission, and it's an even trade, but the numbers are still established from NRG Academy. And as the dust settles, the spike will be planted.
And making this a 2v2, and remember, Xander just has that judge. He's gonna be bringing up the rear here. Smoke will be on his own. Sayade and Renz find an excellent opportunity and actually push their way out towards spawn.
As Xander could maybe get an upgrade, maybe that's why he chose to path through short, but Smoke will try to mark that he can safely take that weapon. Just coming in through the flank. How do you expect this wraparound? What a read from Renz, finally getting his day in the sun. Double digits for NRG.
And Renz as well, getting the run it back online. It was a cheeky little idea there from SRB to try and make that one work, but ultimately, I think it comes down to this util placement from NRG Academy that just isn't as tight as we would expect on the SRB attack. But at the same time, they're coming in and they're fragging out. So while the engagement doesn't look as clean, these guys are always making sure that they're following up on those kills, make sure they check the corners, make sure they clean things up, and aren't afraid to get creative with it. That time going for that heaven push, making sure to completely just take smoke out, and then that allows for that isolation in that 1v1, which is a little risky, especially up against Xander. But we see Renz be able to close things out, and SRB this time will now be taking a timeout to try and figure out how they want to approach these next rounds. Both of these Phoenixes have their ultimates, have the run it back online, but when you look purely at the stats, you can tell which one has been a much more impactful player thus far on the map.
Just looking at the number of deaths that people like Giza and Hayode have, I mean, I think Giza was more towards the defense. A was a very popular site to hit, but Hayode, how much he's been getting punished in early rounds, it does kind of set off the plan of NRG Academy. I think they rely so much on his fragging capabilities that if he's not alive and well, I don't know if the rest of NRG Academy can be alive and well, at least consistently. There really needs to be that star that can show up for them. And that time it was Renz. SRB only winning one round in that half. Need a cleaner fight when it comes to A. They try to get proactive when it comes to A. Renz activates the run it back, heading into C, into the crosshairs of Exa, who decides to only wait for reinforcements. He confirms 2 of them, just classics. The NRG Academy laps, trusting in Renz run it back a little too much. Will have another life, but at what cost? You gave 2 rifles to the SRB defense, and the spike got dropped in the midst of all of that. Exa's gotten a third. And this is about to be a SRB thrifty. Definitely not something they had discussed in the timeout, but something they're happy to get. Hayode Outlaw, how are you supposed to retake C with that?
You simply do not. I think that's the only way that you're going to make this one happen. Hayode at this point, looking to secure a couple of kills, but Satellite's so good with it. And that round comes down to a little bit of, let's say, just eagerness coming through from Renz, who walks by Exa. And Exa, hey, last time around we saw Exa pop off when Ange unfortunately missed a little bit of a timing on that spray down, but this time around Exa secures 2 kills, all the while leaving Renz alive because the run it back was about to expire. You talk about the brain on Exa, and that is just simply an intelligent play, knowing that that Phoenix is going to get flushed out of the site, kill the only people who are going to be necessary, and make it so that it's impossible for NRG Academy to be able to win that one out. And now stabilization occurs. NRG Academy are the ones who have the lower weaponry here, as Shopify Rebellion Black have everything that they need. Hayode, though, will pop that Bladestorm as soon as the ult orb gets picked up. Does NRG Academy look to push on to C-site?
Quite a risk. Yeah, quite a risk for Hayode. When you're facing a Cypher, you don't know what the trip setup is going to be. Exa, you give him a butter knife, a classic, a rifle, he's getting kills, and him and Renz got some beef, okay? When it comes to these seaside encounters, like, they're going back and forth. Knives have been activated from Hayode, hoping to put a lot of pressure on himself to be the hero, to be the playmaker. The drone, it's already starting to trigger some of those wires to get a sense of what will await NRG when it comes to the C site. They're re-hitting. The curveball is right in front of Exa in the same position he was in last round. And the bullets hail all over NRG Academy. A 3K from Xander against pistols. It's not even a fair fight.
Hey, yo, Exa still walks away with 1 kill there, full blinded. Is just like, I'm just gonna sidestep while holding down left click, and still finds a kill, and then it's an absolute mosh pit inside of an Astra smoke just to kind of close out the round. I mean, it's just madness coming through from both these sides, with Xander walking away with 3 kills, getting closer, gets that Cosmic Divide online, and Shopify Rebellion Black at this point have completely stabilized on their defense, have made this so much more of a closer game now. 2 rounds separating these teams, and this will be NRG Academy taking their time out to try and figure out what is going on, because every single time that they've moved in onto it, SRB have just been elite when it comes to finding those kills on the initial engagement of the pushing onto the site, but then the retakes to flush out NRG Academy have also looked always on point. It's very brawly between these two teams, and just a bit more coordination coming through from Shopify Rebellion Black.
Yeah, C is just feeling so impossible to penetrate when you have people playing as well as Exa. NRG have tried to fight into A, and that's a bloodbath. You're barely left with anything at all, and that doesn't seem so guaranteed. And the B site, if you have a Phoenix or any kind of smoker late into anybody, I mean, there's so many people on SRB side that can obscure vision, that playing a B post plan is very perilous. You really have to consider who's still alive in the round. And NRG Academy's lead is starting to dissipate as SRB confirmed back-to-back rounds.
Don't forget, though, on the side of NRG Academy, got MCE, a former coach of Tier 1, helping out the squad, has been really focused on this Tier 2 scene, and especially on Maryville University, now absorbed into NRG Academy. So that timeout might make a difference here. All the while, Leffy's the coach for Shopify Rebellion Black, trying to make sure that they still have more of their playbook to run through. So you can only imagine the different mind games coming into this next round.
That's talked about. If SRB can slow down the game off of this Astra, they can be comfortable. But only a small delay creating Garage, but information as SRB can change their positions. They bring over Nature to Prowler into B, to deny and at least check that option from NRG Academy as the trip still withstands at B main. NRG now are starting to break that as SRB hope to converge, to coalesce on both sides. NRG Academy bring their smokes up to provide some safety to get the plant down as soon as possible. And Smoke just takes a shot through. And no response from NRG Academy. The spike is at least down, but the flank has materialized. Xander goes unmarked, unchecked, and no trades are coming out of NRG Academy. They feel stuck. They're playing individually. The only chance they have is Ange on the flank, and he finds a couple of heads. 3 laid to rest. Hayode does his job, and NRG Academy, okay, that was kind of goofy, but hey, it should still be, that should still be, it was clean until the knife kill happened, but win's a win.
Oh no, we're both paranoid. Oh, we've only got near sight. All right, knives out. And you just see Xander just like, I got no bullets. I'm just going in there, and is still able to walk away with a kill. But I was going to say, Xander, an excellent flank, but only outflanked by Ange, the person who has been so good at the start of the round of this map, for NRG Academy, finding another time to shine yet again. And if you're SRB, you have to be so conscious of that flank coming online, because the star players on SRB were not aware and taken out in a second.
Oh God, what is Ange up to? He is sticking that teleport, by the way. Like, what has he been up to? He's such a team player, but he doesn't have a team anymore. He's not even alive. NRG Academy hit right in the teeth by an op from Smoke. The spike is down, and SRB just don't feel comfortable playing in that choke to watch it.
Xander still up top. Okay, Geese actually finds that. I was gonna say no smokes, so that could be good.
The drone shot, no, someone is close left. But the cage is up. NRG just try to focus down one lane, safety away from the flash. Smoke 9 HP, you're not gonna get a second chance, but that's all he needs. SRB continue to live on.
Hashtag get smoked. NRG Academy, they walk out into the operator in Smoke's hands. And as we've been talking about, Smoke really good with that operator. And I know what you're thinking. All right, we're talking about those long-range duels. I mean, obviously this is an operator. You're playing those long-range angles. Nah, even if you get up close in Smoke's face, somehow he makes it work and is able to find so many kills under all of that pressure that NRG Academy were throwing at him. I definitely saw it fly in there, but other agents as well trying to back that up, secure that kill, and Smoke finds them all just with an operator. It's just so beautiful to see it happen.
Disrespect on the Odin. Nature barely let out 5 bullets. And he's so nice for him to be able to use that as proficiency from Lotus to this map to bring in Odin. Will put a bit of fear in NRG Academy. They'll still take Garage. They have not killed this Odin. So they do not want to be in garage for too long. And the quick take of C, the impatience not paying off. Xander's the ultimate anchor. The return of this Astra, just like the split A's. A satellite sends them packing. A flawless from SRB keeps them within one.
Yeah, all the while we get to watch Smoke just miss a bit of a quick scope, but just enough pressure to force Heyday away. And all the meanwhile, NRGA Academy try to engage on that C site, upon which it's an excellent crossfire being set up by Xander and Nature. Xander once again having a heater of a map, just mows them down as they walk in here. And we talked about the impact that Shondex had on the NRGA Academy side when it came to that defense, but right now Xander has been on a tear, and not just in those more static positions, is willing to take those timings, whether or not it's going for those lurks, going for those flanks, or just holding down those sites. Xander gonna be good for it.
Is the SRB comeback real? Can you really trust them this time after the clutch from Satellite? He went to shake things up, rustle the leaves and the feathers, but Renz bests him against the other Phoenix. Garage Take is not fully committed, not with the cages up. And with a nightfall, Nature could be in a position to set them up for a fight, but only if NRG Academy take the bait. And instead, they wait to make their next move, as Shondex could pull out the neural theft if he does get access to that body. But they don't want to walk into a trap after hearing that Nature Odin around.
What's so important is you see the diligence that SRB are doing. Make sure to check everything, even with those trap wires, but neural theft is going to be so important. Now they can just move in nice and easy.
At neural theft and the run it back, the extra insurance, the layers, but one of those layers has been peeled back. SRB are gonna engage solo. Exit doesn't need a team. He looks for the right opportunity, and now he'll look for a grave. The rest of SRB will have to make do against the Flash. Well, the retake wasn't ready. Xander is, the heroics are there, half HP, and it's a 4K to win it all for Xander.
Smoke loses his headset there in the midst of all of that. Yeah, Xander pops around the corner, finds a kill, and is like, okay, I'll swap to my secondary. I got a pistol, right? Oh, I've got a shotgun. And then immediately spots the other person and is like, this is not going to work out well for me. Hey, Smoke, you got my back? Yeah, Smoke's always got my back. But the problem right now for NRG Academy when they're trying to make these engagements happen is that they're not necessarily doing a good job of using their utility to help them enter. That time around, when we saw them move in there, it was just very dry swings coming through to try and diff the members on SRB. And sure, on the first half, it felt like it was always going their way. But as these players like Xander, like Exa, start to heat up, and those crosshairs, I mean, you're just walking right into them. NRG Academy needs to start pulling it together and work on that macro exec to make sure that they're using their flashes, using their utility to isolate and make sure they can sweep out the site without just walking in and hoping to win out a gun duel.
That's why I said SRB were more convincing on their wins, because NRG yesterday against Nightblood Gaming, 13-10, 13-11, 13-10. Like, the matches are as close as it gets, but you cannot count out NRG Academy until the map is done. They just need to be more organized, more clinical when they have these floods. They outnumber SRB, but the punchback, the heroics from people like Xander and Exa are next level. And they're playing so far back that it's hard to hinder them with util. NRG Academy are forcing an all Stinger buy. And going into C, they hope to close the gap using smokes, and now have to navigate through Xander, who's going to be up close and personal to try and throw them off their game. A lurk from Ange. I mean, if anyone is trying to make a miracle happen, it's him. Not the usual lurk for this team, but Ange will do what he can. Almost a double, but he ran out of bullets to finish off Satellite in time. The Cosmic Divide to slow down the game. That's what SRB needs, as NRG just need a breath after all of that.
This actually works out perfectly for SRB. You can tell the original plan was go to that A site. We've got so much room with Ange. Unfortunately, it goes a little bit haywire. And so NRG Academy decided to go for that B side. They used a little bit of their util to be able to make that happen. At least got the Cosmic Divide out, but now SRB swimming around like sharks around B.
Smoke is dashing in, and man, these Stingers are very difficult to go up against. And SRB were engaging through smokes with an up, and Xander's barrel just spotted, so he'll probably not be able to save this weapon or do anything about this round. NRG Academy hoping to end this in regulation, getting up to match point to solidify the win that seemed to be their destiny until SRB threw them completely off. And it's an NRG Academy thrifty too off of that stinger buy.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, in those close quarters, if everyone's grouped up, those stingers are going to be guaranteeing kills. And now NRG Academy, off of such a strange last round, make it to map point. Just a reminder, this is their map choice, so you want to make sure you're at least able to get this one before we go to map number 2, which is Breeze, which historically Shopify Rebellion Black have beat NRG Academy on before. So there's a bit more history here, but more important for NRG to close this one out on this round.
It's the end all be all of this map with a Hunter's Fury. If NRG can draw them into a fight in any of these paths, it could be strong, but almost a collat. Smoke at least gets 1 kill. Giza, Hunter's Fury won't be in the arsenal for this round. SRB is overtime in their sight. They are up by 1. They've slowed down the game completely. I do have my eye on Axa, who could be going through the flank. Getting these trips out would really get NRG Academy paranoid. Smoke's in position as NRG Academy hope to cut noise. Does this make them activate? Does this make SRB overthink and overheat? As nature is steady, they are not budging. Ren's flash taking height. Heyode down under after that. And Smoke goes untouched in the corner. Ren's tries to carve his way. He cannot puncture through the plot armor. That is SRB. Overtime for map 1.
Wouldn't have it any other way between these two teams. NRG Academy really showing us just how much they've leveled up across the course of stage 3. Originally being that team, now to me felt like they were in the middle there, but now going from blow for blow against Shopify Rebellion Black. And a lot of those players for NRG Academy who heated up in that first half have not found that opportunity in the second, while the other members of SRB on that defense specifically were looking so clean. They knew exactly what they had to do, the different protocols being established. So now we find our overtime, and it's seeming more and more likely that whichever team is able to find that initial attacking half will be the one to be able to close it out, just with how strong both these teams have been on their defense.
Yeah, really Shondex versus Exa in terms of these C anchors. And you throw Xander in there too. It's a lot of heroics coming out of both these teams to push each other to the edge for this first map of the best of 3. Tournament lives on the line to enter the big 3 of playoffs. Aode bought a glass cannon op too, and look how far forward he is. If SRB even think about going A, it could be their demise. Smoke comes up, thankfully for Xander to make that approach as safe as possible, not knowing what kind of NRG Academy traps they have laid, just like they did with Ange and Giza in short before. Flash out, and Heyode still pulls the trigger on 1, denying Smoke. Now it's all up to Satellite to make room for them.
And this is perfect because that was so far forwards that gave more than enough time for NRG Academy to regroup themselves. Still plenty of utility for them to use to try and stall SRB here as Satellite is going through looking for those kills.
Satellite revealed himself with that flash, and wow, what a shot from Giza. The rest of SRB now trickling in as NRG Academy reassemble. They unite. It's a 3 versus 2 as the defense, the wall comes crashing down metaphorically and physically. Ren's with a big double to make do, and NRG Academy kick off our overtime.
A lot of gambling being set up there for NRG Academy, but it all works out well in your favor. Once again, Heyode able to at least find Smoke in the entry there, buying enough time for the rest of NRG Academy to get themselves set up on the rest of that defense. And all the while, too, SRB run through Satellite. If he was able to at least find 1 there, this could have been a winnable round, but it all comes down to this final wall, and Ren's being a little bit snappier to it in such unconventional positioning. Just ready for that thing to drop to find those kills. Now NRG Academy tasting victory just on the other side of this. Smoke, operator in hand, watching down a long, but under so much pressure, has to back off. Don't forget, because this is overtime, not enough credits to buy that full shield.
Huge rounds from Satellite and Ren's. leveraging these fights, but Ren's getting the last laugh. And like you said, it's going to be about converting your attacking round. Glass cannon off this time for the defensive smoke. No one in sight, but Shondex is in a one and done spot. Could probably cage his way out, but it's smoke now that's uncaged. He's just going to own this lane while the rest of NRG Academy make progress to maybe even infiltrate the back line here of C to wrap around, which going up against Xander would be a monumental task. He's watching Garage like a hawk. Smoke shuts down Shondex. Options limited. NRG Academy go ban for ban. And to end this post plant on B would be a risk. The trip and even the molly is going to slow things down. Hayode will still go above and beyond for his team. The trip slows down Giza. The plant is being delayed. SRB, the bullets from the Odin are just making this an obstacle course as the plant has still not gone through. There's a threat in mid. The plant just goes down. And Giza barely lives to tell the tale. Exa waits for his moment to crunch with the rest of the team. They approach from the right side off the haunt. Giza's revealed. Exa knows he's got his attention. And Giza's paranoid on how to approach it. The quick taps! Giza's no slouch! SRB only have two and they have to wrap around. The Odin is a laser. Renz, can he go back-to-back clutches to protect the plant? SRB have a read. They're stacked up. They're beating Renz. He takes the bullet. What? He takes the bait. And NRG clutch off Renz to take map 1.
An unconventional win coming through from NRG Academy here. What was going to be the favorite Shopify Rebellion Black, the darling of so many playoffs, fall flat on the NRG Academy's map pick. And just towards the end there, I got to say, it was looking like, really, Shopify Rebellion Black were just kind of running things through, being a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too confident against this NRG Academy squad, which once again, like I've said, have leveled up. They look so much more cleaner. They've got so many different ideas and are not afraid to execute onto them. I've been really impressed with how NRG Academy have been going through. I mean, you look at some of these players, and having those pop-off moments, being so good onto those flanks, and then Shondex being so consistent when it came to that pressure across so many of these different rounds, to the heat up that we get to see Renz have towards the end, who started off being extremely quiet and then was just ripping people apart, ending things off with a multi-kill. So much to enjoy about this NRG Academy squad, while Shopify Rebellion Black find themselves down now 0-1 in this series.
Because NRG Academy can be such a weird team to play against, right? The way that Ange is going through the back of the map. Hayode is always taking height. There was some punish there. Everyone had their moment in the sun, including Renz with back-to-back OT finishers. Huge for him after having just a pretty quiet Haven, just the way he was supporting everyone and not being the star, but it's the Galaxy that ended up winning map 1 as NRG Academy on series point. Up next will be SRB, hoping to swing back on their map pick. We'll find out what that is after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands.
Our lower bracket matches have been some of the craziest, and we're not going to switch up from that today as we look to Haven for the first map between NRGA and SRB. Holding hands throughout the whole way. That was a very, very close affair. We take it to overtime, but then from there, NRGA to close out and take the first map 14-12. I mean, Dan, looking back at that map, 7-5 at the half, then the OT, like these two teams were just so close at every single point.
Except maybe towards the beginning, the way that they started for Energy Academy, we kind of thought that it was going to be a stomp. It was, what, 6 rounds in a row where they won? And we said, okay, actually now I remember why they like to play this map so much. But from that round 7, that's when things started to get a little bit closer. You're starting to see a Shopify Million that finally found their way on how they wanted to approach this attack side. I talked a little bit about this Astra, the impact that it can have in the post plans, but also, Joss, you were mentioning too, how aggressive Energy Academy had to be on the defensive side. So that is something that we saw early on that allowed them to get some momentum going. And then going into the second half, like you're saying, Sierra, a bit of a back and forth between the two, goes all the way to overtime, and of course is just an interesting round, let's say, for the last one, for the 1v2, and Energy, they close it out.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy coming from players like Ange too. I think the lurk timing from the Omen was really nice. And then, sorry, excuse me. And then Renz, 2 rounds in a row, was it? Kind of lurking up through Garage. He was on fire, like clutch up extraordinaire on OT.
Yeah, it was crazy to see when these rounds really came down to the wire. The step up coming up from both teams, but notably it's key couple of players. As you're calling out Renz in that overtime, I mean, the round Dan doesn't want to talk about, but the 1v2 clutch in such a pivotal moment as well. I mean, there is a reason that NRGA, even though we've talked about SRB being the favorites in this series, there's a reason that this team has made it to the point that they have, and again, why we've praised so much of that development that we've seen throughout stage 3 here. We've talked so much about the addition of Hayode and what he's been able to offer for NRGA. But when you really begin to peel back and look at the rest of the team, like, there's a reason why the Marigold squad was talked about in the first place. Like, it's a team of people that can perform so well under pressure. We've gotten to see that throughout their lower bracket run. They talked about the interview, and like, we get to see that on display yet again. This has been a team that is long. These maps go on longer and longer. Like, they're able to push with that pressure, and definitely a great way to be kicking off this really, really close series, Jaws.
Yeah, definitely. I fear, though, a little bit for NRG Academy moving on to the next couple of maps, but I think with how the perception of SRB has kind of been set up by us and the casters too coming into today, it's like, well, actually SRB are the favored ones here. Like, I think everybody would be hard pressed to vote no against that. I mean, look at the predictions. We all voted SRB, right? But this is a new flair of NRG Academy, which what better time to clutch up and turn on a different light switch than the last series here, potentially. You're in the lowers right now. One more mistake and you are gone. But getting it done on Haven, great. It's your map pick. But now the biggest task ahead of you, you got SRB's map pick.
I mean, looking at the standout performance, and even just looking at that bottom board again, looking at how it wasn't necessarily so close at the beginning, but a couple of mistakes for SRB to really get back into this game. This was a map that, I mean, potentially NRGA could have closed out a lot sooner, but we had to make it interesting. We had to do it for the content. We couldn't end off our Friday too early, right, guys? But I mean, let's talk about the step-ups across the board, looking at the players' performances. I mean, on the side of SRB, we had highlighted, I mean, again, Xander playing like his literal life is on the line, but not enough up against the multiple stand-ups we got to see from NRGA. I mean, Shondex, even if he wasn't on that Phoenix, was just incredible. And I mean, really just showing the staying power that he has with the Cypher. And again, I mean, you were talking about Ange and a couple of these timings and these lurks here, Jaws, like really pivotal for the team to be able to get ahead in a couple of those key rounds.
Yeah, 100%. You saw a few multi-kills from there in the replays as well. But yeah, honestly, Sondek's kind of smoking them. Really impressive on the Cypher. Can they translate that to map 2 is the question. Only a couple of first kills, no worries. They still got Hayday, of course, with the op, which is going to be able to open up on these longer range maps that gives the Jet a little bit more freedom.
There was also a lot of these rounds, OC, towards the end that end up being clutches that go the way of NRGA Academy. And it feels like, especially going into the second half, when things got a little bit closer, that is what allowed them to keep it together, even in the way that we just talked about how the map was closed in that 1v2. So, you know, sometimes you're relying on that. NRGA Academy, they have a really strong map of Haven that they've shown throughout the stage, but also they have really good individuals that allow them to make these kind of plays. We saw for Renz, of course, that we've talked about. And I think for Giza, we also saw a couple of those moments. I do, though, want to highlight Xander again, because we talked about him and what he was doing last series, and it feels like for this one, he was trying to do the same kind of thing again.
I mean, Xander's just doing literally the most out here for the team, and I'm definitely looking to the impact he can make as we eye up map number 2, especially too. Reminder, for NRGA, they're an academy team, so play-ins, all this, like, this ain't for them, right? They cannot qualify. SRB is the only one to really be able to benefit from the win truly in that sort of sense within the series, and now they're down a map. They're heading into a map pick that is familiar for both of these teams, but they've most recently suffered a loss on, Jaws. It was decently close. It was up against a core that was fighting for their lives, but again, that's going to be a quick turnaround to, I mean, try and keep themselves alive within this series for SRB.
Yeah, and Breeze is actually the map 2 that they played against SRB a couple of weeks ago. It was like a 13-8 scoreline at the end, but at the same time, it's like, okay, you can live and you learn from that situation. It's like, okay, we can watch the VODs again. We know we're against SRB. Like, where did we go wrong? We need to find openings. We need to find cracks in the armor that SRB are showing us. And honestly, just bring the same firepower. Take some crazy lurk timings. I want to see Ange again pop off. He was my favorite player to watch last map, and I want to see the same thing from him here.
I mean, here, Dan, getting into our agents, we get to see Renz yet again on the duelist, the double duelist prowess for NRGA going up against the double duelist of SRB. Yet again, Xander on this Astra, Exa on this Harbor. How are we feeling about our agents across the board?
I really like it. Things are a little bit of the same as we saw before with this double controller, and specifically that Harbor coming in for the Shopify Brilliant Black squad. This is something that they have brought a couple times, and it is a little scary, but you have that extra support with the Astra and a few of the post-spawns that you're able to implement into this map, which is, of course, something that has been a characteristic for this team pretty much throughout the whole stage. But I want to keep my eyes here on Smoke. The amount of opening kills that he got with the operator on that last map was kind of what allowed the team to keep it really close, to keep it competitive even towards the end. So now, both in attack and defense, that operator is going to have the impact for Shopify Rebellion to stay alive in this series and make sure Energy is not the one team that's going to move forward here.
Yeah, I actually think it might come down to the op v-op. Like, Hayday's Jet op versus Smoke, like, that is the highlight that I want to see from both NRG and SRB.
I mean, Smoke has talked about his prowess being able to, I mean, he wants to be the best opper, calling out the other op and making sure he can strat the team to stay away. So it's time to see if that strategy, as well as this firepower of SRB, is enough as we head to Breeze. Can they stay alive in this series and within playoffs? Or if it's going to be NRGA with the upset to move on into our lower finals. Let's find out. Head to Breeze with your casters. It's going to be Marks and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Tiara. Yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black have a lot to prove in this series. One, that they can win, and two, that they can do so on Breeze. Because, man, they were so convincing yesterday, Marks, having a very one-sided affair on Breeze, up 10-4 against Core. And we went to map 3. I don't need to say much more than that. And for them to choose this map again, this would be a crazy way to either end their bracket or to force a map 3.
the way that the storylines are writing themselves, I mean, it's just unreal coming out from this map pick. I mean, we were talking about this before we were getting into this map, and we saw the map picks and bids, and it's like, okay, Breeze, let's see how this one goes. But SRB, I'm imagining they've tightened some stuff up. They took a look at the tape. They hopefully are going to tighten up some of these mistakes. And already, Ange, finding a kill.
Well, starting to mark how Smoke maneuvers around this map. Quick catch, but Satellite will just make do and just steps into the arena and just becomes a gladiator himself. Equals up the numbers when SRB didn't slow down at all. If anything, they just keep the press. They stay together. They're almost all moving together in unison. So they're about to encounter Shondex. Quick headshot, quick around the corner. Even faster is Renz. And now it's a duel to end the pistol. Xander versus Shondex. The defensive masterminds for each team on different roles. And Shondex, what an adjustment. What a 3K. NRG with the pistol.
Excellent wraparound from NRG Academy, starting it off with that very fast rotate, very fast flank coming through. And Shondex, who made a name for himself on this Viper, specifically having crazy plays when it came to maps like Breeze, getting a time to shine yet again. All the while, on the other side, Satellite being able to find those first couple of kills shows this level of aggression. And once again, taking a look at that composition from SRB. One of the things about that Harbor is that you're favoring that much faster attacking pace. We saw previously, like, teams like Fnatic running it, only to just completely take it in record time on how fast some of these attacks were. And so I'm wondering if that's still the game plan here for Shopify Rebellion Black, and whether or not NRG are going to be expecting this. But given the difference of weaponry now, imagine this should be an easier cleanup for NRG Academy if Shopify decide to hit that pedal.
Exa is the A-site MVP when it comes to SRB. The way he's able to curve the wall to seal in the right amount of real estate. The Reckoning's on defense, always at the right time. But will SRB be in the right place with the Classics close range? The Bandit and Smoke work together. And NRG Academy have to rely on Renz to bulldoze the competition. And barely any numbers left. Only 2 weapons into the bonus if this works out for NRG. Satellite was able to claim the spike though, but there's no safety when you're alone. He's trying to create a good fighting opportunity. What a tap from Satellite. Make it a third. And next on the hit list. And Satellite even got to flick and get Ange into submission, repositions, and gets the last laugh.
Wow, Satellite almost clutches that one up. Did more than enough to be able to get that ultimate ready for round number 3 now, as Renz just completely just balled through them. Given the SMG in hand, a nice little hit onto Hayade to make that one possible. Once again, for Shopify Rebellion Black, especially with that Harbor, the name of the game is going to be sectioning things off and then overwhelming those small pieces, overwhelming those small centers, all the while Xander smoking off some of the far. You want to split that site up into sections to make it so much more digestible, so much more easier to overwhelm your defenders. And we got to see them be able to make that pace happen if they want to take this attack. As I imagine this might be the round that we get to see run it back. That's aggressive from NRG Academy on mid.
The pathing from SRB to adjust to the Viper's wall that Shondex has been put down. Kind of nice, trying to curveball their way to mid, not getting the encounter into Nest. Smoke, Outlaw, checking things out, maybe hearing that jump. Maybe I'm the one that's paranoid. NRG Academy, they're pretty forward with their duelists at this cutoff. They're gonna go for a preemptive swing. Hayode bests the rifle of Exa and even goes to pick that up. Renz is gonna have a Vandal, and this is huge for NRG Academy.
Well, that's absolutely massive. We talk about those first blood kills, and that is crazy. A couple of bullets fly off from Exa, but not enough to secure that kill onto Hayade. And so now SRB, they have to make this B-side work to run it back active.
Yeah, you had to run it back so early and it just didn't really activate till now. Better late than never. You know what? Win's a win. They too are just brute forcing their way into the B site, hoping to create some noise around the map to maybe weaken this B site. Gave SRB a hard time, but hey, who's really having a hard time is NRG Academy trying to convert this bonus, especially after able to get that first blood going. But hey, even through NRG Academy getting both pistols in the last map, they still only barely won in overtime. So we still have a long map to go.
Yeah, we definitely do. Shondex now just playing the time down here, as we're going to be treated to a little bit more specialty coming out on the side of SRB. Something that I noted so many months ago at this point was in stage 1 in the finals. I believe it was Core versus Shopify Rebellion Black. At the time, Smoke on NRG Academy, on Core really took over the map. That was the map that cemented for me that Smoke was one of the best sniper players in VCL. And as we get further and further into these rounds, Smoke now potentially on that hunting ground again, kind of going buddy-buddy with Satellite on these attacks, playing the sniper rifle still close range and still able to find so much value on that attack. I'm excited to see whether or not Smoke's able to take over once again and make this an easy SRB win.
And SRB were good at really reading the opposition, the other sniper, Hayode, and how he was accessing that verticality back on Haven. SRB are very intelligent players that can note those tendencies. A Smoke versus Hayode. I guess it doesn't matter how smart you are when you just shoot faster. Hayode will best the other jet. NRG Academy have information in mid. They have A secure. They're going to try and re-clear through B, and SRB are back to square one.
What an impact Hayode has. Just being able to find those first kills, I mean, makes such an impact, especially when it's on one of those key players like Smoke. Thankfully, though, Satellite has already been having a much better map than the last one, so SRB still have some options available. Giza, under a lot of pressure, will decide to actually back off just in time to allow that triple man push, but Shondex holding it down.
Oh my god, Shondex, an absolute unit over there. So many options dwindled. SRB now have to fight tooth and nail in an uphill battle, and nature gives them a fighting chance. The swords will clash, the flank, the two duelists on their way, cutting noise at the right time. Perhaps Xander may have just heard it. See if he can handle the heat, or maybe have to get out of the kitchen, get out of A main. And now nature is up against the world, and it isn't a 1v2 technically with the duelist until Ange comes in, cleans it up. NRG Academy back on their feet.
Simply just not easy when you have a Renz sliding across your screen and just able to find the one-tap headshot onto you as well. Unbelievable gameplay coming out from NRG Academy as, once again, they're starting to really secure their lead here. We'll see SRB scrap together what they can. Should have enough to get more or less a full buy minus one person. That being Exa, who, this Harbor, I mean, listen, Exa's got a really strong pool of agents that he can play in Valorant. I'm genuinely surprised that we're seeing this Harbor over someone like Viper, who, personally, I really liked how we saw Exa on the Viper, but this has been what Shopify have been doing in Hayday. It's already found 2 kills. I guess Exa will be getting that rifle upgrade after all.
Sometimes it's Heyo Day, sometimes it's Goodbye Day. And hey, going 2 for 1, I don't mind it. How has no one made that joke yet, by the way? We got time, though. We got time to workshop that one, because I mean, that has put SRB at an absolute standstill.
Man, silly, that you? What happened?
I know, right? He's rubbed up on me a little too much. All right, what does SRB have up their sleeve? They don't have their jet to kind of burst into the side. No Hunter's Fury. Like, we'll see if Satellite can make some magic happen.
And I love this positioning being taken right now by Ange. It's kind of up top here, waiting on this kind of tricky angle. Even though you're able to section things off, I think they're waiting for Xander to get a little bit more into position in order to be able to get that crunch online. So as patient as ever, more than enough time here on the clock. And actually, they're going to regroup, potentially in mid. Try to challenge at least this B site. Potentially. Nope, looks like it's going to be double doors.
After that lurk from Xander, he's been able to open up the map so much. Numbers in favor of NRG, trying to limit after seeing the wall come up from Satellite, pushing them off of where they want to plant. Now you have to face the music. You have to face SRB that outgun you in a moment that NRG Academy seems solid on after flooring 2 people at the beginning. Hey, they put such effort into this round just for it to all go awry. as Ange is about to be greeted by 3 people looking his way. So SRB back on the board.
Yeah, listen, we've seen Ange do some disgusting things, but I think that one was just a little bit too much. Heyday got away with a murder. But one of the things that we've talked about SRB being is that well-practiced team, right? Like, they put together so many strategies, they've got so many of those things. But at the same time, you've got Satellite and Exa, who previously were the types of players who would just run down and play individual style of kills, just look for those opportunities to make that one happen. And that round basically just reverts back into there as they just bulldoze their way over the NRG Academy defense. It's gonna be the Blade Storm activated for Heyday, as it is a bit of a save on NRG Academy's side. This time they're not gonna yield all that middle space, while SRB get a little bit more comfortable just outside of that B site. We'll be up against Renz and Ange though. They want to make it happen.
Okay, Renz is just gonna put himself in a one-and-done position. The Reckoning to push him to the edge. Renz gonna match ult for ult, and maybe he's, almost got Exa, not gonna lie. It's 25 HP, but almost is not good enough. SRB really sealed in the sight. Should be another day at the office, especially if you can maintain all the weapons going into the future. And if anything, SRB's weaker side has been the attack, because they started off 9-3 yesterday against Core on the defense. So this is already significant improvement for SRB. How much more confident they are after addressing those issues.
And as well, they're getting their ultimate economy starting to come online. One of the biggest things right now that they're going to have to deal with is on NRG Academy's side. Shondex does have the Viper's Pit available. Satellite just looking to get the run it back. Potentially on this next one. The timing works out perfectly. But yeah, Shondex going to die to that spike, so Satellite will stay alive. A flawless round coming out from SRB as they're starting to be comfortable. I know I was talking about Smoke being the one who had to come online. But when Smoke's not having a good day, good thing Satellite is ready to just step up into the driver's seat and start to pave the way forwards for Shopify Rebellion Black.
SRB are picking it up. This is great to see. Now, with the economy starting to settle, NRG are looking really broke. So much so, they're even investing into an op with not even full armor. Tell that Heyday is having an even bigger impact, but this time playing further back, not needing to get into SRB's face this time. That op isn't going to get any visitors anytime soon.
Wondering whether or not the crunch from Shondex and Renz will happen here. They'd be walking right into Smoke and Xander in nature. That might be a little bit dangerous. And yeah, time to pop that pit. No information gained at all. We're just going to lock one of these signs down. Make sure that Renz is now able to have a bit more freedom, but looks like SRB might want to try and challenge this one. It's going to be interesting, though, if they decide to walk into that green pit.
And they got a Hunter's Fury, but they don't think they think that there's not a lot of space for this Viper to be safe. And the immediate execution, the drone was just bait. And NRG Academy could not protect their Viper. The walls come crashing down. Once put up by SRB, as Smoke is not done yet. NRG Academy so sectioned from each other, and Giza has to keep them all together, and I think he's 1-6. Like, he's also getting exploited over at A. SRB gonna throw the Cosmic Divide just for good measure, I guess, and that's enough to send NRG Academy on a save.
Hey, you know what? You were able to get the overdrive as well as that Viper's Pit out of NRG Academy's pocket. And yeah, when you look at, once again, how a lot of teams like to work this map, we're not exactly seeing the swamp comp back into the mix here, but it's all about those walls, all about controlling those spaces, and they do an expert job at flushing the Viper out and then overwhelming in onto the site, making sure there's almost no opportunity once that Cosmic Divide comes online. So NRG Academy simply intimidated. Try and make this one happen as Nature steps up, but will fall to Heyday's sniper rifle. At least being able to reset the knives just a little bit more, as SRB now are able to take the lead.
Heyday is doing still a lot of good conditioning. First, he'll dash in your face before you even leave spawn, causing you to already drop 2 members, one of them being your duelist. Other times, he's opping at B. Other times, he's in your face at A. It's crazy how dynamic this duelist player is and how much adjustments SRB have had to do to still play their own game and keep that tempo up. Timeout now for NRG. And had a good moment of the game, especially you kind of want to ice out SRB in a moment like this.
And right now, like the keys to success that I've noticed from NRG Academy were very similar to the original win conditions on Haven that we got to see, where it was NRG Academy taking those initial fights, right? When they take those initial fights, you get Heyday in there, find those first bloods, or you just be on some weird angles and are able to find a couple of kills as SRB are marching in onto the site. Then you just see SRB kind of collapse. But when SRB can really take their time, make sure they're grouped up, play the strategy that they want to play, once those walls get set up, it's so difficult for NRG Academy to try and flush them out. The big thing is going to be stopping them from planting the spike, because as soon as it goes down, SRB have done an excellent job at converting them.
At the pace that SRB want to play at, it's no surprise the Hunter's Fury has just not come out in so many rounds. I mean, this is absolute chaos. No one can see anything as nature has to suppress NRG Academy from their bodyguard duties. Satellite reset off to run it back. SRB will maintain their position on the site and even have mid control to stop rotations from the opposite defenders. SRB so barely comfortable just based on numbers, but based on where NRG Academy are coming from, you're feeling pretty good about this win streak continuing.
The big question right now is that Ange versus Xander fight. Ange is aware of this, but Xander finds it. Okay, now this is going to be really tough for Heyday to try and clutch up.
You know, just keeping the op at this point. What are you supposed to do? Especially if Satellite can just run you down. Like, it's no shot. And kind of nice contest, though, from NRG Academy, but I'm seeing more impact out of the ultimates from SRB. The way that run it back, even though it gets reset quickly, it makes space. Cosmic Divide earlier on was nice. Hunter's Fury, once everything was going crazy, that kind of pushed back NRG Academy. So I'm liking the choices and decisions out of SRB.
It really felt like SRB used their ultimates to be like, hey, scatter, make yourselves scarce on that site, split up, make it so that we've got such an easy time to try and make this one happen. The only remaining player after all of that was Heyday, inserted in onto the site. And while, yeah, there was the chance that Andrew's going to come up massive yet again, if that fight won in favor of Ange, English hard sometimes, then I think there would have been a real good shot of them trying to make that one happen. But as soon as Xander finds that kill, and Xander once again has been exceptional today, then it all just starts to crumble on the side of NRG Academy. And now, let's see how they do it. It's going to be this weird, awkward buy on the side of NRG Academy. Well, Heyday does have that big old heavy sniper rifle in hand.
You can see me, but you can't do anything about it. Heyday just dashes out.
Oh,
nice to proc. Okay. He repeats that. Thought he had some assists there. Renzo at least get the op, had to use the speed to do so. And NRG Academy back into a position that they do not like. SRB very much in the driver's seat. Again, this is the side that SRB really suffered on yesterday. And over just 24 hours, this is just a completely different team.
All the meanwhile, too, Ren's at least able to scoop up that operator. So we'll be able to keep that one in play. Might be a little annoying, but I think it's all going to be trivial. Ange going to be tested here as SRB decide to take point.
Ange is hearing a lot of noises. He's scared. He's terrified. And Nexa is just the boogeyman. No escaping that. And I'm wondering how much... I mean, NRG Academy have only had 2 successful retakes. I think one of them on the pistol. That was decided on a 1v1. So I wonder if there's something preventative that NRG Academy can do besides have just Heyday dash in their face, because then he gets traded and then what? So yeah, just really suffer. Wow, so many headshots. So many headshots, and Smoke's got plot armor. That's crazy. So yeah, NRG Academy just haven't been able to retake at all once SRB get the plant on.
Looks like it's going to be the Brotherhood of the Traveling Operator as Sean Dex recovers that one off of Renz, and we'll carry this one forwards. At least the rest of the team should be able to buy up those rifles, but make an excellent point with how they want to utilize Heyday, right? I would imagine there's been a lot more support that's been generated to try and allow Heyday to be set up for those kills, but you always got to be ready for it when Heyday is going to try and take those opportunities. And Heyday just kind of peeks out there looking for a little bit more, but after that first whiff, especially now that Satellite is starting to really feel it, it all just kind of falls apart. Like, just an excellent job done to kind of counter that initial kill that once again is so pivotal for NRG to be able to convert these defending rounds against Shopify Rebellion Black here.
Really tough start for NRG, and they already used a timeout, right? So you kind of want to keep one for your attacking side. The solution has not been found. Hunter's Fury, though, from the defense, blindly and just punishing, kind of taking note of SRB's approach in mid, striking down one that was just still leaving spawn. And EXA was one away from the Reckoning, which could have been earned even this round, which could have been a win condition, a Satellite. And a familiar territory, but split from the flock as SRB hope to converge into A.
Keep in mind, EXA going down as well gets rid of that very crucial wall that SRB have been utilizing round after round. And now that Ange has also secured a little bit more of that information, this push is going to be difficult. It's going to be an all-out brawl if SRB want to take that site in the open.
Xander versus Shondex, an important duel to decide how many angles can SRB take around what's left of this defense. And Shondex gets the jump, secures the flank. Xander gone, and pillars remain from the NRG side. They know how committed SRB are. 33 seconds left. Not a lot of time to reconsider this, as not a single trade now has been earned from SRB until this moment. And at this point, there's more warm bodies on the NRG on the NRG side. SRB fully taking over this map. I mean, this is gonna be a 6-round win streak, and now that gets cut down to no win streak. NRG Academy finally stabilized.
Wait, Hayden got that kill there? That's kind of crazy. I thought for sure that was going to be Shondex, who was all up in his face with a rifle, and yet it's a wallbang from Hayden to close that one out. And NRG Academy just really doing a good job of icing things out on that round. You saw that the opening just falls apart with EXA going down. And if I'm being honest with you, I'm not a big fan of that very early Hunter's Fury without any information, but it finds the exact right target that it needs to, that being EXA. And like I said, it just became so much more difficult for Shopify Rebellion Black to try and engage onto that site. They lost a lot of that wall pressure that allows them to take their lanes, bisect the site, make it so much cleaner. And that's just simply off that Hunter's Fury from Gizo, who has better intuition than I do.
Yeah, big win for Shondex on the flank. Ange, very stable, very calm. And for once, NRG Academy have a successful retake off of big individual moments. We'll see how SRB do.
Ultimate ready.
The Reckoning will help smooth things along as Satellite will Xander will guide them towards B potentially.
I'm so nervous about Hayade's position here. He's going to be good for at least one, but at least SRB did their homework. They're prepared for that potential operator, and they make sure that they keep that thing far away and smoked off as possible. A great just read from SRB to guarantee a lot of that space. And look, NRG Academy, they think that this is going to this A site. A lot of pressure onto B, but Heyday, this kill could be huge.
Hayode does not get to escape, and that's how you deal with an op. You overwhelm it, you suffocate it, and Hayode can only go 1 for 1. That's why his KDA looks the way that it does, and it's not a 20 bomb like he usually does in a Swiss match. It's a whole new ball game. The Juggernauts have arrived. SRB hoping to maintain the lead that they have. Now chaos created, isolations, NRG Academy trying to find each other amidst all the smokes, running headfirst into each other and their opponents. 7 seconds left, the spike has been dropped. Satellite, he has to plant and then go for the ace. He's gonna do so with the run it back. Last one left, Ange coming in from B. Surely you know it's either back spawn or from mid. Going to scout is Xander. Hoping to set up Satellite, who even with the run it back has not made any moves to take space. Flash out, Xander steals the ace, but SRB just maintain the lead.
Last round in the half.
That is unbelievable, but it's just such a fun round to watch. how the engagement happens and how they just kind of overpower things. I mean, it was just a bit of a mind game being played by SRB, and it's all thanks to Satellite. It gets a little bit scrappy in the end there, but it's just an overpowering that goes through. Satellite up to 16 kills now. The next highest in the entire lobby is Heyday, only sitting at 9. Satellite has been having a map and a half, which is very refreshing to see given the performance previous on Haven. And Exa, all right, that's cool, I guess. That's all right, cool. Wrap it up, wrap it up.
What the hell just happened? Well, NRG Academy lost the staring contest, I guess. And look at where their economy is at too. It's so cooked. It's almost like you want to say it before the round even started. Like you do not want to lose this Heyday op. Hopefully, Renz could recover it. Oh yeah, true. This whole half has gone by so fast. You're right. So I guess fight or die, NRG Academy. Here's the approach from Heyday. Outluck better than the op. A flawless round potentially on the cards. It's crazy.
Oh boy, Renz gonna try and make this one work, but all cards right now lining up for SRB. Just divine intervention. It felt like coming through to really secure things. The plant gonna happen now, as it's going to be this 2v5 scenario, as this is going to be tough for Renz and Shondex, with Shondex only with the Guardian in hand. Try to make this a bit closer, but now, hey Renz, go crazy.
Hey Renz. Bye Renz? Bye Renz. I said it with a question mark. 8-4 for SRB. And something about this team, they're allergic to pistols, but not allergic to winning. And if SRB can get their first pistol here, this game is feeling pretty over.
I remember there was like an interview a whole little while ago with Nature just being like, oh yeah, our pistols, that's probably our weakest point. And I feel like that is coming to fruition, really demonstrating it for the class right now against NRG Academy. But this is Shopify Rebellion Black's stronger side, that being the defense. I was really enjoying the way that we were seeing Satellite kind of wreck things open. The good utilization of the different walls available, given Exa, given Satellite, given Xander, it was great for that attack, but it makes an even better defense here when you're able to cut off so many sight lines, especially as your opponent tries to get their attack underway. Let's see what NRG Academy have cooked up to try and break through all of this controller utility to try and turn this one back around and potentially close out this series on this map.
An 8-4 half for SRB just yesterday. I don't think they have too much to patch up when it comes to their approach here, besides, well, you're facing a very different team. NRG Academy, though, they like that speed. Faced a Neon composition, I believe, yesterday, and it doesn't matter what you face because Smoke will kill everything in his sight. But hey, with the real hit, it's gonna happen. The commitment is towards B. The wall from the harbor comes up and it sections NRG Academy, but does not stop them. As they approach towards the back of the site, Nature has found a very important pillar to hide behind. He plays a deadly game of ring around the rosy. Heyday has a good read as he watches his back, but no one is watching Heyoday's back anymore. And it ends in SRB's way, their first pistol of the series.
All right, Jen, you called it. Let's see how this goes. They finally win their pistol. And honestly, I really like the play that Nature made there. I mean, obviously, we can talk about a lot macro, the engagement, and how Xander puts down this one way to just stall for time. But Nature, after finding that first pick and not able to secure the second, immediately just backs off, right? Just plays life. Allows his presence alone on the site to be the threat to allow the additional time for Shopify Rebellion Black to get themselves all organized and ready to retake. So great job coming out from the leader of Shopify Rebellion Black. It's gonna be a rundown here on this A site. Let's see how they do when Next is down.
Okay, Smoke hesitated. Like, he's good with these Marshall one-shots, and as soon as he disengaged, the whole house of cards came tumbling down. At least Nature will get 2 with the Sheriff, and somehow SRB found a breath in their lungs after they look like they got kicked in the teeth from the NRG Academy hype train came in. Very low HP, though, is Heyday and Renz. Power of friendship will not go well for them, it seems. Here's the Xander emerges, and Xander ends it.
So what I'm hearing is we need to do some friendship building exercises on the side of NRG Academy after
bit of
this
bonding,
one.
yeah.
I mean, Heyday was their newest addition, so that kind of tracks. But I mean, I like the plan coming through from NRG Academy with how they wanted to just run in onto the site. Exactly like you said, just kind of overwhelming things. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're smoking? You see 3 people hopping in between the 2 pyramids, which just right-clicking you into the ground. And thankfully, Nature in the back line, just the Sheriff in hand, is able to find a couple of kills and make sure that this is such a win condition for them. So Nature being a huge part of those opening 2 defensive rounds for Shopify Rebellion Black. A good bonus being brought into this next one. Let's see how they can test against this fast and rambunctious style of NRG Academy with full rifles.
Next is hiding in the smoke with a judge. If NRG Academy choose the wrong site, this could be a bloodbath. And maybe this 10-4 scoreline scares SRB a bit, because this was the comeback point for Core yesterday. SRB, it's about closing out these rounds cleanly. They know they have the potential to do so. Heyode being tested. Exa staying calm. He has one job, not to fluster. He's being watched like a hawk. See how much damage this judge can do. The drone is about to mark him, though, and I'd hope that Satellite takes it down. This judge is still hidden. Oh, but the neon wall, they stop him. His exit now has to use his ears instead of his eyes, and man, he is as stoic as ever. The amount of util that has sailed away across this harbor, and he has not moved an inch. Now NRG Academy reconsidered. Exchange. Smoke is down. So is Arenz. Equal encounter. Judge. And Heyode. Oh, he was suspicious. He was so suspicious about that. No judge. No fun. SRB. No chance. Question mark. They got 2 bulldogs. They have Satellite. Huge ace up their sleeve. The clear carry of this SRB squad.
10 seconds left.
And he sits at the back of the site, smoked off. Shondex is clearing Nature as he was unable to escape. Find safety.
Remaining.
Xander coming through mid. He's been marked yet again on his trajectory. We'll see how readable Satellite is, but I don't think you need a script to be given to you to know that a 1v4 is just simply unachievable.
Yeah, Satellite going for that save now. He's able to scoop up a rifle. Will walk out nice and easy, but man, my heart breaks. Specifically for Exa there. I mean, the entire time. Exactly like you said. Such good protocols coming out as well. Satellite just kind of playing that spoil to any utility that could have flushed him out. But then the second Satellite turns away, uh-oh. Just like that. Shondex finds a kill on a Satellite, but that's how Exa got taken down as well. It's just that split-second difference that allows NRG to be able to stabilize themselves. And Jen, I'm hoping you didn't curse things now, because you brought up that curse to scoreline, and NRG Academy, lo and behold, will find their first round on this half.
Yeah, that's my bad. But something about Heyode's reads, man, like obviously I'm not in the comms to know how they were able to know Exa was there, but he has a sixth sense even yesterday. He just always knew when there was a flank, when there were these inserts. His reads on the map are so insane. And right through Renz, Heyode will now have to step up, and his dash is kind of a fake there, and he adjusts, he crouches, and gets Nature on his back. Yet again exploited as the site has been weakened to its knees. Equal numbers though. Now as the smokes dissipate, NRG Academy navigate, and Satellite looks for the right timing and is able to pierce through. Smoke combines with them. They've really shaken the NRG Academy core. As SRB back on their high horse. But NRG Academy are not done yet. 2v4, not gonna happen.
Holy, what an alley-oop between the 2 duelists on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. No curses now. Potentially, I hope I just didn't curse it. Oh man, there's so much power we have on the mic right now, but just an excellent read from NRG Academy to try and ice Smoke out. They know that that operator is the biggest win condition on the Shopify Rebellion defense, right? And so they tactically place the smokes. Similar ethos, you know, you want to make sure you're icing things out, split up the site, make it a lot more difficult. But all the while, Satellite was just hanging out in the back there. And then you see the timing is perfect that Satellite and Smoke decide to play off of one another and just isolate and find the kills that they need to. SRB now 2 more rounds, be able to get map number 3, and Satellite is getting aggressive
This is crazy. This is next level. Hello. No reaction, no trade, Ange. See ya. It just does not care. Satellite getting wrapped around. Ange just gonna be patient, but someone needs to kill Satellite. Jesus, I mean, he was quadruple positive for a reason, and Exa is going sicko mode. SRB, the finish line at arm's reach to force a map 3 Lotus decider, and Exa gets the job done.
All right, it's basically just like Satellite and Friend win the defensive round. Last time it was Smoke, this time it was Exa. Who's up next to the plate? Satellite still is leading this map with 21 kills. So hyper aggressive right off the bat, but I love the way that Shopify Rebellion make sure that they set things up to be able to support that aggressive play and then have Exa to be the foil just in case NRGA Academy get a couple of funny ideas and think that they can overwhelm their Phoenix. SRB, they are really running away with this map. We see both of the Duelist ultimates online now for that other side, and a very weak buy for NRGA Academy.
Oh my god, you made NRGA Academy angry. Renz shows up when you need him to the most. Nature has fallen. Nature is no longer healing. As the Harbor will take shelter, emerges from the smoke. Oh, the flash kind of hinders Exa, but the Reckoning bulldozes NRGA Academy, matching speed for speed, violence on SRB's side to get the revenge on Breeze to send us into Lotus.
What a play coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black. I am so impressed with their defensive half when it comes to Breeze. It's looking so damn good, and man, what a map Satellite has had. Satellite has been a duelist who has bounced around quite a bit, you know, has gone on to different roles. Specifically, I believe on Cupid Academy last year was playing the Sentinel role, but now we get to see the full flexing of that Phoenix. And sure, the flashes may be a little bit team flashy at times, but it works out perfectly that time. It introduces that element of chaos because sure, you might be catching Exa off guard a little bit, but at the same time, you're blinding the entirety of the other team and making them a lot more scared to engage it. It's working out really well for Shopify Rebellion Black, and man, I mean, so many different moments from all the different players stepping up to the plate, being able to make things happen. On the other side, it really felt like NRGA Academy, they were getting themselves set up. They were having Heyday find those initial kills. They were making sure to try and do their due diligence to get Smoke not able to come online because they know how dangerous he's going to be, and it's all good because Shopify Rebellion Black are more than happy to just counter everything that they threw at them.
And SRB returned to Breeze, clearly fixed every issue that they had from yesterday. This is the version of SRB, so clean, so clinical. 13-5, it almost doesn't get better than that. Insane. And not letting NRG creep their way back into the game like they did on Haven. And Lotus is a familiar playground for SRB. It's where they ended their series yesterday against Core, and it was Satellite versus Infiltrator. The 1v1 of a lifetime, giving him the big win and putting them in this series in the first place. Excited to see if they can repeat that result, or will NRGA Academy come back? We'll find out after the break.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. He has to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off, you'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X is stat.
Story first map in this series was definitely a long one, but the sequel, that was a pretty quick read. Heading to Breeze for the second map of the series as SRB look to stay alive. They won't accomplish just that. They will thrive. 13-5 victory. A very, very strong statement of a map here, Dan, to even up the score. I feel like, too, for SRB, a very needed win in that fashion of staying power into that third map. I feel like that just revitalized them.
Absolutely, and that is a map that they should have been confident on, and they showed exactly that going into this map. This was the map pick on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and they once again show us why. This is a map that they also played a few times, and you can see how much value they get out of that composition that they're running on that attacking side. It was completely dominant. They don't get that pistol right away, but they don't let it snowball as they did into that previous map. You see some of the ways that they're implementing the harbor, some of the ways that X has been using that utility, and usually I'm a little hesitant, even though there's a lot of value that you can get out of that harbor. Sometimes the players are not using it to the best of its abilities, so Exa is just one of those that knows exactly when to put that wall up, when to use that utility, when to use the stuns, and all of those things were contributing to the impact that it had in the attack side. So that is what you contribute that win to, and alongside obviously the two duelists that were just running it down and doing whatever they wanted.
Yeah, on top of that as well, I look at the economy for NRGA Academy. Half the time they were broke. They were winning rounds, but they were still broke. It's because at the end of the day, if you're only left with 1 to 2 players, like, you're still having to rebuy almost every single round. And SRB, even in the rounds they lost, were just making sure that they only had 1 to 2 players left. It didn't really feel like NRG Academy had a grasp of that game. There were even points in time where, like, Exa was like 1v2ing, 1v3, and then teaming up with Satellite 2 was also popping off, and they were 2v4 at some points. This specific round, like this clip here, they were 2v4 pretty much, and they were just able to just hold down this whole A main. It's like, you shouldn't be winning these fights. You should lose in this situation. At least take 2 casualties in trade, you know? But man, they were just so damn clean.
I mean, that's what we've come to expect coming out from SRB, right? Being able to have those clean shots, to be methodical, and to be able to take these wins. I'm a little surprised with the first kills on the board actually being so even here, Dan, despite that final, like, that count. But again, I mean, just shows how well SRB, even when they're down in numbers, can really rally back.
Absolutely, it was pretty close when he came down to the openings, and it is because of what we were talking about going into this one. We talked about the duelist, we talked about the operator, and that is something that for Heode he was able to keep up with, even if NRGA Academy were not being able to get that many rounds. He gets away with 5 first kills, and a Jet that has always been really confident. You see him at the very top. I think in general the team was struggling because of how good Shopify Rebellion into that second half were at flooding. So in the chances that you had for Heode to find even more opening, to get more space on that attack side, it was over and over again getting shot down, and that is all thanks to Satellite as well. I think he had some pretty incredible flashes for the rest of the team to kind of flood and take control of that side completely. So still big highlights for the duelists, and I think that's something that we're going to continue to see going to the next map.
I mean, when we have duelists like this, we got to take another opportunity to talk about them. So for Phillips Norelco head-to-head, before we head into our third and final map, we need to talk about Heode and Satellite once more. This is something that we talked about top of day, and it was talked about specifically. We'd love to get to see that Raze head-to-head. So far in this series, I mean, especially too for Heode, when we're coming off of a 5-13 loss, the stats are going to be a little bit skewed, right? Like, it's a little bit, you know, tougher going into this. But I want to remind everyone, last time we saw Heode on Lotus, he was plus 16. He had 32 kills, 10 first bloods. So, I mean, just expect him to cook in this final one, Jaws. And to see Satellite in this sort of form before we head into that third map, I think just makes this head-to-head that we're about to witness so much more exciting.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more first bloods than just 5. Like you said, it was a pretty washout game on that one. So I want to see at least like what? Maybe like I'll give him 7, 8, 9, maybe. I mean, a lot more than 5, that's for sure. But if Satellite's on one like this, locking people down and basically getting away with murder. Guys just running into site, tapping 2, and then, oh, site's open, guys. Thank you very much. And then the whole team win from there. He's also doing a lot of like good mid-rounding too. His flashes have been so damn good through these walls, through the harbor walls and through his own as well. So yeah, if Satellite just continues this, it might be really tough. The flashes are just too clean, and Hayode and the rest of the team just getting caught out.
And I feel like where I am a little bit worried as we eye up Lotus for NRGA was, again, it was a Hayode that went absolutely crazy in a 13-11 victory. Like it was the Hayode show, and it was kind of a little bit of a struggle for the rest of the team. If we got Hayode on that plus 16 again, and the rest of the team stepping up though, I feel like we could get that upset potential that we are maybe about to see. But again, Satellite has just been on one for this series, and Shondex NRGA had called out that Satellite having a life game was, I mean, the way that they would lose this series, and Satellite has been on one so far. So Dan, again, as we eye up our third and final map of Lotus, I'm expecting this one to be a very close one.
And you're mentioning it, this is exactly what we wanted to see because of that race head-to-head that we didn't really get the chance to see in that last time that they played each other or in the last 2 maps that we just saw. But for this one, it's a little bit of a different story. And it changes too because you still, on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, you still have that big win condition of smoke on the operator, potentially playing that chamber once again and leaving Satellite to be the opener with that race. And also, even for the other side, for NRGA Academy, we just talked about Hayday, who should be on the race. But I think for them, who I would like to look at, if anything, would be Giza. Has been a little bit quiet throughout today, but that Vice, if we know anything about the Vice, is how much impact it can have on this map. And I think with the double duelist on the other side, that is something that you have to be looking at.
Especially too, when we're eyeing that up as being like the main difference, I think Jaws, like that'll be really, really interesting. And I think maybe one of those other key pieces for NRGA. I mean, the raise and then smoke being on that chamber, the pseudo duelist, I mean, that is a lot of firepower and a lot of aggression. And if you have the Vice to be able to slow that down, that could really quickly throw a wrench in SRB's plan.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, starting on defense too is a boon for the NRGA Academy and a boon for the Vice. I think if you get off to a good early lead and they've managed to take pistol rounds off of SRB as well, it's not exactly been a clean sweep throughout the whole thing, then they're going to be in good stead. And of course, there is the Vice from Giza.
Right, going into this one more map, we got to see, Dan, a very close affair on map number 1. Not so much in the second. Final thoughts before we head into our decider.
It is one more map to find out who is going to stay alive and who's going to get eliminated here. Not being able to move forward into the best of 5 that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, and especially that grand final. And for both of the teams, it really matters a lot to show yourself individually, but also yourself as a team. For Shopify Rebellion as well, they have looked incredible. Every single grand finals they have been able to make. But here, again, it's not going to be so easy with NRGA Academy on a defensive side to start them off. For Shopify Rebellion, that is even more pressure. You know that this attack side should be yours, but that pressure is something that played against them just in that last series that they lost. So can they actually deal with it this time is the question.
A Shopify Rebellion Black, they came into this playoff bracket as one of the favorites with so much expectations placed upon their shoulders. They've been fighting for their lives in this lower bracket for a bit. Now in a map number 3, they have to do it again up against an NRG Academy that has surpassed so many expectations and have been on a tear. One more map to determine who's going to be in our lower finals. Let's get to it with your casters for the final time today. It's Marks and Lemmy Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. It's a fight to be in the big 3. It is do or die, and Shopify Rebellion Black looked really convincing on Breeze. But if there's something I can describe NRG Academy as, Marks, it's definitely resilient after what we saw on Haven.
Absolutely. And taking a look at how this whole map is being put together and the different compositions that both of these teams are bringing out here. I mean, they're leaning into their comfortability on both sides. I tend to be a little bit more familiar with SRB just because I've seen a lot more of their games lately, but Smoke specifically on that chamber is killer. Especially on that defense is going to be so powerful for them. On the offense, does a really good job lurking as well, but NRG Academy, they're bringing the firepower into this one, and already we're getting treated to potentially that trade of util as NRG are running it down.
Jesus, NRG Academy, it's like SRB owe them money or something. They barely have left spawn. And they get nothing out of it, not able to take anything from their pockets. The Smokes reestablish, thankfully for that. Both these teams played this map yesterday, 13-11 though, just for NRG Academy. SRB more convincing, but all that matters is who will end this series. Finally, SRB break out of their cage. The Haunt marks one in rubble. Ange is gonna need someone to bail him out. NRG Academy will synchronize and go toe-to-toe against SRB. Unfortunately for them, the numbers favored SRB's death ball as they advance through. There is a lurk too on Nexa going towards B, and now I think that confirms the plan.
Yeah, look at that. He's down now to 15 HP.
Spike planted.
Not exactly the agent you want to try and make this one happen, but on the flip side, Smoke at 28 will just be one shot, but it's going to be tough for Giza to try and make this one work, especially going up against the veterans Smoke and Xander on this map.
Just the wrap around the knowledge there of Xander finding that last player. SRB looked really convincing how they're able to absorb that aggression that NRG Academy like smoke them through everything at them. SRB took a step back, reassessed, fought back, and won. It's really I gotta give a lot of credit to SRB of how they countered NRG's game there.
It all came down to really just nature. Being able to flush things out with that Prowler, got the information, gave that little bit of space to allow SRB to re-engage and have an honest shot at winning out the barnyard brawl outside of A that we're all so familiar with. This time around, to be challenging Giza, nature, quick to it, and all that Vise utility that could do a great job at locking out the site, well, simply is not going to find any value on this round.
So what a flick though from nature, because he took a pretty nasty headshot, bringing him to half health. NRG Academy tried to surprise them, but SRB could tell how locked in they are. For now, they'll plant and sit back as the ball is in NRG Academy's court. Not seeming like they could do much unless they wanted to Prowler and Haunt in or something. Ange is not making any moves. The smoke will be established, and I'm thinking NRG Academy don't want to give any orbs over, so they're just gonna wait. And I don't know if SRB are gonna let him. Satellite is on the approach, and he goes for one, the two, and not the third. But hey, he is farming up one away from the showstopper.
I was gonna say, given the fact as well, you send him in there. We got the pistol in hand. Yeah, okay, we'll take the rest of the big heavy weapons into the next round. You go have fun over there, and then boop. 2 kills with the sheriff, and then dying as well. And the showstopper being available so early on could really help establish a lot of that momentum. If Satellite's able to find one more kill, or they go for that ultimate orb outside of C, then that can happen. And I wonder how NRG Academy are going to try and keep that one at bay, because that could really force the door open here on SRB's bonus round and make it so that they get that 3-round spree. And yeah, looks like NRG Academy will be challenging that ultimate orb on C just in case they get to see Satellite do something with it.
Just NRG conditioning SRB to just be on the lookout when just trying to take a rubble could cost SRB some important resources, allowing NRG Academy to reinforce their A site. They got the Vise wall, they got Thorns, they have all their bases covered. As Smoke, he's on the chamber. You have to justify this Sentinel pick because Smoke looks for picks. That's exactly what he does. He floors Hayode. And the Prowler, SRB making progress. Ange trying to escape, dodges a nade, dodges Prowlers. SRB really running out of util here for an actual take.
Look at that. Showstopper now available online. This doesn't necessarily work exactly how Ange wants to play the game. Ange does not want to be the front line there. So we'll just back off into the site, get a little bit more support. Well, SRB, they've got full reign of the map. And yeah, here comes that showstopper.
Ooh, anybody home? Ren's just quivering at this moment. Couldn't trade. Damage done to Satellite, but not enough. And the door unbroken. This is a difficult decision for Giza, as I think it's just going to be a thing of time. Timing, I should say, of Shondex. He smoked off the angle. Super awkward for NRG Academy.
They're saving.
It's giving save, yeah. Like, I guess they don't want to retake.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure, and they just decide to wave the flag. And honestly, I think that's the right call, because you look at how SRB are set up onto the site. Sure, they have a little bit of weaker weaponry, but you know they picked up 2 rifles now, and you know they're more than happy to play that close range battle. So just that original kind of flop that we saw happen with, well, Smoke being able to find a clean headshot onto Hayade, who we've continuously highlighted being so good on those first bloods. Not able to make that happen last time for NRG Academy, and thus it's going to be a weird buy for NRG. 4 rifles on the board and 1 single pistol, while Shopify Rebellion Black will have more than enough to carry themselves, financially speaking, across the finish line to make this one yet another competitive round.
It's only 4 deaths in 3 rounds on the SRB side. Like the pick, I mean, obviously the save helps with that, but the pick potential is certainly there for Smoke. Now he's got the Outlaw. Still got some shields you got to try and pierce through, but Smoke's going to have some assistance. Now a lot is going to be pressuring them out, able to teleport out and kind of leave NRG Academy hanging. SRB are not making too much progress towards C until now. Satcheling in, Smoke will be left in the dust. It's NRG Academy hoping to greet them. They got that Vise Flash ready to fight. Shondex waits for the call. Satellite is being allowed to slow walk through the site, and NRG Academy caught yapping about the game plan and never got to execute.
Satellite basically playing Raze like Phoenix again. Walking up forwards, confidence brimming. Walks out and challenges Renz as well. NRG Academy 3v4 onto this retake now.
NRG Academy are looking like the confidence is absolutely dwindling. What a double 2 from Exa. 1 penetrating through the wall. This is a very confident looking SRB. As NRG had just saved the previous round, they gave up a 3v5 retake to save for that very round. And it didn't look too structured in this case.
That's criminal.
This shouldn't have happened right here.
Like, you see as well the intention. As soon as that first pick happens, someone walks out from Waterfalls. Smoke tries to find that kill. Oh, no, who saw this one coming? Satellite did, actually, and just finds that kill nice and easy. Already up to 7 kills. Use the showstopper. Already 3 more ultimate orbs snatched up. The Shopify Rebellion Black, if you had to ask me what they prefer to play on Lotus, I would tell you defense. This is a very strong start for Shopify Rebellion Black, and I think NRG Academy recognize that, as they are going to take that time out now. They have some tools to work with, given that showstopper, and at least Shondex does have a rifle in hand. But so far, this is looking pretty lights out for SRB.
And NRG Academy, this timeout, I like that they take it early. Obviously, there are many fires to address, but one of them has been, how do we note the tendencies of Smoke, which has been very right side leaning so far, usually alone. This time he had Exa. Hayode still pressed the issue. You went, I think, all the way into a lobby to kill Smoke, but at what point are you how much does that kill really net you when you're not wrapping around through spawn? Now there's numbers that SRB can call out in terms of Smoke sacrifices himself to bait, and this opened up the opposite side of the map. So NRG Academy settling into this map 3, high stakes, high pressure. Hayode's in position for a showstopper, at the very least a classic that could do damage close range.
Look at that, Smoke still poking and prodding, making his presence being known. Only has an outlaw, but will be deadly across the board for NRG Academy. Ange is the only one who's got that stinger in hand. It's a lot more quiet at the start of these rounds. That just means that SRB have more utility to pop with, especially with their rifle advantage here.
Could be dangerous for SRB to have a B post plan, considering NRG. They can hold their angles with sheriffs. They can be just as deadly. Shondek's gonna be tested. One headshot. And Nature with a drive-by of all time. And still solid for SRB across the board. Hayode not able to find opportunity for a showstopper. If you really wanted to somehow turn the tides, as it doesn't even end up being a B plant. They're just gonna find more safety at this site after all. And Ange maybe could explore B to get an upgrade on this gun, and Nexa's already got his number. Ange will try to win that, but hey, guess what? Nexa's not alone. Ooh. And Ange does not care if you're alone. He needs to reload, and Nexa ends it.
Nexa kind of getting a smile out there, like, oh, my bad, Smoke. Yeah, we thought we had it together. Could have walked away with that one scot-free, but not going to be the case, and just good passing coming out from SRB. You know, they go onto that B site, and exactly like you said, it's a little bit claustrophobic. And so they're like, actually, we're going to take our talents to C, and just decide to just bulldoze their way through Waterfall and completely cut off some of these angles that they were really not expecting. You see, the rush come through. Shondex gets a very nice kill here as Nature, like you said, does that whole drive-by, and then it's nice, easy, clean, set up onto C, and have a little bit of support on B just in case. This time, it's going to be good old classic fight just outside here as Ange takes this forward positioning, but the smokes will keep everybody hidden.
Speaking of Smoke, he has an attacking op. He sits on his perch. Exo with a snake bite, but ideally you're worried about who has control of Rubble. As another smoke goes down, it almost elapses as it could have got the kneecap of Exa in that moment. The smoke won't last forever though. Smoke is not looking towards Rubble at all. Will adjust to react, and Ange is up against quite a force of nature there. He still peeks before the smoke fully dropped just to set up the showstopper. It splashes and only does damage, no kills. SRB walk it all the way back, but smiling ear to ear from how that engagement ended up going.
Xander got a little bit of oopsies with the kneecaps there jumping off the top, but it's all good because, yeah, you find the kill onto Ange and you get the showstopper out and nobody dies. That's going to be a dub.
Nightfall right onto Giza's parade. Delays being created. Plan B. From A to C to B. Here we go. SRB working the map. But man, NRG able to converge when it matters the most. 10 seconds left. 2v2. See if this plan will go off. Shondex on the approach. Already spotted there from Nature.
Ooh.
SRB going to split up in this moment. Maybe a wraparound for Exa. I mean, he can't really face the music head on, not at 6 HP, so Nature can delay a little bit. Keep eyes on the spike. Knows that Shondex is in main. Giza just heard. Now they don't have information on both players within the site. Exa has to reload, and Giza stops Nature from flourishing. Defuse halfway, double swing, and finally NRG are on the board.
Oh man, these player cams are killing me, man. Just watching Exa miss that and then lose the round and just fly out of his chair backwards. It was a Shakespearean tragedy being written out on the screen there. Just unfortunately whiffs it and then runs out of bullets in what was one of the best wraparounds that you can tell NRG Academy just had no idea what was going on. As a result of that, NRG Academy will finally get a round on the board. Something that we haven't seen just quite yet, as SRB have been fairly dominant. It's going to be the round, though, that Smoke will pull out the big old sniper rifle, the 2 of the force. Make sure that that pressure is going to be on, while Hayode on the other side will have that defensive op.
Don't get to see Smoke play this side of the map too much. And this 4-1 split is something NRG Academy are starting to get to know. Hayode is going to be a breakable door with the op. So once Shondex calls for the wall drop, this could be all hell letting loose as SRB will get first blood and they get into tree. So no moment for Hayode to have an impact with this op until SRB gets set up for the plant. Now it's taken too much time for SRB to progress. They activate the door yet again to create a fake opportunity. NRG Academy left having to explore the boom bot, getting some information there for Hayode that potentially SRB have disengaged from Tree, as maybe Shondex has to go and see for himself, but doesn't want to take that risk, even with Renz in the wings.
All the meanwhile, look at Smoke's position. So good at least securing some of that information, and we'll gain that kind of clean pathway forward towards that B site. But still, SRB have not committed to any of these sites. 30 seconds left on the board, but Smoke finding an opening kill. Yeah, we're planting B.
And you killed the GOAT with the op too. SRB were playing mind games with Xander, opening the door non-stop at A, kept the defenders entrenched on the right side of the map. And SRB, though, they are meeting some resistance, going after those A defenders, extending out, not letting NRG Academy regroup. May just be helps SRB win in the end. Using this wall to reposition, and X's on the ultimate wraparound yet again. Like the map control that SRB can take at whim. See if NRG Academy can take advantage, or just another big save from NRG Academy.
Like they just didn't feel like they had any chance of getting in onto it. And I don't know if it's like a confidence thing, but I would make the argument that they should have just enough utility to try and make that one work, given the fact that they've got the haunt. But Nature now going to be flying through, is at least able to drop one. Shondex staying alive though. Whoa, okay. That's 3 kills, so that's going to be the pit online. Nice and easy. But NRG Academy still really lacking when it comes to these rounds. And you can just tell the difference that SRB feel like they have when it comes to these engagements and how they're just running things. Smoke being able to find such an important opening kill, all the while they're making all the distraction on that A site, exactly like you said, Xander, continuously spamming the door. There's just so many questions that NRG Academy are asking. And the question I'm asking right now is something the desk also brought up, and it's the impact that Giza is having on this Vise. If I'm being honest with you, I'm not really seeing a lot of that Vise utility get the value that we were expecting. You expect the Sheer to be able to block people out, you know, make things a little bit more difficult. The Razors to slow them down when they're engaging in onto the site. And the only time I've really seen that utility get utilized is when Giza's under a little bit of a pressure, but it's SRB just pump faking it before they decide to go onto another site.
And that's the thing. I think you're exactly right. SRB, they're faking so much around the map to just stretch NRG Academy thin that any cool util that this defense could have is used to no avail. And even when Giza had moments of a good delay as either a solo defender at C, they didn't really play off of his thorns or his flashes. They didn't swing into it. It was just to pray to God that SRB were not actually going to commit. And you're letting SRB play their game, but hey, that's a good hit. Some damage. Tiny bit of damage, I guess. Really, the psychological damage is 3 pistols on NRG Academy. It's an uphill battle.
Yeah, and all the while, too, keep in mind, NRG Academy have quite a few ultimates online to work off of. Giza, though, so far ahead of the util now, is going to get isolated here, but just enough to slow down. Yeah, Satellite will find that kill, and once again, questions being asked about the utility usage of that Vise. And on the other side, like Smoke on that Chamber is finding plenty of value by finding kills, because that's what Chamber's is built around.
I would have liked that whatever Giza was trying to cook on Mound, it's usually an Ange play, because at least he can teleport out. Giza doesn't have a get out card unless he maybe opens the ceiling door or something, but both timeouts from NRG Academy were used within 4 rounds, by the way. So this is, the fire extinguishers are out. This was also 3 pistols in this round. There's been 2 rounds now. I think NRG Academy had 3 players save their rifles, and you're just trying to stem the bleeding. Not gonna let this be flawless for SRB, but any weapons, I don't know if those X's are weapons that Renz could go for, but he seems really uninterested in giving any more ults to SRB.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you know they've got X's pit online. You know Satellite's got the showstopper. The only one that could be of concern is Nature. You don't expect Smoke to go for that one anytime soon, just given the fact that the economy is nice and healthy. But yeah, wow. I mean, it's just lights out from SRB yet again. Everyone lining up. Nature going to be the one to try and get that kill, to get the Nightfall online. Will do just that. Now 2 ultimate orbs away from having yet another ultimate. And man, like, NRGA Academy. Yeah, they got to start to figure out something here fast. I genuinely don't think that they're doing a good job of utilizing the tools that they're given. This kit feels like it's more built to deal with that pre-aggression of that waylay neon combo that we saw so often here on Lotus. Meanwhile, on the other side, like, these are players who are more than happy with taking long-range duels without trying to take the fight into you. And you can see NRG looking for those opportunities to try and get the surprise there. It just doesn't seem like they're getting it very often.
SRB have been on a roll ever since Breeze. An explosive start to this round. Satellite makes his name known, and NRG Academy are behind. And 2 players with Vandals with barely any money in their pockets. And you're just hoping and praying the suffering will be over soon when it comes to this half, and then you're gonna let Smoke be on defense with the chamber. It doesn't get any better. And Nature, he gets loud. This team is hyped up. What's most important is that SRB, you know, keep the pedal to the metal, but don't turn it into a car crash. Like, you still have to be locked in, and don't get too excited, because that's how kind of Breeze fell apart for them against Core yesterday. They got so hype and kind of unnecessary mistakes started to happen. But hey, ever since then, that is not something that they've allowed happen ever again.
Man, SRB hurt you yesterday with that map score
I
line.
had to cast that car crash. Okay, that was psychological damage to me. I'm just excited they won, but don't do that to me again. Okay, I swear to God.
Oh man, yeah. And Smoke yet again is able to find another kill onto Renz. And one thing I wanted to mention is that last round, with how fast it went onto that A site, they got Sean Dex's Viper's Pit out. Sean Dex used it right off the bat, assuming it was going to be a C hit. Nope, they actually hit A. And so that ultimate just poof, gone, never even existed. And it's yet another round where NRGA Academy have all this utility, but it doesn't get utilized just because SRB play it a little bit smarter. And so now SRB look like they should continue to control this, and it's an excellent little peek there with teleport just to try and scope things out, but Giza this time hanging back.
And the Thorns, the delay, and Giza still hanging around just to get to know. Actually, he got C, so my bad, he can't get out. So SRB, I mean, fantastic util from Nature across the board. Whether he's on Sky, he's on Fade, he's enabling this team and forcing errors and forcing NRG to be in submission. Picks from Smoke untraded. He teleports out. NRG Academy tried to chase him down to no avail. And Giza's caught in the midst of the tendrils. Was SRB are very forward as well. Moment for Ange with the stinger. Paranoia out. Quick shots from SRB through the blind, though. Ange won't let this be perfect. But Satellite will let him know he's boss.
Man, I also love when Satellite gets amped up, especially with a lot of these skills. I'm so curious who his teammate is beside him, because he's going for those high fives like no tomorrow. Like, he is slamming his friend's hand, and it's always just like a reverberation. You can see it through the player cam, through his shoulder. As yeah, once again, this is just good execution coming through from Shopify Rebellion Black. I think that C site has continued to remain a sore point for NRGA Academy. Generally speaking, when we see SRB attack it, you know, Giza's on his own, and he's not really getting some support, and he's kind of just up against everyone.
Okay, so Satellite is W king into them. This is the type of thing that SRB starts doing when they win too hard, okay? All right, well, if Smoke just hit shots like that, he's on the top of the rock. I thought Hayode could have done. Xander is way far forward. What did he ult there? What a crazy round this was. SRB is getting away with murder, shenanigans, turning Valorant into comedy, but NRG are not laughing. The Smoke, a moment for Sean Dex to emerge, to be the hero, to get NRG Academy just one round. Just one round, bro.
Plant gonna go down now. Smoke, though, just has such good intuition, and yeah, finds that first kill.
All right, we're just, yeah, some good fodder for Smoke. He's a hungry, hungry man. 10-1, 1 round left in the half. Silver lining is that it's almost over. The half.
Okay. Important.
You know, it all the chessboard gets reset in the next half. 10-2 can sometimes be very cursed for SRB. We've seen crazier things. So let NRG cook. I'm more worried about the mentals right now for NRG.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Oh, smoke through to force as well. Yep, finds that first kill. Has a rifle in hand just in case things got a little bit hairy, but we'll be doing just that. And SRB make their way over. They're not even breaking a sweat at this point with just how confident they've been playing this map. And I don't know, NRG Academy, Giza, tested yet again. He's going to be trapped in all the util and immediately taken out, not even given an opportunity to breathe.
There's nothing more to say about that. Yeah. Giza and Shondex have constantly been within the site, not able to play for retakes. You got the pit, a deep boom bot into Waterfall, not marking Rens quite yet. Prowler and tools available for NRG Academy, but they kind of need a nuclear bomb to take out the fortress that is a Viper's Pit with all 5 shooters of SRB. Rens and Ange will still work together. Paranoia being thrown out as soon as it does. It really just revealed the hands of NRG Academy, cut off swiftly by SRB.
Switching sides.
Man, that was such a funny round. I was watching Exa because Exa's had that pit the entire half, and you could tell that it was all right, let's use it when we need it, right? Let's not throw away our utility, throw away our ultimates. Viper's Pit, such a strong ultimate. Let's make sure we use it properly. It doesn't get utilized until the very last round of the half, and it almost feels pedantic at that point, given the fact that there were only 2 people that were going to push into them. That's how much dominance Shopify Rebellion Black end that half with. And now we go into their defensive half. NRG Academy, backs against the wall. As a reminder, this is for elimination now. They have to make a miracle happen, as SRB only need 2 rounds to guarantee that they will at least be moving forwards into the top 3.
And there's no timeouts. There is no calming down this storm. And this is not the way you wanted to see NRG Academy go out. But Hayode will go out with a fight, I guess. And Exa just lining up all the pins. Beautiful shots, an important pistol. As important as ever for NRG Academy. And the job's not done, as SRB always have Exa. He is smoked off. Boombot marking Shondex, just shot in the back and unable to progress. The game plan is being undone. This NRG Academy only have Ange against 3. Match point, series point for SRB. Top 3 on the line.
Match point.
Oh boy, yeah, this is why I said I think Shopify Rebellion Black, specifically on Lotus, they look better on their defense. I talked about the threat that Smoke is, especially with the chamber just kind of anchoring down a lot of those long sight lines, especially when he's fragging out the way that he is. But another player who you have to keep an eye on is Exa, specifically on this defense on Lotus. Comes alive, can anchor down a site like no other player I have seen in VCL. And now, 1 more round stands between them and top 3. As NRG Academy, it's not looking good for them.
Can't even force. I mean, it's just Sheriffs, NRG Academy, quiet, silenced. So is Nature, apparently. Sheriffs are impactful on the NRG Academy side. They've fought through hell and back just to be here. All 3 maps yesterday, 13-10 or 13-11. NRG Academy in overtime started off the series so well. Giza will show up, be shown out, as SRB, they have the retake, they have the weapons, both angles being watched. Rens will be locking in through the staircase, will reunite with Rens, and it all comes crashing down. SRB to the lower finals and in the big 3.
A big congratulations to Shopify Rebellion Black. What a scoreline to close it out against NRG Academy. 13-1 on Lotus, and they look simply unmatched. That attacking half was something to see. The way that they toyed with NRG Academy was just done to a T. All of the ultimates, all of this utility that NRG brought out to try and foil some of the plans that Shopify Rebellion Black had put together go nothing. It doesn't find anything at all. When it came down to the overall gameplay between these two teams, I talked about this on map 1 about how NRGA Academy, it seems like they're getting a little bit outclassed, but when they have those pop-off moments, when they know how to utilize their chess pieces, they come out on top. But when it comes down to the overall macro and read on what the enemy team is doing, oh my goodness me, Shopify Rebellion Black, very quick to adapt, very quick to make changes to make sure that they can close things out and separate themselves in that higher tier amongst all of these challengers teams.
And expectation-wise, I think all of us predicted SRB, but you'd be lying if you say your heart doesn't break for NRGA Academy. I casted them yesterday. This is such a resilient team. Every single one of those players popped off at some point. If it wasn't Renz in map 1, it was Ange yesterday and today. Hayode, last time he went on Lotus, he went 10 first kills, 2 first deaths, dropping 32 kills. This is not NRGA Academy at their peak. They didn't get to realize their true potential and really show us what 100%, 200% NRGA Academy looked like. And after those timeouts were expended, no help was coming for NRGA Academy. 13-1 for SRB. Everyone else in the bracket should be scared of this team. And if they do return to that grand final, the crown could be to SRB. And you know what? We're going to ask them about it because we have an interview coming up with Shopify Rebellion Black, courtesy of Sierra in the desk. So we'll go and visit them in a bit.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke, at least is going to guarantee one as X is stat.
It's going to be a close map. We're going to see this. Shopify Rebellion has had enough. This lower bracket has been grueling enough. Heading into Lotus map 3 of the series in Do or Die. They certainly didn't pick the die option. 13-1 victory, eliminating NRGA from playoffs. I mean, Dan, for Shopify Rebellion Black, again, a team that we had a lot of expectations for, and they made sure to live up to every single one of those on the third map.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, they were dominant from beginning to end. Only one round that ended up going the way of NRGA Academy. And for Shopify Rebellion Black, I really like seeing this though. I really like seeing how dominant they were because of what Xander said in social media when they lost that previous match of the playoffs. The reason why they are in that lower bracket. He talked about how when there are these high pressure situation games, the team might choke a little bit, might be a little bit nervous, if anything. So the fact that they were able to be under pressure in a situation like this one, where you are on the verge of elimination and still dominate like this, is a statement of that growth that the team has had.
Yeah, and throughout the series, like map 1, it was like really close, right? OT, and then map 2 is like, okay, SRB taking over here, and then map 3 was basically nothing, right? It was like a single round from NRG Academy. It was just that snowball that we talked about at the very top of this series, where sometimes a series can get away from NRG Academy, and this is kind of part and parcel of what we saw here.
I mean, at the same time, even if it's not necessarily how I would want NRGA to be eliminated from this and how we want to end our day here, I do think when we're again looking at the grand scope of things, which is sending a team to play-ins, sending a team to LCQ for that opportunity at play-ins, to be able to see teams be a cut above, I think just kind of shows the confidence of, hey, this is a team we should send on forward to play against these VC teams, right? So again, I think for Shopify Rebellion Black to take a win in this fashion, even if it's not what we would want to see for NRGA to suffer such a fate, I think that definitely is good to see SRB be able to continue on forward within this fashion. I mean, Dan, they've definitely made a lot of mistakes to send them into this lower bracket, to have their games be so close. It has been a brawl, but to be able to see finally everything be able to click, huge step ups across the board from the team. Hopefully it's one of those big, well, you learn a lot in losing. They've learned what they need to, and we can see that turnaround as they head into that lower finals.
It is definitely not a coincidence that the teams that we saw win today, M80 and Shopify Rebellion Black, have those experienced players and staff members. It feels like that really adds so much to a situation like this one, especially because, again, we are dealing with a situation that we never had to deal with before. We were used to having an Ascension tournament. We're used to having different paths to make it to the very top, but this year is different, and being so close to making it to play-ins, to making it to the LCQ, to have these opportunities to actually even make champs is something that a lot of these players never had to deal with before. So being able to handle it with a mix of that young talent, those young mechanical players, and also those experienced players like Nature, like Xander, it is kind of the perfect combination for Shopify Rebellion. So honestly, I do expect them to make it to another grand final here.
I mean, the lower final is going to be sick as well. Sad versus SRB, the rematch, where Sad came in as the underdog, upset them 2-1. Like, that series is going to be absolute fire. Like, Sad are going to be firing on all cylinders. I think Shopify Rebellion, they found their groove towards the end of this one, and hey, that could be an M80 Shopify Rebellion storyline going into grand finals again, or it could be Sad kind of disrupting the flow, disrupting the script here in stage 3. It's exciting times to be a VCL watcher, that's for sure.
Yeah, it really is, especially too since it's going to be a rematch in that lower finals between Shopify Rebellion and the team that sent them there in the first place in a best of 5. And of course, too, when you look back at Shopify Rebellion and these best of 5s, I mean, they're back and forth. forth, right? You know, we've seen that the grand finals haven't necessarily been their thing, but they have won out a lower finals to put themselves there in the past. So I definitely think that it's going to be a series to push the team to the absolute max, which is just so exciting. And I think too, to be able to end off today with this sort of win before heading into that lower finals is going to be quite crucial for them. And now to be able to talk to the team about today's victory and of course how they're feeling for tomorrow. For our Philips Norelco interview, we have Xander on the line. Xander, hello, congratulations on this win. You guys got a big day tomorrow, so don't worry, I'll keep this short and sweet. But I want to first talk about like this roller coaster of playoffs for you. I mean, watching the player cams, you're popping off, but you've also been tweeting about, you know, the mistakes and the snowballs and the pressure. Like, how has this playoff run been, like, emotionally?
I mean, we're like, I'd say we're like handling it well. Obviously, we got dropped to the lower bracket from SAD, so like obviously we're like in a tough spot with our, like, especially because we had to play core. We had our back against the walls, and so like it was must-win games. So yeah, generally going into playoffs, we were very confident, and then obviously losing to SAD kind of drops your confidence. But I felt like everybody didn't really like lose confidence, and this team's like different in that aspect. But yeah, obviously a lot of pressure, but I think we played better with the pressure on.
I mean, that's good to hear that you feel like you're playing good with it. And I want to talk about then even within this series, because yet again, you're put in a back against the wall position. We get to see NRGA come out of the gate strong. They take the first map out, like, off of you. You're now do or die, right? How do you then approach not even just that map 2, but map number 3? Because where we saw the first map into what you two, like what you guys accomplished for map 2 and 3 was crazy, like a 13-1 to close out.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like we talked about it a little bit. I felt like we were always in control in many of the rounds. We lost a lot of like kind of dumb post plans, and like rounds pretty much we should convert 90% of the time, but honestly just got unlucky or just misplayed like a small aspect of the round, and that caused the round to spiral and then again snowball. But I think generally we knew we were in control. We knew we should have won that map, and going to Breeze and like Lotus, I think our mindset never really changed. We knew what we had to do, and we just played our game.
Last but not least, I mean, you're playing tomorrow. Lower finals, best of 5 up against SAD Esports, who knocked you down into that lower bracket in the first place. How are you feeling ahead of this matchup?
Very confident, I want to say. I mean, like, they beat us. I'd say like we had a pretty bad day. They had a pretty good day. I think like 9 out of 10 times, I feel like we beat these teams as long as we just play like our standard normal game, and we kind of didn't do that the first time around, and I think we'll show a different face when we play them next.
I mean, that's going to be a matchup so soon. Xander, I'll let you rest and get ready for that. But congrats and best of luck tomorrow, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for chatting. Back over to the desk. I mean, a lower finals tomorrow. I'm so excited. And like hearing him say like, yeah, we made the mistakes, but you're going to see like a different version of us tomorrow. I'm excited to see that, especially too, Dan, coming off of, again, that map 2 and especially that map number 3. Like when Shopify Rebellion Black is cooking, they are absolutely electric.
Yeah, and it's something that they have done throughout the year. It's something that we've seen and we got the chance to see today. I mean, today, that last map was, I think, just a statement of how good they really are. And it's not because the other team is not good, because this is just a really one-sided series. It's just because they know exactly how to make things go their way. So I think now that they have figured out the way of SAD, it is going to be an incredible matchup. I feel like it will go the distance. I don't know if it'll go to all 5, but I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'll tell you right away, my vote is on Shopify.
You just got to make sure that you get that in,
I
right?
gotta say it. I gotta say it. Yeah.
You make sure that we all knew that Dan called it. I mean, taking a look at the bracket, Shopify, and I mean, there is good reason to have confidence in them as well. Yeah, maybe they were knocked down into this lower bracket right away, but talking again and hearing about how Shopify made those mistakes and, shouldn't really necessarily happen again. I feel like too here, Jaws, when we're looking at the fact that it will be a best of 5 for this lower finals, how many mistakes can you have in a best of 5? Like, surely even if you come out of the gate with some mistakes, you clean them up and fix them, right?
True.
Surely.
You got 5 maps to play through your mistakes. You should be good. I will say, I'm kind of with Dan here. I do think Shopify Rebellion Black, they're going to make it through to the finals. I think it's written in the script. The tea leaves are all pointing that way. It's going to be another M80 SRB. I'd be happy if SAD win. I think it will be a fantastic look for the players and a very big personal achievement for all of them as well. But it just feels like SRB were playing a different game today compared to just looking back at that SAD SRB game up in the upper semis.
I mean, at this point, only 3 teams remain. M80 up in that grand finals, and SAD and Shopify Rebellion fighting it out tomorrow. And reminder, these stakes, based off of circuit points alone and being in this grand finals, M80 are guaranteed to at least go to the LCQ, if not just winning this entire thing and going straight for play-ins. And again, for SAD Esports, considering they don't have the same amount of circuit points as the other 2 teams, they need to take this run. They need to win tomorrow and then take that grand finals for their opportunity at play-ins. For Shopify Rebellion Black, a win tomorrow, make sure SAD Esports can't play spoiler, and SAD will at least then at minimum get LCQ. So a lot at stake in tomorrow's matches for those 2 teams. I absolutely cannot wait. As for today, it has been a fun one, but that is it for us. Make sure to be tuning in tomorrow for our first best of 5 match. Tomorrow it's going to be the lower finals. The day after that, the grand finals, the conclusion of stage 3 and challengers all together. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow.
See that? Paint though, he's the only one left from SAD. This was a much lower buy from M80. Despite SAD using a Cosmic Divide, they invested into this. And Paint is taking a lot of unnecessary damage. The defuse is going through, and Paint is on the wrong side of this equation. Hoping to maintain the perfect playoff run. Pain wellies as against the world. No corpse you actually need to turn M80 cold, but their shots are just colder. Trades are only going to favor the defense and solidify this win as Spaz denies Ash Welly at 10 HP. Well, just making this an obstacle course as the plant has still not gone through. There's a threat in mid. The plant just goes down. He's barely lives to tell the tale. Exa waits for his moment to crunch with the rest of the team. They approach from the right side, off the haunt. Giza's revealed. Exa knows he's got his attention. Giza's paranoid on how to approach it. The quick taps! Giza's no slouch! SRB only have 2, they have to wrap around the Odin. There's a laser. Renz, can he go back-to-back clutches to protect the plant? SRB have a read. They're stacked up. They're beating Renz. He takes the bullet. This is crazy. This is next level. Hello. No reaction, no trade. Ange, see ya. It just does not care. Satellite getting wrapped around. Ange is going to be patient, but someone needs to kill Satellite. Jesus, I mean, he was quadruple positive for a reason, and Exa is going sicko mode. SRB, the finish line at arm's reach to force a match 3 Lotus decider, and Exa gets the job done.
All right, it's basically to the top 3.
And there's no timeouts. There is no calming down this storm. And this is not the way you wanted to see NRG Academy go out. But Halo Day will go out with a fight, I guess. And Exa just lighting up all the pins. Beautiful shots, an important pistol. As important as ever for NRG Academy. The job's not done. As SRB always have Exa. Is smoked off. By Marky Shondex, just shot in the back, unable to progress. The game plan is being undone as NRG